in the pledge. If we'd all stand and face the flag.
Please join me in the pledge to the flag.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And before Doug sits down, I would like to thank him on behalf. Everybody else can have a seat. Like to thank Doug for all the volunteer efforts that he does in Roswell. Many of them which are unknown to me, but what I know Doug for is every week I get an email talking about all the rides in Roswell. And if there is a face of bicycling in Roswell, it would be Doug Fallon, because he's on the rides, he's in the email, he volunteers his time, and he is a big reason that Roswell is a bicycle-friendly community, and which now is not only good for Roswell, I think the state is recognizing the importance of that. Doug was also a big reason that we're getting the state of Georgia is having its bicycle conference here in October. The subject of the tip. Doug, tell them about the bicycle conference, and I'll let you go.
The National...
Come to the microphone, Doug Fallon.
To address the council and the mayor?
And the entire audience.
And the entire audience. The Georgia Bike Summit is a meeting that is held every year. This is the 4th year. And it moves around to different cities. And Roswell put in a bid and won that bid. Thanks to Eric Broadwell for the help in that. And it is a meeting for bicycle advocates and traffic planning and police officers interested in making cycling safer.
And the theme this year is economic development, because Roswell has long recognized this, but everyone else in the state is now recognizing being a bicycle-friendly community is not just good for bicyclists, it's good for property values, it's good for kids, it's good for the economy. And so let's have a hand for Doug Fallon and all the work he does in the city of Roswell. Thank you, Doug. And I think we'll hear from him a little more in the beginning part of this meeting. So Doug, have a seat. Next, I would like to invite the Roswell Junior Flyers to come forward. They have a presentation. And if the speaker will first begin by identifying themselves and who the Roswell Junior Flyers are, because not everyone knows.
Yes, we're here as Junior Flyers and also representing the Georgia 400 Hospitality Highway Century event that happens every year here in Roswell. And Junior Flyers is a youth cycling group that is a nonprofit working to help solve childhood obesity 2 wheels at a time. And we also take our racers to various events around the country. This year we went to Wisconsin for the Youth Junior Nationals and took home some national medals. And we also went to Pennsylvania for the Youth Track Nationals and brought home several medals from there as well. But I'm here to talk about the hospitality.
Before you go on, if you'll introduce the Junior Flyers who are with us here tonight.
Let me introduce who we have. We'll start here with my daughter.
Turn around so everybody can say hello.
This is Sophia. She won a time trial 5th in the nation champion. And this is Luke. He won with a team pursuit. He won a silver medal at the Track Nationals. And we have 2 of our younger riders here with us. We have Reese and also our newest member. And you're going to have to remind me your first name. Ryan, right? And Ryan with us, who just joined the team this week. And they all practice at the Lebanon Baptist Church every Monday, year-round, from 6:30 to 7:30. They ride around the church, and it's an open practice for kids of any age, with any bike, of any skill to come and just ride. We often get parents to ride with us and help change their lifestyle as well.
And if there's anyone here who is interested in losing weight and joining the Junior Flyers, or either has and is of the right age group, or has someone else who they would like to encourage to join the Junior Flyers, how would they do that?
They could go to our website, which is juniorflyers.org, or they could come to a Monday night practice and see what it's all about. And we take kids from 6 to 18.
Sorry to interrupt. You may proceed.
That's okay. Well, I'm here tonight actually to present to the mayor and council and a few other parts of Roswell some plaques from the Georgia 400 ride, which I have sitting here on the presentation screen that you might be able to focus on. I want to explain to you a little bit. It was our 5th year this year, and the ride is growing and is making a huge economic impact on Roswell, which is some of the things I wanted to bring to us. It delivers back through introducing new people to Roswell and its restaurants while making Roswell and Georgia 400 the center of bicycle awareness while leading up to and during the time we shut down 400 and during the ride. The radio spots keep people aware that this very cool event is coming to Roswell prior to the actual day, gaining Roswell thousands of dollars of advertising. This year we had 1,379 registrants, 104 volunteers. We had 2 volunteer dinners at Lucky's Burger and Brew. And we upped the sales at Roswell Bicycles by holding our pre-ride packet pickup, and Todd was very excited about that. Our survey told us that everybody spent $42,978 in Roswell preparing for and the day of, which gained us at about $3,008 in sales tax. We also had 41 people spend the night in Roswell the night before the ride in preparation of the ride. And the other thing we saw is as we were setting up on Saturday, we saw many, many cars driving through with bike racks. Like, here's the start. They came by to check out where the start was, so it brought people to Roswell. And the ride was a big success. So what I have here is I have a plaque with a picture from everybody on 400, one for mayor, council, and our city administrator. I also have one for the people who do a lot of work for us down in permits, Christina and her group, and also one for the Roswell Police Department that does a lot of our effort and transportation. And also, in good faith, the Junior Flyers would like to present this $1,000 check to the Roswell Fire and Police Foundation as a donation back to the city.
For this presentation, I would like the Roswell Council to join the Junior Flyers, and if we can have the representatives of the police department come up. And do we have anybody here from community service and the fire department? Let's all get our picture taken and accept our plaques and have the police department accept the money so that it doesn't go to the general fund and it goes to the police department. The police foundation. Becky Wynn, are you representing the police foundation tonight? Fire and Police Foundation. Who's representing the Fire and Police Foundation tonight?
Everyone squeeze it as much as they can. As much as they can. Okay. That's great. We have everyone in. All right. 1, 2, 3. Get a flash on that. All right. 1, 2, 3. And I'll take one more. Thank you. Absolutely. Yeah.
Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda? Motion by Becky Wynn. Is there a second? Second by Councilmember Orland. Does anyone have any questions regarding the consent agenda? All in favor of the motion, raise their hands. Passes unanimously. At this time, we'll call upon Public Safety Liaison, Councilmember Becky Wynn.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Tonight, my first and only agenda item will be the approval of the North Fulton Regional Radio System Tower sites to be located in the City of Roswell on Hembry Road and Cox Road and leased to the North Fulton Regional Radio System Authority. And just as a FYI, the Fouts Road Tower site approval will be deferred to a future meeting of the Mayor and Council, which we will be deciding, I think, later on in this presentation. Or do you want to do that now, Ms. Wynn?
If we could have, I know it is not on the agenda tonight, but for the folks who are interested and when it might be deferred to, we could probably get that out of the way early. So you have a motion
Yes,
on
sir.
the date to set that deferral to?
Yes, sir. Since the city administrator and one of my council members will be out on August 26th on prior engagements that they cannot reschedule, I am asking for a deferral for September 11.
Is that a motion?
As motion, sir.
Motion to defer to put the Fouts Road on the agenda for September 11th. Do we have a second? Second by Councilmember Diamond. Does any of the council members have any discussion of that deferral? Councilmember Eichelhardt.
I imagine we probably will hear from the neighbors because one of the concerns is whether or not that's sufficient time for what they feel they need to do. So I'd like to hear, well, I guess we will hear from some, perhaps not all, but at least anybody who thinks that that's an issue.
Well, does anyone here in the audience have any questions or comments about the deferral until September 11th? If so, let me raise your hand and we'll hear from you. Seeing no hands up, any further discussion by council? Councilmember Price.
I just want to point out that that's that particular date. Of course, it's not a good date in many of our memories, but it is a Wednesday night, not the normal Monday.
That is correct. So we have a motion and a second to set the hearing on Fouts Road for September 11th. Any further discussion by council? All in favor of the motion, raise their hands. That is unanimous. That is deferred until September 11th. Before we begin with the hearing on the Hembry Road and Cox Road's locations, I'd like to have Mr. Davidson address the issue. There are a lot of folks have raised the question of should we be participating in the North Fulton Regional Radio System Authority. Well, that was voted on and decided. And Mr. Davidson, would you remind the council and the audience of the effect of that vote?
Yes, sir, Mayor. That basically holds the city responsible for their monetary portion. It's a 20-year agreement on the behalf of the city. They entered it on January 28th, previously of this year, and we would still be liable for any cost that authority incurs, our share of the cost that the authority incurs, even if we elect not to participate at this time.
Is it my recollection there was a unanimous vote to support that? Or was it a split vote? Okay, do you recall?
I don't recall, Mr. Mayor.
Anyway, here's the point. Folks have raised the issue of should we be joining the North Fulton Regional Authority, should we be participating in that? That decision has been made. The city is legally bound to participate. We have a legal liability to participate. So although that may be a concern to a lot of folks and may question if we should have made that decision, it is not for a vote tonight of whether or not we are taking on that liability. That liability was contractually bound to take on that liability. So I wanted to make that clarification before we began the presentation. So with that, Chief, you may address the towers at Hembry and Howes Roads. Hembry and Cox.
Cox, correct.
Not Howes. Howes is the rezoning, which I'm not, which is the next, which is on the agenda later. No tower there.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for the opportunity to come here tonight and inform you about the North Fulton radio system and the proposed tower locations. Many people travel through the city of Roswell, the people who live here, the business owners, people who play, dine, and pass through. And the public service of Roswell, the police department and the fire department, are called upon to protect and care for these people who are in Roswell. Over the years, what we've learned through our current radio system is that it basically has a lot of holes in it. And the whole idea behind creating this North Fulton radio system is to patch those.
Now, a clarification. When you said our current radio system, you're really referring to the Fulton County radio system, which we have been piggybacking on.
That is correct. So
the Fulton County radio system that's currently made available to us is failing.
That is correct.
And how long has that system been failing?
As the city has grown, we've become aware that there are, when the system was actually constructed, many homes were not in the place that they are now, so we weren't aware that there were holes in the system. But as time has gone by over these approximate 20 years, we've identified that there are areas that aren't protected.
Well, you weren't here, but for the last 5 years, we've had a system which we've recognized as failing, and to date, Fulton County has not corrected that system, which led to the cities up here taking their own action to create a new system.
That is correct.
Please proceed.
The Fulton County radio system that we're currently working under is not a dependable system. 8 times in the last 11 months it has failed. During those times, until we were able to switch over to another channel, the citizens basically were not protected. And this is a very difficult situation to be able to switch over to this other system. We've actually become quite proficient at it because of the number of times that we've had to switch over. The new system is in need because of the holes in the system. I've got a map that will demonstrate the white areas that you see on the map are areas that we essentially have no coverage or very, very limited coverage. Those areas that 20 years ago did not have homes in them, now they do. Predominantly that area is along the river basin on the southern end of the city because of the decline in elevation around that area and the lack of a tower on the east side of Roswell. Those areas that's the reason that those holes exist. And may I also add that recently we had a SWAT call out where the officers were unable to communicate with one another because of that service not being available. And that's something that the new system would prevent. Fulton County has not grown the system as we have grown, and that's basically we don't have that tower on the east side, and this is one of the reasons that we need to do this. Additionally, the reason we need one is because Fulton County controls the system that they currently own, and they plan to shut down that system. So we need to do this system so that we are able to continue and provide public safety to the citizens of Roswell. The Fulton County system, as I mentioned, is 20 years old. The 90% of the system is running on its original equipment with very few upgrades. Parts are very scarce, and this is the reason that over the last 11 months the system has quit working, is because it's just a very, very old system. It's antiquated. Additionally, Fulton County has not provided upgrades in the last 5 years, and that's a very, very definite concern for the police department and fire department, and I'm sure for you as well. The surrounding jurisdictions, Cobb, DeKalb, Gwinnett, and the City of Atlanta have upgraded to digital technology, as well as now Forsyth County is in the process of upgrading. This new radio system will allow us to communicate with these cities. We have mutual aid agreements with Cobb County, and this radio system may lead to future mutual aid agreements, since we can communicate with each other. Additionally, the system will allow us to communicate with the three other cities that are participating in the project with us, Milton, Alpharetta, and Sandy Springs. We work very, very closely with all of these units, these cities. We share a SWAT team with Alpharetta and Milton, a mobile field force with some of the others. So we work every day with every one of these cities, and it's important that we're able to communicate with one another. Additionally, there is no viable backup system to what we have right now in this Fulton County system. So these are the reasons that we need this new system.
Just to conclude, I want to remind everybody in the audience, the system has been voted on. Kay confirmed it was a unanimous decision to enter this contract. So the issue tonight, although you've heard the reasons the city joined this and the reason this council unanimously joined this North Fulton Authority, the decision tonight is not do we move forward with the North Fulton Authority. That decision was voted on, and the city is legally bound to pursue that. So that will not be an issue tonight. The issue tonight is the details of how this is implemented. Please proceed.
This system will replace the existing Fulton County system that we use every day. It will be a partnership, as I mentioned, between Alpharetta, Milton, Roswell, and Sandy Springs. There will be 8 proposed tower sites in the area. 3 of the towers are proposed to be within the city of Roswell. Oversight will be by the North Fulton Regional Radio Authority, which was created in 2013 by the Georgia General Assembly. The users of the system will be fire and police, which is the public safety. It will be a 700 megahertz digital system. There will be regular maintenance as part of our contract with Motorola to upgrade and to essentially maintain the system. That's something that we have not done with, or Fulton County has not done with the current system that we're using. They control the system. Even though we pay into it, they control it, and they decide when the upgrades occur or don't occur. It also will replace our aging 911 dispatch equipment with new digital technology, and there will be 2,000 users on this radio system combined from all the cities. What I want to do now is to explain how this Fulton County radio system will be funded. It will come from the Roswell residents, Fulton County.
Wait a minute, you're confusing me. Funding of the current Fulton County radio system, or is this funding of this new radio system?
This is the current system, I'm sorry.
How it's funded today.
Right. The system that we use today, this is how, that was built approximately 20 years ago. This is how the funding occurred for it. The Roswell residents Fulton County funds went to the system, as well as all other Fulton County funds, to make up 100% of the funding for this. It was Fulton County dollars that built the system. In addition to that, Roswell pays an annual subscriber fee to be on the system from Roswell city funds. The Roswell's annual subscriber fee for this year was $104,726. $104,726. The fee is for upgrades to the system as well as maintenance. In the last 5 years, despite us paying our subscriber fee, there have been no upgrades to the system whatsoever. Now I want to talk about the funding for the current system.
The new system.
The new system.
That's proposed.
And
we've agreed to participate with Alpharetta.
Correct.
Johns Creek and
Milton.
Sandy Springs.
Right. The North Fulton radio system will receive funding from the city of Roswell, as well as Alpharetta, Milton, Sandy Springs, and Milton. In addition to that, all the cities will pay an annual subscriber fee similar to what we pay to Fulton County now for continued maintenance and upgrades to the system. The proposed Fulton County system, that they also are proposing a new radio system to supplement or to replace the system that they have now. The funding for that will come from all Fulton County funds, which would include the city of Roswell taxpayers, county funds. In addition to that, the North Fulton cities would also potentially pay a subscriber fee to that system just as we do now to the current system. That agreement has not been worked out. It's too early in the process, but that is a possibility, and that's what they're suggesting, is that we pay a subscriber fee to be on their new proposed system. Next, I'd like to have Comdex come up and speak about their role in this. Comdex is a communication company that has been contracted by the North Fulton Radio Authority, and I'll have them come up. You'll bear with me just one second.
Just a question for clarification.
Yes, sir.
How do you see the proposed, this Fulton County system functioning together with the North Fulton system?
The two systems would actually communicate through technology with each other. So we'd have a system in North Fulton that was paid for by the participating cities, as well as a southern and central radio system, and through technology these two systems would be tied together. What that would allow is for...
Would they complement each other, or are they duplicate?
That's something that will need to be worked out. The city of Roswell has reached out to Fulton County as well as all the other cities that are participating and are trying to come to an understanding and agreement that there's no reason to duplicate this service. There's no reason to have two radio systems, a Fulton County radio system and a North Fulton radio system covering the same area. So what we would like to see happen is for us to build our system in the North Fulton area, and then Fulton County build a radio system that would cover the southern and central part of the county. And then through technology, the two systems would be able to essentially talk to each other, which would allow a Roswell officer who had to transport a prisoner to Rice Street in the city of Atlanta to drive to Atlanta and have radio communication seamlessly with their dispatch, as well as a Fulton County deputy who was transporting someone from the Alpharetta Annex to the Rice Street jail, allow them to seamlessly communicate with their dispatch system.
So we have proposed that to Fulton County?
We have proposed that, yes.
And we have been proposing?
We have proposed that I've been here a little less than a year, so I know for months we've been offering that, but I understand that goes back actually many years that they've been trying to work, with they being the city of Roswell, have been trying to work with Fulton County to arrive at an agreement. However, to date we have no agreement.
And that's Fulton County. Thank you, sir. I apologize for interrupting.
Mr. Mayor, Council. My name is Chuck Bethea. I represent Comdex Consulting. We have been contracted by the North Fulton Radio Authority as the project management agent to manage the deployment of the radio system that the authority has entered into a contract with Motorola with. We were brought under contract in May, but have then been in conversations with the cities and the authority as they have moved through this process over the last year or so. Our primary role, as I said, is to manage the overall deployment of the system, to be the technical representative and the project manager for the authority, represent the cities and their interests. That also includes development of specifications for architectural and engineering RFPs that will be produced and released, as well as civil and construction for the actual investigative work that has to be done at the tower sites, as well as the construction of the tower sites themselves. Once those contractors are in place and construction work is moving forward, we will manage those contractors as well to construct the tower sites, and then the actual deployment of the radio system itself, its configuration, its testing, all the way through acceptance of the system by the authority. In terms of where this project sits right now, the site acquisition process is proceeding. Thus, that's part of the step of why we are here, is to examine the locations of a couple of the tower sites, the ones that are within Roswell. The projected schedule had shown that activity to be winding down and completing over the next 60 to 90 days. That is a critical path task. The rest of the system cannot move forward until the site locations have been finalized. There are a couple of other sites that are winding up as well. One is negotiations with the City of Atlanta for the Fire Station 21 site. That is one site that is in negotiations. There's some alternates to that, as well as a site with Fulton County at Morgan Falls. That is one of the Sandy Springs sites. But those sites are expected to be completed towards the end of the process, but still within the 60 to 90-day window. Also, activities that we expect to be occurring over the next 90 days is that we will write the request for proposal for the architecture and engineering company to perform the investigative and analysis work that will be performed at the sites. Some of the tasks that entails are environmental analysis. There are federal regulations that must be adhered to in terms of investigating soil sampling, water effect, wildlife, cultural resource studies. All of these must be done as part of that process, as well as your FAA clearances and determinations to ensure that that tower is not going to interfere with any flight paths or any other aircraft activity. In parallel, while that work is going on, we plan to be preparing the civil contractor RFPs for the actual tower construction itself, and we will work with the authority to manage those bids and select vendors as well. Also going on in this process has actually been since we were brought on board, and even before that, we have been working with the authority to negotiate with Fulton County to find ways of cooperation and sharing. There have been several options that have been investigated. There are some technical options that exist. Obviously, the most efficient way would be to have a single infrastructure in the north and have Fulton County build their single infrastructure, and through technology connect those systems together and share so that users can roam back and forth. We have had discussions with Director Barrett, the communications director for Fulton County, and have also the chairman and the vice chairman of the authority have also had face-to-face meetings with the Fulton County manager. So far, there has been no concrete decisions or agreements that the county has come to out of those meetings. So the authority's position has been to continue proceeding on with the implementation as contracted, and continue to work with the county to find ways to share resources, share assets, be those tower assets or any other technology assets. As far as the site planning, as I indicated, the regulatory process for the site approval can be lengthy, and that is part of that architecture and engineering study and investigation work that must go on, and that largely revolves around the environmental permitting process. That sampling has to be done, and those reports have to be sent up for state and federal approval.
Now, just to confirm, the regulatory investigations, we're going to have to meet all the federal and state regulations for all of the towers that are approved.
Yes, sir.
And if those are not met or the requirements are met, we'll have to look for a different location.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
So because those processes can be very lengthy, and I'm associated with a project right now that has been tied up in those clearances for over a year. Now that is an extreme case, but it can take very, very long periods of time to clear those regulatory approvals. That's why it's imperative to get those investigations underway once there's a reasonable certainty that this is a tower site location that you want to move forward with. There's a cost that goes into performing those investigations, and obviously there's the time and effort involved to perform those investigations. So we have submitted a draft RFP specification to the authority to help move forward with that process. As I said, there are several different aspects to the planning and the approvals, and then moving through the final design, whether they be the site leases, and then actually getting geotechnical analysis and the construction drawings to actually finalize the tower designs, the foundation designs, and the tower drawings, and then actually taking it through the permitting process. So this would be done once the regulatory approvals are in place. So again, I keep coming back to, but the regulatory approvals are the critical path. So those must be performed before anything else can proceed. Again, in the partnership with Fulton County, there have been multiple meetings held, both with Director Barrett and with the county manager. there have been everything from sharing of the system itself to sharing of the tower sites. In particular, as the county is building their new system, they actually have interest in building because they do not have sufficient sites. So one of the things that they wanted to look at was going on some of the proposed sites for the authority system. So it's actually important to note that in the contracted design that the county has today, that the Fouts Road site is in their design. So the Fouts Road site is actually included in both of the designs that have been put forth for both the county and for the authority. So it speaks to the criticality of that location and the geography and the terrain. But that's one of the topics, is sharing of that site, the Morgan Falls site, several others, in order to make most efficient use of tax money and existing assets within the county. As far as up to this point, the option has been discussed of the two separate systems that have been tied together and allow users to roam back and forth. The county has indicated that that is not acceptable to them. It does actually involve them making some alterations in their operations in the way that they conduct their business today, because they would have to separate the units. They have a very limited number of units that still operate in the north end of the county, and they would have to change the way those units are dispatched back to their central agency. So far they've indicated that that is not acceptable to them, and if that is a condition of the sharing, that they would rather build their own, if that is the case. But again, those negotiations certainly are not final, but that has been the statements that they have made in negotiations so far. But as I said, also there are additional options that we've discussed for a number of different locations that will save significant cost to both the county and the authority by sharing of tower sites, shelters, generators, microwave networks, etc. There is actually more at stake for the county. The county stands to gain more savings if they partner with the authority, but so far that the operational changes that they've needed to make have not overcome the cost-saving element to them so far. Any other questions with regard to the current process?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ms. Love, since you've been on this since day one, could you kind of clarify some of the statements made about Fulton County and the reluctance of them with joining us, and plus if you can go into detail the reason that we don't have a comfort level.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Some of the comments that have been made related to the meetings that have already happened have been having at the staff level between the city staff and the county staff. There are a couple of groups. There's a technical group, and those are the people that have the technical expertise, along with our consultants such as Comdex and Motorola, who help work out the ultimate design of the system. But before that can happen, at the staff level, we had to come to an agreement about how to best partner. There's not an intent on anyone's part to duplicate a system. Fulton County does not have the money to build out an entire system. They have not secured sites here, so very early we, the cities, began talking with them about shared sites, whether it was towers or infrastructure or generators. Unfortunately for Fulton County, they have had some change in leadership in their county manager, so those discussions really somewhat stalled during the time. They currently don't have a permanent county manager. They're still in an interim state. That's the person that we're meeting with. We continue to meet, and we are hopeful. However, the governance aspect of it is the most critical, because the system must be maintained, and we can't be dependent upon the county to be operating on a system that's not current when we are paying fees into it with the intent of maintaining and refreshing. So it's the equivalent of driving down the road on different size tires. If that in our part of the system we're going to maintain it at a certain level or version of the software or equipment refresh, and they don't have either the funding or the political fortitude to be able to maintain and upgrade the system. That's why it's important for us to proceed with a North Fulton system and continue to look for those ways to partner. We are confident that we will, in the end, be able to, but as this process for regulatory, that staff and political process can take a while as well, and we are committed. They have contracted as well with Motorola. We share a like consultant in that, and it's certainly our goal to maximize and leverage the funding that has been appropriated to the authority by the participating cities, and I'm certain that it ultimately was Fulton County's goal to do the same. I do want to clarify one thing on the funding that was mentioned. Another way to look at it would be that there are different pots of money that fund the current system. The pots of money won't change. There's still the Fulton County pot for whatever system they build. There's the city's pot of money for whatever system we build. And then there are the user fees that still have to go into it. The difference is that, one, in the north, the authority would control the amount of those fees and to the level of maintenance and ensuring that that happens, as well as we would be in control of the different talk groups and users. There would be opportunities for others to come on as subscribers for the system to grow over the years to help offset and maximize the capital investment that was made on the front end.
You have a question? Councilman Price.
Well, I've got quite a few. I'm not sure to whom to direct them, but I'll just throw it out and hopefully we'll find somebody who can offer their expertise. Now, if Fulton County has also signed a contract with Motorola, and I presume that there aren't contingencies in that it's a straight contract such as what we signed, where is the opportunity for any sort of leverage or reduction or working with Motorola to minimize the duplication?
Kay suggested John Bird, who was with Motorola, might help us with that. Is John Bird here tonight? Would this be a question you can answer or help us with the answer? John, come to the microphone, please. Kay's volunteered you. I don't know if it's appropriate or not, but opportunities for cooperation. Right here.
And John, specifically to the contract, I think Councilmember Price's question regarding the Fulton County contract, based on what you have explained to the authority, there is flexibility in that contract. There's a maximum amount of the contract. However, they could build to certain points in that contract.
Correct. The county
Let me
has...
ask you a question to begin with. I understand, Kay, how much is the North Fulton contract for this?
Not to exceed $16 million.
So we're estimating about $16 million for North Fulton.
Correct.
And Fulton County has how much for county-wide?
19.6, I believe.
Could they stand up a system without cooperating with us for 19 county-wide that would be the equivalent of our service up here?
The difficult part for me is that I was not a part of the Fulton County negotiations.
Well, but here's what strikes me. If you... Either we're paying way too, Motorola way too much for $16 million to set it up for North Fulton County, or Fulton County doesn't have the money to do the whole county, because you can't do twice the area for 10% more cost. That's just logical.
I understand the logic, and I agree with your comment. The systems are, even though the technology is the same, they're very different. Okay. The number of sites that are put up, the amount of channels that are put up, the flexibility built into the Fulton County contract is that they still have the option of deciding which sites, how many channels, and those details are not available to me. I don't know what they are.
So they haven't committed to put up any towers in North Fulton?
My understanding is the commitment that I've seen, and again, I was not a part of that negotiation, was for them to only put equipment on their existing sites. Okay? So they've got, they would not be able to provide the level of coverage that the North Fulton group is providing with their system utilizing their existing sites.
Thank you.
Okay?
I think that answers the question.
What is, no, not really.
Well, please proceed, Ms. Price. Councilmember Price.
Now, so at some point then, are we going to be leasing space on our towers to Fulton County? I mean,
that would be for the decision for this council to make. That we have not made that commitment. Well,
all we do is listen to the authority right now.
I think what, if you would allow me just a second here, I think what we are trying to do is come to an agreement where it's not necessarily leasing back and forth. It could be some sort of services in kind. Okay, so for them to allow you to go on one of their tower sites, likewise, you might allow them to go on one of yours. Or some sort of agreement that allowed talk groups to be shared within each other's different systems as we went forward. We can't seem to get to the negotiating table to actually sit down and finalize what those agreements would be, but that's the objective, and that's where we're all trying to head.
I guess it just seems odd to me that we've got signed contracts in specific amounts, but we haven't figured out what we're getting for it, and where these...
Accurate.
No,
because the city of Roswell and the North and the authority which we have does know what we're getting for it. What we cannot tell you is what Fulton County is going to do. Now, if you want to ask what the authority in North Fulton is going to do, we can give you specific answers. If you want to know what Fulton County is going to do, they don't know what they're going to do.
Well, I suspect they're going to charge North Fulton more than we should pay.
Well, here's the point. They are not in a position to charge North Fulton more than we're going to pay from a user fee, because we don't have to join with them. Now, unfortunately, they can tax North Fulton, but every time they tax North Fulton, they got to tax Atlanta and South Fulton too. But as far as charging the city of Roswell, we don't have to participate with them. That would have to be approved by this council if we use any of their services. That is your decision whether you participate with Fulton County. Now, from a realistic standpoint, it makes sense for governments to cooperate. From a practical standpoint, you can see the difficulty of cooperating with Fulton County.
Right, but at some point, we have to communicate when we have emergency issues. Do we not? Or are we?
That's correct. And Roswell has gone again and again to Fulton County to work with them, and Fulton County does not have anybody to make decisions. So, unfortunately, at some point in time, we need to get there, but it takes two people to negotiate, and right now there's only one person at the table, and that's Roswell. So Fulton County is not at the table. They don't have, as Kay said, they don't have the decision makers up there. We waited for several years for Fulton County to make a decision. We got nowhere, and that's what led the North Fulton cities to move forward without Fulton County.
Can someone comment on the connection to the school systems? My understanding is that the North Fulton system would not be connected to the schools, and since a great number of emergency situations have occurred in institutional settings such as schools nationwide, is this a problem for us up here?
Yes, I think we could have someone who can answer that.
So that answer is, there's two parts to that answer. So for the county schools have county resource officers that are stationed in those schools. Those are the users that the county is referencing when they talk about the users that still would operate in the north that are actual county users.
But just for clarification, we have the Fulton County School Board and the Fulton County government.
Correct.
Now, those are two different governments entirely. The fact that we haven't communicated with Fulton County, where are we with talking with the Fulton County School Board?
But the school resource, the resource officers that are provided in the north operate on the county system today.
Correct. But they could operate on the North Fulton system if they're issued radios and they pay a fee.
They could.
So that option is available.
That option is available should that be deemed viable.
And that would be deemed viable by the Fulton County School Board and not by the Fulton County government.
That would be correct.
So the simple answer is we haven't gotten that far, but we have a great relationship with the Fulton County School Board. We've got great representatives on that board, and I have no reason to believe that they wouldn't do that which was most efficient and effective for their citizens. I have a lot more confidence in their decision-making process than I do with the Fulton County Commission.
But I've been part of those discussions that have gone on with the county, and so all of the technical issues have been discussed and have been put on the table, everything ranging from single unified shared systems to separate systems to hybrids to there have been many options that have been discussed. I've worked with the county's consultant and engineering firm to help identify some of those technical and the operational challenges as well as the cost savings and what's at stake. So all of those options have been investigated. They've all been presented to the county, and so far the county has not chosen to act on any of those particular recommendations based on the impact that they perceive to their operations. They have listed that as the reason why they continue to want to stay the course of where they are going and pursue a rebuild of their system as opposed to sharing with the authority. Does that answer your question?
We're getting there, I guess.
Okay.
There's something Chief Grant said about Fulton County shutting down its system. What does that mean?
The current system that we all operate under, once the North Fulton City's radio system is up and operating, and North Fulton has a new system. They're in the process of developing the new system that we're talking about, possibly two separate systems. Once that happens, the current system that we all are operating on will be turned off.
Councilmember Price, another way to explain it, the current equipment and the current technology is obsolete and it will be discontinued. So there are Roswell setting up a new system, and we hope to cooperate with Fulton County, and they're setting up a new system, but the current radios and the current transmitters and the whole current hardware system is obsolete and will cease to be using when the new systems become available.
Correct.
Now,
And Dr. Price, you mentioned that governments need to work together. We work very well with Sandy Springs and Alpharetta and Milton and Johns Creek and Cherokee County and Woodstock and all the Gwinnett, DeKalb, Dunwoody. We work very well every day with all of those agencies. So we do work well, and we are working together with other governments. And let me also add that over the 20 years in dealing with this radio system, there have been a number of different individuals from Fulton County that were responsible for operating or maintaining the system, and the one common denominator has been Fulton County. Regardless of who's been in charge of the system, we've received very poor service in our radio system.
Now, I didn't see anything mentioned about Cherokee County on any of the slides, and it's an abutting county.
They have a different type radio system.
So do we anticipate ever communicating with them?
It's my understanding that I won't say they're in the process, but they're giving consideration to changing radio systems.
Meaning that
so that we would be able to communicate with them. If they change to the system that they're considering, then we would be able to communicate with them once we had our new system up and operating as well,
so
as well as all the other.
How do we communicate with them now?
Excuse me?
How do we communicate with them now?
Well, by radio we don't. We talk to each other's dispatch by telephone and arrange a meeting at the county line, or the dispatchers would contact their dispatchers and give them a lookout or a be on the lookout type. But all that's done by telephone between the counties, and then they, through our separate radio systems and dispatchers, would relay the information to the officers, which is not the most efficient way of doing that.
Let me address this to the experts in the room. Motorola, Comdex, with this new system, which is being proposed and has been adopted by the North Fulton Authority, will we be in a better position to communicate with our fellow governments after this is done than we are today?
Right now, Fulton County is the only one of the metro systems that has not upgraded to digital Project 25. Project 25 is the national standard. The current system.
So we're in bad shape today.
The system, the last one of these systems was discontinued in 2001.
Sorry, the new system we were proposing, will that give us a better ability to communicate than the Fulton County system?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
It would be compatible with others, yes, sir.
And it will, and in the future, if Cherokee County upgrades with current system, then we'll have that opportunity.
They could be interconnected with the same technology that we are discussing connecting to share with Fulton, with Cobb, or with any of the other systems in Metro that are at these current platform levels.
Another question about Atlanta. Is Atlanta part of the Fulton County system, or are they separate?
They have their own system.
Okay, there's been a lot of confusion about that.
They have their own system. They finished upgrades to their systems just a few years ago, but they have their own standalone system that covers just the city of Atlanta.
So what would be the scenario where we would have to communicate with South Fulton?
From my understanding of operations, it would primarily be for courts or for transport of prisoners or to Grady Hospital. That is the primary reasons, although I would defer to the chief if there was any other cases.
Is that not in the city of Atlanta?
It is.
It is. So you could also, if I'm here where you're going, you're asking, could we potentially use the city of Atlanta?
Why are we feeling it necessary to communicate with South Fulton when it's not even contiguous?
With
us.
Well, the reason for that is because it's all part of Fulton County. You're right. I don't know that we would ever need to communicate in South Fulton County, but the system that Fulton County, the new system that Fulton County is proposing, would be a system that would cover South Fulton as well as Central Fulton, which is basically the city of Atlanta.
Right.
And that's where the jail.
We're on our own. Why do we need to communicate with South Fulton?
Well, I think the point is that Fulton County has sheriffs and marshals and police who operate in South Fulton, and particularly the sheriffs and the marshals and the jail in Fulton. So we'll be communicating with those Fulton County sheriffs and marshals and other public safety folks that are operating within the city limits of Atlanta, even though they're not City of Atlanta folks.
Correct.
May I
Yes.
address that real quickly? The communications is two ways. So while we may have someone from this area up north going down to somewhere in Atlanta or in Fulton County, they also may have people coming up here. So the idea is that by sharing systems, as their people come up here for a sheriff, a marshal, someone that has countywide responsibility, then they can operate on this system. And then likewise, as we travel from here south, then we also have the ability to talk on their system, which enables us, through that interoperability device, to talk back to our dispatch center just like they can talk back to their dispatch center.
So if Milton County were to happen in the near future, how does that enter into all these current negotiations or future?
With the way this system is being proposed for the North Fulton cities, it actually, there's virtually no change whatsoever. Okay, there may be some reprogramming of some radios or something like that, but your system that you're purchasing...
Is it an advantage to us, or a disadvantage, or negligible?
It's absolutely an advantage to you, because you have your own system. And if we had a countywide system and Milton County occurred, then the cities on the north side would have to literally either purchase their own system, or they'd have to take down the system that's up here, somehow reprogram the entire system. You're talking about 2 to 3 weeks of downtime to do that, and reprogram every radio. So the divorce in a system unlike what's being proposed and unlike what you've bought is a very nasty divorce.
So this way we'll have the assets. Is that basically
They're your assets. So if that were to occur, then you just keep right on going exactly like you're doing today. You'll be managing your own system. You'll have oversight of your own operation, and the only issue would be, would they still want to be connected to you through the interoperability device?
Now, the fact that Johns Creek pulled out of the North Fulton group. Is that surmountable in terms of communication with Johns Creek?
No, ma'am.
So what's the solution to that?
Johns Creek still has a decision to make at some point going forward. They can still decide to put radios on the North Fulton system. They can decide to put them on the Forsyth County system if they choose. I mean, they still have that decision in front of them. At this point right now, they are just laying back and waiting to see what everybody does before they make a decision.
So what is left to be decided? I mean, we've signed a contract, Fulton County signed a contract. I still don't see where the negotiation's coming from.
Between North Fulton and Fulton, or are we
Right.
talking about Johns Creek?
No, just North Fulton and Fulton.
The negotiations basically come from where can we share to save each other money. You know, we're going to construct this tower here in Roswell, and instead of Fulton County coming in and wanting to construct another tower, then Fulton County offers us a space on one of their existing towers at another location, and the North Fulton cities can offer Fulton County space on one of the towers here. And so, that's what I was trying to get to a little bit earlier when I was talking about in like services swapping. There's a lot of room to do that. You know, the county can get talk groups on this system up here. It's just programming. Likewise, we can get talk groups on the Fulton County system.
Just to clarify this, the tower itself is going to look the same even if Fulton County shares it with us.
Yes, sir.
Same transmitter, there'll be just a different programming.
It'll be the same tower, but if Fulton County comes onto your tower, then they're going to be bringing with them antennas and lines that will be connected to that tower, be mounted on the tower as a part of their system.
Significantly change of that tower?
No.
What is the relationship between Comdex and Motorola?
Comdex does some work for us on occasions. Occasionally we'll have, if we're backed up in a project management position particularly, then we will go to Comdex on occasions and ask them to subcontract a project manager to us for a project.
So in this situation, it's a subcontractor to Motorola?
No.
No?
No. We are a engineering and project management firm, right? And so we will subcontract out. We offer engineering and project management services for public safety radio system projects. In this particular instance, we are contracted by the authority to be the project manager for the authority system. So we are providing a project manager. Additionally, through this process, the authority has requested technical assistance, which we are providing under the same contract, but the contract was originally established to provide project management services during the deployment, but the contract is directly with the authority.
And is that the same in Fulton County?
The Engineering Associates is the company that is working with the county, so they are a different company that works with the county.
Basically doing the same thing that Comdex is
doing the same function, correct. And we have engaged with them directly and worked with them as representatives for the authority and for the county.
How soon will this digital system be outmoded?
There are currently, this particular platform right now, and I don't want to speak for you, but just for, there are no current cancellation plans the technology shift that's gone on, and I'm speaking now more in general in the industry, not just with Motorola, but with other platforms as well, is a more software-centric model. And so those software platforms continuously change. So what will happen is that you move more into a steady upgrade cycle, and that is particularly of import when we talk about the maintenance and the upgrade costs and scheduling that's going on with these new systems, because the upgrades do become very important to ensure that the software updates are kept relatively recent. But as long as that is done and those software platforms are maintained, the systems, there are no current cancellation platforms for either manufacturer for the current system platforms that they have today.
Now, when representatives from Johns Creek say that they've had no issues of lack of coverage, are they not being completely forthright?
I cannot speak to the particular operations of Johns Creek and what they deem as acceptable or not acceptable, but there are, by public safety grade standards, and that is illustrated in maps, there are parts of Johns Creek that are below what is normally accepted as public safety grade coverage based on the current system today. The current Fulton County system was designed as a mobile radio system. That's a radio in a car, which is much more high-powered than the portable radio that's carried on an officer's hip. And so that was more common 20 years ago when the system was built. Now current standards in public safety call for portable coverage, which is a much lower power transmitter, and then those radios then in turn go into buildings, which degrades the signal even more. This requires more tower sites to achieve that level of coverage.
So I know that there's a lot of concern about the height of some of these towers. If more towers that were less high were utilized, is that a solution to what seems to be a lot of concerns of people?
You can do that, but the thing to keep in mind is part of why the designs for public safety LMR systems are built the way they are is built to be the most efficient amount of coverage for the least number of tower sites. And the reason why that is if you build multiple tower sites, you can build a lower tower, but you have to replicate all of the equipment that's at the base of that tower. So there's a concrete shelter and a lot of electronics. And so, for example, in the authority's case, that building and the equipment inside of that building represents nearly a $600,000 investment that you have to build again. So if you take one tower and say turn it into two towers, you've now cost yourself an extra $600,000 to outfit that other site with the same electronics that you had in one. So it costs more money the more tower sites you do. Cellular companies do it that way because their concern is more about capacity. By keeping the towers lower to the ground, you can pack more users on a single site and draw more revenue off of it. From a public safety standpoint, capacity is not the issue, it's efficiency. It's getting the maximum amount of coverage for the minimum number of sites. Similar to radio or TV. That's why their towers are so high. They're trying to cover the largest area they can with a single tower site.
Well, I just drove back from Nashville and I saw probably 50 to 100 towers. I don't think any of them was over 150, 200 feet.
And that's typical for cellular.
No, these were radio type towers. I mean, similar to what we're looking at here.
Well, whether they're a monopole or lattice, is irrelevant. What you're looking at is what is the actual occupant that is on the structure. But the structure itself, there are all different designs. For example, the site that's up on top of Kennesaw Mountain is a monopole, but the only users that are up there are public safety users. That is the county system. There are no commercial carriers up there.
Well, I certainly didn't see any that were anywhere over 200 feet. I covered a lot of miles. So, all right, that's all I have for now. Thank you.
Councilmember DiPolito, did you have a question?
I do. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Actually, I have a few questions. With respect to the height, my understanding is it is not just the radios, but there is microwave communication between the towers, and at some point you have to have a kind of a minimum height for the towers to communicate to one another. Is that correct? And
yes, sir.
If we were to have more towers, how low could they be relative to what we have now?
For the microwave dishes to be able to communicate between the tower sites, they have to be able to see each other and have enough clearance of the trees to be able to clear the Fresnel zone of the microwave transmission back and forth. That's an elliptical shaped radiation pattern, if you will, that exists between the two dishes. So you have to be clear of the trees plus a margin or any obstructions that are in between the tower sites. So it really depends on localized conditions, foliage, tall buildings, what have you. Those paths have to be cleared, and that's one of the pre-works that you do to determine, is this a viable tower site, can the microwave dishes see each other.
Mm-hmm. And what is that minimum height that we have now with the towers that we currently have? Do you know in our current system?
Varies. There are several. If we speak today of the existing system, you have sites that go as high as Morgan Falls, for example, and that's a 400-foot tower, down to 180-foot towers to 200-foot towers. They vary.
For the system that's being designed, how high are the microwave dishes?
They vary. They'll be anywhere between 100, I think the lowest one we have is 150 feet. I think we have them up to 260, 280. I'd have to check notes, but somewhere in that range, between 150 and 300 feet.
I'm just trying to get an idea of the range of where those need to be. Thank you. Another question, with Johns Creek potentially not being in this program, we do have a tower that's located within Johns Creek. I assume that tower will continue to be part of our system?
That is a commercial leased site. It is with SBA Tower, and that is actually, it is the same location as the county site today. So it's a commercial site, and that lease agreement, the lease package has already been drawn up and is ready for execution with the authority.
Okay, so whether or not Fulton County is in, we have that Johns Creek site to provide coverage to East Roswell?
And Alpharetta, yes.
And Alpharetta. Okay. Thank you. My last question for now is, we've had a lot of discussion about Fulton County and some of the impasses we've had in negotiations. And Ms. Love, I believe you mentioned that those were occurring at the staff level. Has the Fulton County staff received any direction from their elected officials, or has there been any policy decision on how they should deal with these negotiations?
I don't know about any policy decisions. It's my understanding that at least some of the commission has directed staff to look for the most cost-effective and efficient way to stand up the system. I don't know when they voted on the Motorola contract what the directive, if any, was to the staff. I did not watch that meeting or have not looked at any of the minutes.
But so the negotiations are being held at the staff level. There really hasn't been an elected official to elected official negotiation.
No negotiations. There have been some individual, one elected official to another elected official, general discussions, but no negotiations, no details to the point of system design or anything other than just general partnerships.
At what point do we expect that negotiation to bubble up to the elected level?
Yesterday.
Are we getting close to that?
Here's the way we typically operate. We make every effort to resolve all the issues on a staff level. Once we feel there is an impasse at the staff level, then we would go to the elected officials, but I try to first work out all the issues at the staff level before we go to, because what happens is if you go to the elected officials, they'll say, well, where's my staff stand on this? And until staff takes a position, it's hard to go to the elected official for them to take a position. As my understanding, the problem with Fulton County is not that they've said no, it's just they haven't said yes and they haven't taken a position. So if we were at an impasse, then we would have gone to Fulton County. But we're not at an impasse. We're at an indecision. And indecision does not leave you with a good segue to go to the elected official, because they'll just go back and say, well, I have to wait for staff to make a decision.
Okay, what I was trying to clarify is where exactly are we with Fulton County? It sounds like we still are negotiating, waiting for their staff to make some sort of a recommendation so then we can have the elected officials have a discussion.
Where we are with Fulton County is this council approved standing up an authority unanimously because Fulton County was not working with us. Even though we have made that decision unanimously, we are continuing negotiations with Fulton County to try to work out something with them. But we're not waiting on Fulton County. We waited on them for years and had nothing but poor service for years. So we're not waiting on Fulton County to protect our firemen and policemen when they're on duty. We're taking the initiative, and I appreciate the council's giving us that authority to move ahead.
Right, and my question really was geared toward making sure that there's still room to work with Fulton County, and it appears that that is ongoing and that is happening, and that that negotiation hasn't ceased and hasn't reached that impasse yet. We're still working through that.
Councilmember Wynn.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Depolito, I was one of the elected officials that met with District 3 Commissioner Liz Hausman on this issue, and I met with it was Kay Love, and what we did with Commissioner Hausman was make sure that she had all the information necessary for her to research that and then go back to staff. And that was what she was doing. We found out that she did not have all the correspondence that had been going from the North Fulton to Director Barrett. So we made sure that that Commissioner Hausman has all the information that we have, gave her that information, and she's going to digest it, and she more or less assured us that these negotiations will not cease, that she's looking forward to moving forward.
Great, thank you.
Any other questions? Councilmember Eichelhardt.
You touched on most of the technology issues, I think, but obviously the biggest problem we're all facing is the height and mass of this thing. Are there any ways to either use the current technology, or is there anything that's currently or in short term potentially available that can change the way that the system is used to make that tower less massive or less high?
Just for clarification,
I think you've addressed most of that, but we've heard a lot of comments that there is possibility.
I think Councilman Wynn has had some discussions to propose reduction in the tower height. So, Councilmember Wynn, you want to bring that information out, and then we'll talk about those tower heights rather than we've already taken a look at reducing the tower heights, and there's more information available on that.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Then we'll get back to further reduction from that if possible. But I wanted to try to not start from the 400-foot level at Cox and Fouts, because we've already gotten some more information.
Yes, sir. And like I said, this is kind of a flowing thing going, so I think Kay might have to interject here. We met with the people on Fouts, and we're looking at pushing the tower back and having that as a 350-foot tower. On Cox, because of the new information that we had, Fulton County, North Fulton County Radio Authority and Comdex and Motorola got proactive to see if it was possible to lower the tower. Now you have to remember what we're looking at on these towers. It's the elevation plus the height of the tower has got to equal 1,400 feet. If it does not equal 1,400 feet, we might as well just not even have a radio system. Am I correct on that? It's around 1,400 feet. That's why I've been told.
Approximately, yeah.
Okay. If we don't have that 1,400 feet, and this is just not the Roswell towers, it's the towers that's in North Fulton, has to average about 1,400 feet. It depends on the topography.
It depends on the topography, yes, ma'am.
It depends on the topography, the trees, and everything else we were talking about.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so on Cox Road, we're looking at no more than 350 feet, but it looks like we could probably go down a little lower, but I'm not going to say a number yet because we're not for sure. And it will be on the Fire Station 6 property. And because it will be on the Fire Station 6 property, it will give us some leeway as to the location of that tower.
Ken, so let's return to your question.
So in regard to your question,
Go ahead.
the primary, and without devolving too much into a physics discussion, the primary limiting factor with these systems is topography. And this particular tower site is specifically being placed to address coverage issues along the Chattahoochee River Basin. This is a problem that is consistent through all of the jurisdictions in the city that have public safety users that operate through the river basin. The topography of it is very challenging. It's also very similar you have in the north end of the state where you start to get into the mountains and the hills. Even Forsyth has a good bit of problem in their extreme northwest where the terrain begins to undulate, and what happens is you get these little creases of holes where you go over that hill and down into the little valley and you go off the air. Very similar to if your FM radio will do the same thing sometimes when you go down the hill and get down to a hole. So the height of the tower is specifically there to overcome the terrain features and get down into that valley. That is the primary purpose of that tower, is to look down, and that's what's driving the height above the average terrain. And the topography is it's got to be high enough to clear the lip of that valley and then see down into it, and then you'll get good coverage down in there.
I guess the question was, there some technology that does not depend upon line of sight?
I would say it's near line of sight because you get a certain amount of fill, but it's pretty close. If once you start dropping down to where I can draw a line of sight and I start hitting hard obstructions, ground, the shadowing takes over. I mean, you can't overcome physics. You have to put some other. The only other mitigation that there is some smaller sites that you would string all along, and now you're back into the scenario of, yes, I'm building shorter towers, but I'm building more of them, and in the net analysis, you're costing yourself a good bit more money to do that.
Thank you.
Other questions? Councilmember Diamond.
I'm not sure who to ask this either. Can somebody address any other potential carriers that might be on the towers, whether they're Fulton County or the authorities?
On the proposed towers?
Mm-hmm.
Right now, on the towers that are to be built, there are no carriers projected, but that is one thing that is in discussion to help offset the cost of the tower construction themselves, is to be able to...
Let me tell you what the position I've directed my city attorney, and that is on these sites which are towers which are built on the Roswell site, Roswell sites, these three towers, that we would not be granting blanket authority to the North Fulton Authority to put any towers there on hang anything they wanted. It would come back to this council for any decision if there was anything else that went on there. There currently is no proposal to put additional towers on there, but I will tell you this. That is a council decision, and David Davidson will tell you that this council cannot bind future councils as to that decision. But it will be your all's decision as to what goes on this property. All we're proposing today is public safety.
And the only other that has even been in any discussion would be the county to share the asset. So there has been no discussions with any cellular. I mean, that's theoretically possible, again, to offset cost in the future if that's decisions made, but there are no discussions that have been entered into it with anyone at this point.
Councilmember Price.
So are these towers the property of the city?
The anticipation, although there has been no agreement reached, and any agreement would have to come to this council, is leasing space for a tower to the authority.
Correct.
With the sole purpose of the tower for the North Fulton Authority. It would be up to this council whether they could hang something else additional on there. So the lease would be, the lease hasn't been presented to you, but what we're proposing is a lease not to put a tower and to put anything you want on there, but a tower for a specific purpose for the North Fulton Authority.
So who actually owns the tower?
Right now, the proposal, the anticipation is the authority would own the tower. But they would not own the land. They would be subject to a lease from the city. That lease would govern all aspects of the operation of that tower.
So presumably any revenues from any co-location would go to this authority and not to the city?
Well, there is no presumption of co-location of anyone else. But it would be up to this council, because the lease would provide, we are leasing this tower space to you to hang this for this sole purpose. They would have to come back to this council to renegotiate any additional transmission from that tower. So that'd be a matter of negotiation and approval.
It sounds like this entity is not even going to have any elected official oversight, so I'm not sure when we get to weigh in, since we've sort of only minimally weighed in, and much after the fact, I have to say.
Well, no, that is incorrect conclusion, because the authority is leasing this space for a tower. So for the purposes of their transmission tower, we have a lease. To make a decision to put an additional transmission on that would not be within their authority under the lease. Their authority would be limited to their tower, the tower, and their transmission. The lease would say if you want to provide any other services, it's not in the lease. It's a sole purpose lease. It would have to come to this council to decide whether any other use of this tower was made, and it would be sole discretion of this tower, not the discretion of the elected officials, not the elected officials, the city administrators are appointed, but it would be this council's decision whether to allow any other use of that tower other than the specific lease use granted, which David Davis would say would be for this public safety authority. So it's not a lack of oversight, it's absolute control by this council. You're not selling them the property. You're leasing it to a specific use and a limited use.
Right, but Roswell's not building the tower. The authority's building the tower.
Right, but they own the tower, but their tower, they would be in breach of the lease if they put a separate transmission under there, and we could enjoin the use of that and take it down by law. Other questions?
Not at this moment.
All right, okay? Do we have any further presentation?
Yes, sir. There's a short presentation by Motorola related to the system itself. So, Mr. Byrd.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor and Council, we've covered quite a bit of this presentation, so I'm going to try and slide through some of the issues that we've already covered. So basically what I've been asked to do is discuss Motorola's involvement with the North Fulton radio system, kind of give everybody an overview of how we arrived to where we are today. And the way we're going to do that is we'll start with a situational overview of what it was like in 2007 when much of this started in the Fulton County Fulton County area. As well, we'll talk a little bit about Project 25 that Chuck mentioned earlier, a national standard that was developed specifically for public safety communications, two-way communications. Talk a little bit about our role, and then review the Fulton and North Fulton projects, the timelines, and then there'll be a question period if there's any questions left. So basically what happened in 2007, Fulton County had this same countywide analog trunked radio system that is in use today. And at that time, the system was 16 years old. So it had essentially reached its end of life from a technological standpoint. And basically what that means is the hardware was at a point where it was going to start being difficult to get parts, and also it would not be capable of handling future system upgrades and things of that nature. Okay? We had occasional intermittent system issues. We had some channel failures due to outside interference, and then, as I said, we had started having concerns over being able to find replacement parts. As Chuck said earlier, also the system itself was designed for mobile coverage. Residential and commercial growth on the north side of Fulton County had expanded further north. So at the time the system was built, it handled the communications that was needed. But as the cities expanded north, they actually began to expand outside the range of the communication system. A good example of that was Windward. So as Windward developed and a lot of the residences moved in over there, Alpharetta operated on the Fulton County system with just portables. When they had to start going into Windward, the portables were no good to them anymore, and they had to come back and buy mobiles for all their vehicles, so that when their officers got in there, they'd be able to talk.
Wear on your body. And a mobile is something that's in the vehicle and you don't carry into the house with you.
That's correct. The mobile's a fixed unit in the vehicle, a portable. You'll recognize most of the officers that will have a portable on their belt. Okay? So the portable does not have the same coverage that the mobile does. And therefore, when they went into Windward, for example, as long as they were in the car, it was fine. But if they had to get out and chase a suspect or go to a home, there was no way for them to communicate over the radio system any longer. Coinciding with that, the demands for the first responders was also becoming more intense. The public was demanding that when a guy arrived at their home, that he was able to perform more services in the field than instead of waiting until they transported him back to the hospital. Again, increasing the demand on portable radios. And then Project 25, which we'd mentioned a little bit earlier, was in full swing, and that was the conversion of analog systems to digital. All of us in this room remember when the cellular companies did that, and they came down, made you turn in your analog cell phone, and they issued you a new digital cell phone. The same thing happened in the public safety communications industry. Okay, so this, just quickly, all I wanted to do here is, that APCO 25 document that we keep talking about came out roughly in 1992. And what you see on here is how that affected the accounts in the metro area. So Cobb County, Forsyth County were the two counties to first go ahead and make the analog to digital conversion. And you'll see that most of the major counties in the metro area were through with that conversion by 2006.
Now you list Fulton County in 2013, but they're still not there yet.
No, sir. The four at the bottom, okay, that are not bolded, are actually contracts that have been recently signed to go ahead and make the conversion, but they have not been installed, implemented, and accepted at this point. And that's interesting to note, though, that Fulton County...
So we're right up there with Clayton County.
Fulton County's... Yes, sir. Fulton County signed their contract this month. Okay.
Actually, yeah, we're right through. We in Clayton County are neck and neck on proceeding on this. Good to know.
Okay, so just real quickly, Motorola's role in all this is that, our job is to come in, assess the customer's requirements, assess their long-term objectives, and then develop a system solution that meets those objectives. We are a total system supplier, so when an entity buys a system from us, we're responsible for all of it. Okay? So whether it's the design, the engineering, manufacturing of the equipment, certification of that equipment that is not manufactured by Motorola to guarantee that it will integrate and work properly with our systems. We have project management, system implementation, and optimization, as well as the warranty and post-warranty support. As an example, Motorola's project team for the North Fulton project has collectively over 160 years of experience doing these public safety systems. And as far as Project 25, we've got 10 years experience of installing those systems as well. So back to 2007. 2007 is when we had our initial kickoff meeting with Fulton County and all the municipal cities within Fulton County to go ahead and start moving forward on this system. Over the next 2 years, we provided that group multiple system configurations and possibilities, cost projections for the different systems. And in 2009, we had no commitment. Okay? And that's really what kind of launched the North Fulton system. Because after 2 years of going through the process and trying to go forward, nothing was happening. So at that point in 2010, a contingent of the North Fulton cities took a vote and basically said, guys, we need to go ahead and start moving forward with a North Fulton County system. The North Fulton city's objectives for that system are that they wanted a flexible, current, and proven technology that will meet their needs for the next 15 years. I think that was one of the questions earlier about how long the system was going to last. It will last at least 15 years. Okay? They wanted it compliant with the APCO Project 25 standards. They wanted inside light building coverage throughout the cities. They wanted managerial and operational control of that system. So when they decide that it was time to go ahead and get a software upgrade or to do some sort of expansion, that the decision was theirs. They also wanted multi-jurisdictional interoperability with Fulton County, with other surrounding jurisdictions, and that is built into the system. And then they wanted a total system package. So beginning in 2010, we started the process over again with the cities on the north side. We looked at multiple different system possibilities and configurations. Some of them include building on to the urban area network, creating a zone off of the Cobb County network, and then of course we had 2 or 3 different configurations in working with Fulton County as well. So 2 years later, in 2012, the City Public Safety Communications Committee agreed that they wanted to go ahead and go forward with the 700 megahertz Project 25 Phase 2 system.
Just for clarification, at 2012, unanimously selected. At that time, it included Johns Creek.
Yes, it did.
So initially, they were unanimous in deciding to move forward with this system.
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Thank you.
So at the end of 2012, Sandy Springs went ahead and they purchased Phase 1 of the proposed system, and then in March of 2013, Alpharetta, Milton, and Roswell came in to the formed North Fulton group and purchased Phase 2.
2012, when Sandy Springs contracted for that, Alpharetta, Milton, and Roswell had made a commitment to join with them and at the time.
Yes, sir, they did. We just ran out of council meeting time.
Thank you.
So just a brief overview to try and provide some takeaways here. In a period of 3 years, essentially the North Fulton cities all came together. They vetted the potential systems. They passed legislation through the state to become an authority. They developed intergovernmental agreements between themselves, and they've budgeted funds to go ahead and move forward with the project. As an example, Fulton County, again, contracted with Motorola in August of 2013. That's 6 years after the original kickoff meeting with Fulton County. It's 8 months after Sandy Springs had already contracted, and it's 9 years after the first county, after the move took place within Metro Atlanta to go ahead and start going digital. Okay? That really is what kind of fed the entire project and got everything moving forward. And I do want to say this. The great thing about what is going on here with the new technology, because we haven't had this technology before, where municipalities and counties can buy their own systems, connect them together, and have seamless roaming back and forth between the systems. That's new. And so that was not typically done in the past. We're finding it more and more common for those things to be done on a regular basis now. But it's the technology that changed and improved and allows that to happen now, and that gives a city like Roswell, which is more progressive than a county like Fulton, the ability to operate their system and enhance it as they choose going forward. It gives Fulton the ability to do the same thing at their time and at their budget and still be connected and have seamless roaming between each other. Are there any questions?
Does the council have any questions? Thank you, sir. Kay, is anything further to present by the city?
Staff has a presentation regarded to the sites specific, related to the particulars on each of the sites. If you'd like us to, that's very quick.
Here's where we are in the process. I'd like to complete the presentation, after which we'll take a short break, and then we'll open it up for public comment and questions. And I do appreciate everybody's patience. This is an important decision for the Roswell, for our police officers, for our firemen, and for all of our citizens, and we want to be thorough in this presentation. So thank you for your patience, and we'll be taking a break after the city and the advisors make the presentation, followed by a public hearing, and you will get an opportunity to ask questions. Chief, you may proceed.
There will be 3 proposed tower sites in the city of Roswell. The first one we're going to look at is the one that's in north central Roswell. There were 2 sites that were actually looked at as possible sites. The first one being the Verizon Amphitheater and also the Roswell Public Works site on Hembry Road. A few things that we looked at was the elevation. The elevation of the Verizon Amphitheater was much higher. There's actually an existing tower there that we would be placing our devices on. However, it's full at the top, therefore we would be actually putting our device further down the tower, so actually the elevation wouldn't be as drastic as it appears. In looking at the cost, it was going to cost $72,000 a year to do a lease on the Verizon Amphitheater site. The Hembry Road Public Works site is owned by the city. It was purchased in 1996 for a little over $2 million, and it would be a 400-foot tower at that location, and it's 840 feet from the closest residence, which is an apartment complex. So after evaluating all the information, I'm recommending that we place the tower in the Hembry Road Public Works site. This is a map showing the location of approximate location within the Public Works where it will be. The next site we will look at is on the west side of Roswell. We actually looked at two locations. We looked at a Lackey Road property as well as Fire Station number 6 on Cox Road. The elevation is somewhat similar, Fire Station 6 being slightly higher in elevation. The cost of the property for Lackey Road never was actually explored because the city already owned the property at the fire station. It was purchased, actually it was swapped back in 1994 for 816 Atlanta Street, which I understand is the old police department, with the Fulton County Board of Education. The tower site there will be not to exceed 350, and the reason for that is because we have to have that 1,400-foot elevation to the top of the tower, so there may be some flexibility there. It just depends on, as Chuck was talking about, the physics of how that's going to work out. But my recommendation is that we go with the Fire Station number 6 location at city-owned property, and it'll be a good location for us as far as the coverage goes. This is the Cox Road Fire Station site. What this shows is the Fulton County radio system with its current coverage, and the next slide will actually be the same coverage area, however, with a 300-foot tower at Cox Road.
Well, 320 or 350, or is this at 300 feet?
This is actually 300, but we can't go with 300 because it'll be below that 1,400-foot elevation.
Okay.
So not to exceed 350. But this just shows how much better the coverage is, even at 300 feet, over what we currently have.
Right. But this meeting is going to be long enough, so we're not going to be discussing Fouts Road tonight. That is being deferred. We're not making decisions, and although it's of vital importance to everybody here to know what about Fouts Road, this meeting is going to be long enough without discussing a location which is not under consideration tonight. We are not considering Fouts Road tonight.
Okay. The remaining of the presentation concerns Fouts Road.
Well, we're going to be doing that again.
Okay.
And this night's going to be long enough without covering an issue which is not on the table tonight. We're going to take a 10-minute break. I encourage all of you to come back. We'll have time for questions for everyone.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
May I do one clarification before, since we're going to do public hearing first? When we come back, and it can be maybe the first thing that comes out of your mouth, please, I would like to know on the existing towers, which subdivisions on West Roswell is not covered. My understanding is Lynchfield, Brookfield, and part of Mountain Park.
But not currently covered?
That's not currently covered.
Not covered?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, we can complete the questions of council. What I want to do is come back and have a public hearing. Let's finish up with council questions right now. If the council has questions or wants further clarification, let's have it now, but when we come back, I want to open it up for the public. So if you've got questions, don't hold them until the public hearing.
Okay, this is fine. I just want to make sure that we all understand that the towers on the west side will help with the dead spots, dead zones over there, which includes Litchfield, Brookfield, I think Foxhall, Mountain Park. Am I correct on that?
Correct. That's correct. Yeah, there are holes on the west side just like there are on the east side.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that.
Councilmember Price, did you have some questions?
Could you go back to the slide with the current Roswell sites?
Talking about the coverage with current sites. Is that the question?
Yes. And,
That is the current coverage.
okay, and can you pencil in, I don't know if you can do that, the locations of the new sites compared to those? And why those sites couldn't just have higher towers, or?
Well, the existing site we have right now is Roswell High School. The Fire Station 6 will be northwest of that location, closer to the county line.
A better question to ask would be if we put a 350-foot tower at Roswell High School, would it cover Litchfield 100? Did we do that study?
It will not. It won't make it over the ridge.
Captain Sweeney, so the question, I think Councilmember Price's question, why couldn't we just locate taller towers at these locations? Would it work?
We looked at the Roswell High School site and ran it up to 350 feet, which the school was opposed to. But just for our own purposes, we looked at it. And there's a ridge that runs, I'm trying to think of the name of the street. It's north of, if you go King Road north, it runs from west to east. And
Cox Road.
That's correct. And it's just a little bit before. And it won't go over that ridge and into Mountain Park. We tried several spots in that area. Mountain Park Elementary School, we looked there. Just playing with the idea that we could use Fulton County Board of Education areas. And to get anything to work properly for Litchfield and along the Little River, which is where Fox Hall is, we had to get to the north of that ridge. And that's where Fire Station 6 came in. Fire Station 6 sits north of the ridge and sees back to the south much better than King Road's look to the north.
So if these three sites are going to be just rendered obsolete, and we don't own the structure, I'm assuming the county owns it?
The county owns it, and they sit on high areas. The county handpicked them when they went in from land that they owned. And Roswell High School sits quite high, as you well know, from the water tanks that were recently put in there. Water tanks usually sit where high towers reside. They coexist. We didn't have that luxury of going to a lot of different places, but we did find out that Cox Road did sit at a favorable elevation and a geographically centered location to address our point. To answer your question, the county will continue to use those sites. That is part of their answer recently to us, is that they are going to use the existing towers and they're going to convert them to their digital system, but only those 5 sites north of 285.
So how would they propose to fill in the gaps?
They don't. The only thing that they recommend, that they recognize the only thing that we've seen is the original RFP that was on the website. The original RFP assumed that they could coexist on the towers that we plan to put up in North Fulton. And they put money in for 2 separate towers, but they didn't have a place to put them, nor a plan to stand them up. So as it sits right now, they're only going to go on their existing towers, which I would like to add are over 20 years old. The infrastructure at the bottom of those towers is over 20 years old, and all the equipment in those buildings is over 20 years old, and there is no plan to replace that equipment, just the radio equipment in the buildings.
So is it anybody's suggestion that these would be terminated at some point?
Doctor, I can't speak for the county. I could only assume that knowing the county's behavior in the past, that I would predict that they would continue to run those sites into the ground until they are no longer usable. I think we've talked about this before, is that many of their sites are overloaded or close to overloaded because they've resold cellular service and other renters on their sites with no real forward-looking to see what their future is for public safety. It was more towards trying to get revenue back for it at the time rather than say what do we need to look for the future of our police and firefighters. And right now, I don't think their options are good at those sites.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Councilmember Diamond.
I'm not sure who can answer this, but can you someone talk about, I saw somewhere in our packet about new technology that can address the fall zone concerns of the tall towers?
Certainly, and that's, is that a picture? It's something I just recently learned. I called the manufacturer. Mr. Bethea gave me a phone number, and I talked with an engineer, and he explained to me, and since I'm known for my going on technically, I'll try to keep it simple. Basically, what they do is instead of building like they build in Florida, they build all these towers really, really strong to stand up for hurricanes, but there's no break points for them. And what they do for places like this, where we're real concerned about a tower falling over on somebody's building, another building, and possible loss of life, that they build in a failure point into the tower. And at spec, from the day that it's built, they spec what the fall zone is. So let's just say it's a 400-foot tower, and they want it to fall pretty much within 100 feet of itself. What they do is they build in potential points of failure in the tower, so that if the tower is overstressed, instead of just falling over on itself 400 feet, that it would fall over and down on itself. And that's apparently a proven technology, and they guarantee that it will do that.
Any other questions of council? If I don't hear any questions, we're going to take a break. After that, we'll turn to have the public opportunities to speak and ask questions. Any questions of council? We'll take a 10-minute break. There is a 5-minute time limit on speakers. If you wish to speak, if you raise your hand, I'll recognize you. If you do wish to speak, I'd like you to move to one of the front rows, because that will shorten the time between your coming to the microphone and speaking, so we want to try to move this along. Feel free to take your full 5 minutes. If you have questions, we're not going to count the answer as part of your time. Kay Love is my timekeeper, and we want to hear from everyone who has a concern on these two tower locations, the Hembry Road location and the Cox Road location. The Fouch Road location has been deferred. So if you'd like to speak, raise your hand. Yes, sir, come forward.
Long evening. So, good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is Stephen Gregg, and short and simple, I live next to Fire Station number 6 in the old Surrey Place subdivision. When I say next to it, it's that big house. You can't miss it. And, years ago, you probably don't remember, but that was a private subdivision with a private road about 4 years ago. And we had our meeting one January, and maybe it was April. But anyway, Harvey Smith, which I think some of y'all know, with Smithcraft Homes, came to me and said on behalf of the City Council and the Mayor, he wanted us to join the City of Roswell. I said, well, why would we do that? Well, because you're going to be able to voice your vote. You're just in Fulton County now. You have no voice. So we all talked about it, and we decided to do exactly that. So we joined City of Roswell, started paying taxes, nice size taxes, for the last several years. And we voted for you, I think, up to now. Pretty much everybody up here. Now, about 2 days ago, I became aware of this little project, or should I say what appears to be a pretty big project. And you guys are pretty well educated on the process, and I've heard a lot of interesting statements. But it's kind of amazing to me that I sit there next to the fire station, not one letter, not one notice brought to my attention. Now, if you own a multi-million-dollar house and you find out that your price is going to go down about 20%, I mean, you'd be upset. Wouldn't you be upset? Is the tower being built next to your houses? I don't think so. So, now I've heard all kind of things here, and I could sit there and say, well, there's deer to go across my property and there's wildlife. I could certainly make that statement. I could also say about the home valuations. I could also say you build a 400-foot tower, and, well, you can't fit on that property. If it falls down, it'll hit somebody's house. Then I hear the young police officer come up here saying, well, it'll collapse on itself. Well, I happen to be a software engineer and do a lot of math. Things don't always work as they plan. Just like that demolition in Philadelphia that's supposed to collapse on itself, collapse on a building next to it. So I respectfully request you defer this and let our other members of the subdivision, including Harvey, who happens to be in Alaska right now, I guess he's fishing and doing good things like that. But let me make a few observations, because you guys have had a lot of time to think about all this, and apparently, you know, Dr. Price, I want to thank you. You've asked the most penetrating questions, and I own a company, and I have a lot of employees, and I have 140 offices. That's the kind of questions you'd be a good team member of mine. Some of the other questions, not so. Not for a project of this big. When I hear Fulton County can't work with other Fulton downtown, I appreciate that. I worked in the federal government for better part of 10 years. So I understand government. I left the government. And after hearing what I heard here tonight, I know why I left the federal government. Couldn't get anything done. But you guys kind of reinvigorated me. Maybe I should come back into the government. Stop and take all my newly earned money over the years and use it to some effectiveness. I heard everything from frequency and duration. I didn't hear the exact amount of frequencies. I heard 8, but I didn't hear the duration. Is this, we talking 5-minute outages, 10-minute outages, an hour outage? Are we talking spotty coverage that can be covered with other shorter, interesting towers? You know, I heard the argument about large towers versus smaller towers, but I never really heard a convincing story other from the contractor and consultants, which might benefit them. Where's the independent engineers on your staff who would evaluate that in the best interest of the city? You know, who stands to gain out of this? I always ask myself. I'm in business. I always ask, who stands to gain? You know, does the police department need it? I heard the mayor say several times that pretty much leading to the fact that you got an old, antiquated system and we're several years behind. I appreciate that. You should have a digital system. But what's the best way of implementing it so you don't hurt homeowners? Remember, at the end of the day, I have customers in my business to the tune of about 30,000 of them. May not be a lot considered to your constituents, but they in turn represent hundreds of thousands of employees. You guys, I am your customer. That's right. I pay a lot of taxes. Just like Congressman Price, I'm his customer. I appreciate what he does for us. And I appreciate for you what you all do for me in the city. But sometimes you got to look inside and say, is this the right thing? So I need to become educated enough to talk to y'all smartly about this. You educated me a little bit tonight. So I request a deferral on Cox Road for a period of time to give the residents here time to get up to speed. Maybe at the end of the day, you have a point. Maybe at the end of the day, there's a better way. Thank you.
Thank you, Council, for allowing me the time, and the first responders that are still here to listen to my voice. Mayor Wood, I'd like to begin with your own words from a council meeting in February of 2010.
Please give us your name for the record.
Susan Booth.
Thank you, Susan.
You welcomed a noisy crowd, obviously a full house that night, and you told them it's wonderful to see our citizens engaged and involved in our community, and we all make better decisions up here when you are down there giving us your advice. Now, I'm not here to give you advice because I'm not a professional in the field of technology, but I am comfortable sharing with you a little bit of the research and observations I've made over the past few weeks, and I'd like to offer you my opinion how it relates to the North Fulton Regional Project. As the daughter-in-law of a retired fire captain, I am perhaps a little more sensitive to the needs of the first responders than some of the people you've heard from in the past couple of weeks. I completely understand, and I agree, there is a need to improve the communications, especially when the men and women jump off the fire truck, run into a burning building, or when the police officers climb out of a SWAT vehicle, try to go and negotiate a hostage release. I am opposed, however, to the idea that the problem can be solved only with 400 or even 350-foot towers within the city limits of Roswell. This size tower is very rarely used in city limits. They're almost never near residentially zoned property. These are the kind of towers you see driving on the interstate, and you see them from miles and miles away. A 400-foot tower and our community slogan, "Keep Roswell Beautiful," are simply not compatible. These towers are the equivalent of a 26-story building. We have none of those. It would deface our skyline. The surprised looks on several of your faces the other day at a recent 300-foot balloon test told me that many of you didn't really realize how big 400 feet actually was before considering this project. The health risks of these towers have been questioned for years, and the results are debatable. Some in the medical field will strongly caution you against living near one. Others will tell you you have nothing to worry about. But as long as people have questions, the towers are going to remain a liability. Perception is everything, quoting a California realtor. If the public perceives it to be a problem, then it's a problem. Another realtor states even houses where there is a transformer out front make people shy away. Many of our neighborhoods here in Roswell have underground utilities. That's going to make a tower of this size even more obtrusive. An appraiser in New Jersey spoke before the Bridgewater City Council in 2012 regarding an undisguised tower of only 130 feet, kind that could be made to look like a pine tree. He stated, "I believe this tower will have an adverse effect and impact the surrounding properties, and I believe this is something that needs to be considered. The presence of a tower shrinks the buyer pool." And I'm sure everyone in this room understands the basic law of supply and demand. When nobody wants to buy your house, you're not going to get the asking price. He also added that they'd never seen a situation where a tower did not have some kind of effect on the nearby residential values, whether it was through lack of appreciation or by reduced sales prices. Those lost values, in turn, affect nearby neighborhoods through lower comps. The city of Roswell would be wise to preserve its tax base by protecting the value of its citizens' homes. I urge you to put pressure on the NFRA to revise the plans, use that influence to see that they incorporate smaller towers. Yes, it might cost more to do that up front, but it would be money well invested in our citizens, our skyline, and in our first responders. You could use smaller towers that could be disguised and preserve the fabric that is Roswell that we all love. Thank you.
Oh, I'll give you one later. These are my notes. Thank you. My name is Janet Russell. I don't live near any of these towers. My property will not go down or up. I bought 40 years ago. I've been coming to these meetings for 40 years, so welcome to all you strangers. I didn't come with any prepared notes. I came with questions, and Ms. Price, thank you. You asked a lot of them for me. Again, we're on the same page. So I talk a lot. We all know that. I'm a chatterbox. But I'm also a very careful listener. I have 2 degrees, and I learned to sort out details a long time ago. So here are a few questions, and I would prefer that you wait until after and let the professionals answer them. 1, this authority that you talk about, who is it? Who's behind the curtain? Is it the Wizard of Oz? We've never been told. How were they chosen? How will they be paid? Who will they be held accountable to? Who is the authority? Number 2, these are just random things that I heard. Mountain Park, we want to extend service to Little Mountain Park to make sure they're not in any hole. Are they going to contribute financially to this little adventure we're going on that will cost us $16 million? I noticed that there are some cities participating, like Sandy Springs, which has a population slightly greater than ours. Then we are the next ones, then Alpharetta, and then Milton. Johns Creek's population surprised me when I did a survey a while back about water usage, and I was surprised that their population was so huge, but they've opted out of this until they see how things go. So what I want to know is, among the participating municipalities, how are you going to divide up who pays what? Is it based on land mass, population, a roll of the dice, who wins the lottery, or what? I heard too many things tonight that were not fact-based. They were theories, things we're thinking about. We're not quite sure. We heard just at the end of this lengthy presentation that Fulton County has signed an agreement in August of 2013 to expand and improve and update their project to digital. And so that begs the question, what? Why are we doing this? If they're upgrading to digital, why are we going to spend $16 million when they're willing to spend $19 million? We saw a map of holes where the towers don't work, and yet we're going to share towers in the same place. Won't there still be more holes in the same places? I'm not a techie person. I tell people I'm an index card woman working in a technological world. I also heard the man from Comdex say that the Fouts Road location has already been chosen by Fulton County, so why do we have to build another tower or build a bigger one there when they're already going to do it? I heard that we have a 20-year contract, but this project has a 15-year shelf life. I find that interesting. I always look at a gallon of milk before I buy it to see when the expiration date is, and I don't buy it if I can't use it up before it's expired. Also, the school officers who are employees of Fulton County, not the Fulton County Board of Education, they have very, very important jobs in our schools. I know several men who are police officers in the schools, and I want to know if they're on Fulton County's wavelength, will the city of Roswell or Alpharetta or Sandy Springs be able to communicate with them seamlessly and quickly should there be an emergency? That was not addressed. Finally, again, not being a techie person, I want to say that this project and the people that have presented tonight have a lot to gain by these projects. Fulton County's just hired them for $19 million, Motorola, and we just hired them for $16 million. Boy, that's $35 million. Of course they're going to tell you they need these projects. Duh! I mean, I sell travel. I'll tell you need a vacation. It's going to be obsolete before the project's even fully implemented. We already know that. There's some nerdy kid working in a QB right now who's 22 years old who knows more than everybody in this room combined. And he's already going to make this project obsolete. So we're throwing away all this money for no reason at all, because Fulton County has now, and I know there's antagonism about Fulton County. We know why, don't we? It's not politics.
I will try to answer the questions that have already been answered tonight, Janet, but I'm afraid you missed the answers. You asked why we're not partnering with Fulton County. To put it in a nutshell, they're unreliable. We might as well partner with Clayton County. You ask about the holes. The map shows the holes that would be filled that Fulton County is not currently filling them. You ask about the number of towers. I think we told you the towers that were going up, Fulton County's not putting towers where they need to be. You asked about the contract. There's a 20-year agreement with the North Fulton cities. We're going to be adjacent to those North Fulton cities for much longer than 20 years. It's not a contract with the hardware or the software people. It's a contract with our other cities to enter into a long-term relationship for public safety. And so that's based upon those cities being there, Alpharetta for 150 years, Sandy Springs and Milton being new cities, but we expect them to be around for at least the next 20 years. You ask about the Fulton County communicating with their school officers. Currently, there is no way for our officers to communicate with Fulton County. The new system will allow that capability if Fulton County is willing to accept and enter a partnership with agreement. We cannot force them to, but we'll have the capability now that we have a new digital system. You said that, in your opinion, you were not a techie, but the system would be obsolete and is now currently obsolete. There's no... We are buying the state-of-the-art technology. If your argument was valid, we would never enter a contract because there would always be a possibility of being obsolete. I'm going to turn to Kay Love to ask the remainder of your questions because there are answers there. They were not relevant in our minds to this, but they are legitimate questions about the authority and how it operates. So, Kay, the first question was, who is the authority?
The North Fulton Regional Radio System Authority is made up of representatives from the participating cities, which is Alpharetta, Milton, Roswell, and Sandy Springs. The city administrator or manager or their designee are the officers. There are a number of committees or work groups that work with the authority, such as our public safety personnel who have the technical expertise. The authority has contracted with consultants such as Comdex or Motorola. Those have been through competitive processes. Sandy Springs took the lead back in December before the authority was officially stood up per the legislation. That's how the first phase of the contract was signed. We had an intergovernmental agreement at that time that all the cities approved in the December or January timeframe, depending on when council meetings occurred. That is at the point that Johns Creek did not enter into an IGA. When the authority stood up, then those contracts transferred from Sandy Springs and the other cities respectively to the authority. The compensation, the legislation, which I believe is House Bill 526, does provide for compensation should the authority decide to provide compensation to officers and or any employees that it hires. I can tell you that there is no intent for us as the officers to compensate ourselves. The only thing that might be appropriate would be any travel related to authority business, and that would have to be approved by the authority. I can tell you for myself, and I can only speak for myself, I am compensated by the City of Roswell, and I do not intend nor would I accept any compensation from the authority for the duties which I perform on behalf of the City of Roswell and the authority. Related to Mountain Park, we do have a public safety agreement with Mountain Park. They pay, which might seem like a small amount to the City of Roswell, but is a very large amount to them. It's in the arena of $35,000 to $38,000 a year, for which we provide public safety services to them. We do have a mutual aid agreement with them, and they do, specifically in the area of the fire department, train with our folks. So they do not have a financial capital contribution. They will be subscribers on the system, and that is anticipated.
I guess the next question was Sandy Springs and the other cities. How did we apportion the capital cost and the operating cost between the respective members of the authority?
That is by land mass, population, and number of radio units. It is a weighted average. Roswell's is 32%. It is the highest percentage because we have a higher percentage of radios as compared to others, but it is a weighted average that we contribute. That equates to approximately $5.2 million of the $16 million of the capital cost. The operating costs have not been determined yet because the system has not been stood up. However, with the information that we have based on the technology and through our consultants and other contracts, we estimate that after the first year, in year 2, the operating maintenance and operation would be approximately $1 million for the entire system, the North Fulton system.
Who would like to speak next? Yes, sir, come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Council members, my name is Rick Evans. I am a small business owner just trying to make a living. I live at Old Surrey Place at the fire station on Cox Road. I'm asking also for a deferral. We didn't realize what was going on until there was a pamphlet, almost handwritten, stuffed in the mailbox that no one really knew what it was. And I just know that all the good deeds that this group does and this city does, that we're better than this. For something that is this impactful to local folks not to be in the loop, and it wasn't just me, it was all of us, that it just doesn't seem consistent. If you think about, I can't cut a tree down if it meets a certain circumference in the yard, and if I want to hang some plywood in a basement to refinish it, there's permits, there's processes, there's due process for all this. Somehow, we've missed it. We're better than this, so I'm pleading with the council for deferment. Thank you very much.
Yes, over here to my right.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Sylvia Morrow Noken, and I wanted to take just a few minutes to talk with you about the proposed towers. Tonight, for the first time, we're hearing that the heights are being reduced, which is encouraging. It's a step in the right direction. I call your attention to the board over there that has a depiction of where all the towers are going to be located, and it's not lost on me that 3 of the 8 towers are located in the city of Roswell, and yet we represent 32% of the intergovernmental agreement. Also, if you look at those 3 towers, they in height violate every bit of our ordinances for towers in the city. Now granted, I've read the ordinance, and it does exempt government-owned towers from its application and effect. It also exempts towers erected on city property. You can do a lot of things in life. We all can, but not all of them are right. Not all of them are the right thing to do. Just because you can doesn't make it the right thing. And I would encourage you to stop and think about the height of these towers. This is a beautiful city. It's a city that has enjoyed a reputation as one that embraces nature. I love the Greenway. I love the parks. My husband and I bike the Greenway every weekend. We love the nature that Roswell provides. I grew up on the Chattahoochee River, Old Riverside Road, that little dirt road that nobody pays any attention to down by the river. Grew up riding horses down there, up and down that road, up and down Eves Road. All of them were dirt roads at that time. Holcomb Bridge was 2 lanes. And once you crossed the river on Roswell Road and turned right, you were on dirt roads, and the Threet property was on the right. So, I mean, I know this area. I love Roswell. I've always loved Roswell. Watching what we're doing here disturbs me because it's like we're stealing the soul of a city. And this is a city that is at heart a town. If we aspire to be a city, we could go to Atlanta. If we aspire to be a town or a community, we stay here. So I ask you to keep that in mind as you make your decisions. And as you know, I'm from the Fouts Road area. So yes, I do have a vested interest in at least one site, but I have a vested interest in the entire city of Roswell. And that is to keep it the Roswell that embraces nature and embraces a lifestyle that we enjoy. Thank you.
Yes, sir, come forward.
Lee Fleck, Martin's Landing. Can we have this turned on? Can we focus that a little bit better, please? I'm going to proceed. That's an artist rendering of what a 400-foot tower looks like. Gentlemen, that'll be right next to your house. Okay? We're going to cut it down to 350, so that's about where that is, cut off there. Okay? I want to give you some perspective of what 400 feet is. Now, Mayor, you had the opportunity to go to Las Vegas with the Atlanta Regional Commission a couple years ago.
No, sir.
Well, however you got there.
No, sir, I did not go to the Atlanta Regional Commission with the...
Okay, but you've been to Las Vegas? If you haven't, there's other people. You've been here to Las Vegas? Okay, well, good. Then what I want you to see, what 400 feet is. Caesar's Palace, 425 feet. Las Vegas Hilton, 400 feet. Planet Hollywood, 400 feet. The Palms, 400 feet. Marriott Grand, Las Vegas, 420 feet. I hope you have a perspective of what 400 feet is. And then, of course, there's the landmark in Paris, Eiffel Tower, a little over 500 feet. So let's just take
1,000 feet.
a few feet off of it, and that's 400 feet. These towers are now going to be Roswell's big chicken landmarks. Go down to the tower in East Roswell, take a left, the ballpark's right there. That's what you have coming. Thank you.
Yes, sir, come forward.
Thank you. Good evening. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. My name is Wilton Rooks, and in the spirit of full disclosure, I'm not a Roswell resident. I do want to claim two bona fides, though. I'm executive director of the Scenic Georgia, which is an affiliate of Scenic America, and one of our board members is a resident of Roswell. But more importantly, my granddaughter, who lives in Roswell, was just selected to become the next Clara in Nutcracker Suite for this winter, so hopefully that will establish some bona fides. Both Scenic Georgia and Scenic America are committed to scenic beauty, not only for the natural places, but also for the built environment. After all, we spend more time on our city streets and our neighborhoods than we do on the mountaintop vistas. Roswell has earned a well-deserved reputation as a municipality that cares about its neighborhood and its aesthetics. You demonstrated this with your strong stand against billboard blight. But one of the great challenges today is taking advantage of 21st century technology without destroying the core values that have been the hallmark of growth and development in Roswell. Roswell does not have to sacrifice the core values that have been in the center of so many of your positive growth decisions. Roswell invests substantially in neighborhoods with your recreation, your arts, your cultural programs. These serve as major enticements to people who want a community experience like Roswell has to offer. But equally, Roswell's natural scenic areas and its emphasis on scale for business development serve as reminders that these are important characteristics that people seek. You've just seen how tall a 400-foot tower can be. And it needs to be positioned so that it does not detract from neighborhoods or pose a safety hazards. There should be a concern about any tower placed in close proximity to buildings, houses, streets, or recreation areas where people will be impacted either visually or from a safety standpoint. Can the job be done with a shorter tower or different communications technologies? We've heard some references to obsolete technologies and so forth, and I agree with you, Mr. Mayor, it's impossible to buy the latest technology. By the time you buy something, it's probably obsolete. You have to make these decisions to move forward with the best decisions you can. But I think we have to keep in mind that communications is one of the fastest growing areas of technology. There are things that are available today that 10 years ago and certainly 20 years ago we would never have anticipated being available. A reliable and effective 911 system is critical. That is fully understood. We would just urge you to balance the need with the need of your residents to peaceful enjoyment of their neighborhoods and the great place for living that you have already created. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir, come forward.
Mr. Mayor, council members, Ms. Love, Mr. Davidson. I'd like to start by giving an attaboy to the Roswell Police.
Let's start with...
My name is Thayer Gallison.
Thank you, sir.
And I live at 8990 Ridgestone Court. And despite doing a significant amount of public speaking, I do get a little nervous when I come in a scenario like this. I want to give an attaboy to the Roswell Police, who I think we all know to be some of the best out there. I have had the opportunity not to work with them very often, which is good. Because, well, staying out of trouble myself, that's pretty easy, frankly. But I think it's the good work that the police do that keeps me from having to call them for other reasons. And I got to say, looking at that map, the gaps in coverage that our police have are downright shameful, actually. I frankly don't blame the city of Roswell for joining the North Fulton Regional Radio Authority. Fulton County clearly has not kept their system up to date. They've dragged their feet. I think the timeline shown from other cities proves that. And at the end of the day, we, the citizens of Roswell, will own the land and the lease on this tower and can benefit from any potential future revenues, which I'm confident the opportunities will present themselves to you. But I think the NFRRA clearly is representing one party in this case. Politics presents you guys with a lot of difficult decisions. Ultimately, you have to weigh the public good with the good of individuals. It's the most sacred thing you have to do, which is why you're elected. The public and the citizens of Roswell and North Fulton need this system, or a system very similar to it. But it appears that the NFRRA at this time is only considering one side of the case, their needs, and they're asking for the brass ring. Why else would there be a 300-foot tower on Cox Road, a 400-foot tower on Hembry Road, when it turns out 400 really wasn't needed on Cox Road? But that's what they asked for. So clearly representing one side there. So if that tower could be lower, and there are other towers which could be considered to be lower, my question is, what else don't you know about what the NFRRA is doing? If they could have, I'm confident they would have slammed these towers through and put them exactly where they're proposing or where they're asking you to put them. But at the end of the day, it's up to you, the city councilors, to weigh the public benefit versus the harm to individuals. Politicians often are admonished for doublespeak, but really all that is trying for everyone to win. And at the end of the day, I firmly believe that with additional information, both the police, first responders, fire department of Roswell, and the citizens, and the individuals who may be affected by these towers can all win. So I'm asking two things today. One, give the police and the firefighters and all of our first responders the system they need. And secondly, please take your sacred duty as city councilors and try to make it so that it's a system where everybody wins, the police and every citizen of this city who may be impacted by it. Thank you.
Yes, sir, come forward.
My name is Preston Schermeyer. I wanted to clarify one question that Dr. Price had kind of went down a road on. She had mentioned that the towers, she had asked about the towers being owned by the authority and we'll be leasing the land to them. So if revenue was generated, if we did approve later for co-location, where would that revenue go?
That would depend upon the city council, who would make the decision whether or not to approve an amendment to the lease.
So if you approve the lease, you can approve the lease to make the revenue come back to the city and not to the NFRRA?
Correct.
So you will have ultimate authority on where the money for the co-location goes?
Correct.
Okay. Now, with that in mind, I'd also like to see some options laid out to the city so that you guys can make an informed decision. What we have seen is, from the authority, is that we need 3 400-foot towers. And that's what we want you to vote on. We didn't see that we'll have we need 3 towers. This is what it's going to cost. If we did it with 6 towers at 200 feet, this is what it would cost. If we did it with 8 towers at 180 feet. I'd like to see them lay out some options for you. Well, all they've told us is that it'd be more expensive if we use lower towers. They haven't said exactly how much more expensive it would be. So we as citizens can't look and say, wow, that doesn't make sense for the council to vote on that, to have 6 towers at 3 times the price. They also haven't shown you what the coverages would be. What would the coverages be if we use smaller towers throughout the city that are less obtrusive? Maybe the coverage will go up by 3% for our first responders, making it, even though maybe a more expensive decision, still a better one, because we can get them a better system. Also, they should take into account the length of the service of the system and potential revenues on each one of those towers. If they take that into account and look at maybe co-location offsetting the price of the equipment and the original investment in the towers, we may find that using more towers, smaller towers, with co-location revenues turns out to be less money. So it may not be more expensive. Do we know that? No, because those questions haven't been asked and they haven't been presented. I'd like to see a deferment. I'd like to see those kind of options laid out. And if this solution turns out to be the only solution, I'll gladly stand behind it. And I'll look at the towers and I'll say, I know those towers are there helping our first responders, and I'll feel good about it. But if I find that there was better solutions where property values didn't have to be devalued for so many citizens, because as Sylvia alluded to, it won't just be the people that are directly impacted. It will also have a chain reaction effect in property values throughout a larger area because of comparable values. So I'd like you to take all those things into consideration. Consider deferring the vote so that we could see other options for smaller towers, find out what the prices would be for that. If they're extreme, fine. We can eliminate them, but we don't know that yet. There's too many things that we don't know, and I'd like to see a little more information presented to the council so that they can make a better informed decision. Thank you.
Who would like to speak next? Yes, come forward, please.
Good evening. Jill Fogalde, 9065 12 Stones Drive. You've probably, each and every one of you have heard from me. And I want to personally thank you all for taking the time to reply to our numerous concerns we had. May not always be the answers we want to hear, but it really is nice to know that someone is listening. Because this process has been so rushed, has come on us like an avalanche, that it just every now and then it's nice to know that, wait a minute, we can take a step back, we can take a deep breath and think very clearly about what we're looking to do here. 20 years ago, I moved here with my husband, and we had a choice. We could live in any neighborhood in the greater Atlanta area. And we carefully chose Roswell. Beautiful community, growing cautiously and conscientiously, all those values that I personally take very personally. But this current activity to rush this system to a vote, to sites, that has come upon us, you guys may feel like, oh, we've been looking at this for a long time. But hello, transparency, where have you been? You haven't told us. We didn't find out to the last minute. And think the people on Cox Road probably found out about it because a gentleman in our neighborhood was passing out information, because we realized that this has been very hush-hush. So, unfortunately, based on the information that we have been able to see until tonight, we just felt, and we still do feel, that minimum due diligence has been done regarding taking a vote on this very critical matter. Now, we may not all be experts. We don't pretend to be. But I'm a businesswoman also, and I know there are so many alternatives these days, so many companies out there providing wonderful services that I just feel like we haven't taken a step back and stopped and really examined all of our options. But what I really came here to say tonight, and you made it perfectly clear that it must be said, is that we count on you, our elected city council and illustrious members of the council, and we look towards you for guidance. We look to you for leadership. We look to you to raise the bar. If you don't like to work with Fulton County, shoot, they're our neighbors. I may not like the person who lives next door to me, I do, but maybe I won't. But I'm sure as hell going to cut my grass and be nice to that person, and if I have to kill them with kindness, I will, because there's a common goodwill that's necessary in order to function correctly. This is post 9/11. Post 9/11, where policemen, firemen, first responders weren't connected to schools, didn't know the first one, didn't know the second one, right hand didn't know what the left hand was doing. All of that was resolved. We saw it in Boston. We're seeing it all over in other cities. Where are we going? To splinter groups back again? Or are we going to raise the bar, go to our governor, go to our state senator, just like you offered, Mr. DiPolito, and ask them to take Fulton County by the ears, like my grandma used to do to me, and sit them down at a table to do their homework. That is your responsibility. We implore you to do that. It behooves you to do that so that we all have one functioning greater Atlanta area that can respond to the worst and the best of occasions. Hopefully never the worst. But we have to be prepared for that. And besides, there's ways of doing this and still being, I don't know, Roswell is beautiful, but I think now we're looking towards our inner beauty to get this problem resolved. It is no time for bickering and arguing in splinter groups. It's time to get together and raise the bar. And Roswell, the city of Roswell, can do it. Thank you.
Yes, sir, come forward.
My name is Troy Bartlett. I'm a resident of the Tolsom subdivision close to Fouts Road. I guess I'm glad I came tonight. I learned a lot. First I learned about this was at an informational meeting, and it seems like quite a bit has changed since then. I didn't realize until the informational meeting just how much our emergency services had been suffering with an inferior system. So I recognize the importance of fixing that, and it may well be that the authority is the way to do that, but I don't feel that we have enough information at this time to make that decision, so I'm asking the council to defer the vote. It sounded like we'd kind of given up on working with Fulton County, but I heard several things that make me think that there might be a chance yet to cooperate with them. First, they just signed a contract, so they're obviously serious about making progress. It sounds like we only recently gave them the information that they needed to help make a decision. And I feel that it's a bit disingenuous to say that you're only voting on 2 of the sites tonight and not the Fouts Road site, because I may not be a telecommunications engineer, but I am an engineer enough to know that if you fix 2 points, you very seriously limit where the other one can go. So I think effectively you may actually be voting on the Fouts Road site as well tonight if you vote to fix the other 2. So I would ask for a deferment. I agree with many of the points that Preston, my neighbor, made. Let's see all the options so we can make the best decision. That's it. Thank you.
Who would like to speak next? Yes, sir, come forward.
My name is Fran Gentile, and I live in the 12 Stone subdivision.
And I just want to go on record with the council and the mayor this evening. And I've been a resident here in Roswell for 17 years. I love Roswell. I like the beauty of Roswell. But my concerns are the environmental effects that these radio towers could have on our community, the real estate values. I mean, we've heard the stories. I've done my research. It has an effect. And the other important thing that I feel is very important is the public safety. I mean, there were things that were mentioned as far as how the towers can collapse, but I still feel that those are very legitimate issues that need to be looked at further. Real estate issues, again, are very important. And I think what we need to do is also look at alternative technologies, satellite technology. I mean, there's a lot of other things that need to be looked at, but I just want to go on record as saying that I'm against the 3 locations as it stands right now with the information that's been put forward with the radio towers. So I just wanted to go on record as that.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Who would like to speak next? Yes, sir, come forward.
Hey, I'll be quick. My name is Jerry Cross, and I live in 12 Stones. And I just wanted to say that that what the gentleman has been saying, and I feel your pain, man. We found out about it with the ad in the newspaper about that big. But anyhow, just want to ask you all to defer this, think about it some more. From what I heard tonight, more and more about the pot shots of Fulton County. You know, I don't think we're any better than Fulton County is, because we're really not much difference in the time, really. What, a month or 2 or something like that. So I think we ought to look at them a little bit closer and change this vote. Let's stop this. It's going on too quick, and we need to talk to them a lot more. You know, $35 million for this is a bit much. Thanks.
Who'd like to speak next? I see no hands up. Public hearing is concluded. This time we'll entertain comments from council before I entertain a motion. Does any council member wish to have any questions or any comments before I entertain a motion? Councilmember Eichelhardt.
2 questions based on some of the comments just now. Whatever we vote on tonight, if we were to pass something, would not necessarily be voting on the height. It's the location. Is that correct?
Tonight, we don't have the motion. I'm anticipating a motion on Cox and Hembry that would include a maximum height. Okay. We would still explore possibilities to lower that, but I'm anticipating a motion that say not to exceed. Councilmember Wynn is nodding her head.
Okay.
And as I understand previous discussion, the not to exceed would be 350 feet at Cox with a hope to reduce it, and a not to exceed 400 feet at Hembry. As further engineering or studies are done, if we can reduce the height of those sites, I'm sure this council would support it. And we're not entering a contract with the authority. We are getting council to approve a site, approve a height, not to exceed, so that extensive and expensive further review can be done to see if it passes all the regulatory muster.
Okay, thank you. Second question. If we decide on 2 locations tonight, does that essentially determine the third?
No, sir.
Could someone with a technical background answer that?
Do we have Motorola or Comdex here? To give you an example, Councilman Eichelhardt, there has been discussion about putting it elsewhere on the park property, which has an equal location. That's an alternative. We're not any more aware of any more property that's available, but in my understanding, there are other potential locations. They all have their problems, but there is I think Councilman Wynn had talked about a proposal that was further away from Fouts Road than originally proposed, but are there other potential sites with the sufficient elevation? Yes.
In answer to the best of the question, does voting on 2 in effect, by de facto, select the third, and not necessarily. The towers are located to address specific concerns. Now, I will have to let Motorola speak, and the design engineer who is working that is not present. But in my engagement with him and asking him questions and looking at the analysis that's been done, these tower sites are located to address specific coverage problems in those locales. We talked about Mountain Park, and that's predominantly why Fire Station 6 is where it is. Fouts Road specifically to address the river, Hembry Road to address some of the areas central and north. That site was originally the Verizon Amphitheater, shifted more into the Alpharetta side, but those, the Hembry Road is looked at as an alternative to that. So not necessarily, because again, those towers are specifically targeting specific areas. So even if you move one of them, you may still need that in one of those areas to address that particular concern.
Councilman Eichelhardt, any other follow-up questions?
That's good for now. Thank you.
Other discussion before we entertain a motion? Councilman DiPolito.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There's been a lot of questions asked about the fact we have more towers and make them lower, which, if all the costs were the same, that would be ideal. Unfortunately, they're not. I'd like to hear from, I guess, some of our engineers about has that been explored, and what are the possibilities of doing that? If we wanted to take a quick look at that, is that something that can be done? And weigh the two costs, because there have been several members from the audience who I think raised legitimate concerns, because we're not giving options. And I know we have looked at a couple different sites in each of these areas. We've looked primarily at city property. Does it make sense to go out and look for other opportunities? And is that something we could do over the next couple weeks and see if if there's a possibility out there?
Would Comdex come forward on that issue? I think that's probably the best question for Comdex. Councilman DiPolito, I will share you one of my concerns. As we multiply the sites, if we accept the argument of aesthetics and property values, you may be increasing the impact on Roswell citizens, because the more sites you have, the more property values you impact. So it's not an easy answer. It's not an answer. If we put up more sites, then we resolve all those concerns of citizens who don't want a tower next to them, because my experience has been that even at 150 feet, we have strong neighborhood opposition for aesthetics reasons and arguments of health, and the same arguments that made whether the tower is whatever height it is. If there is a tower, we may be spreading the pain, and that's a council decision of how that impacts it. But it's not a simple matter. If you increase the number of towers, the problem goes away. The problem may be shorter, but the problem is in a greater territory.
I agree with you. We may be impacting more people, but I think it's an important question to ask, so we can know what that option is. I'd love to hear your thoughts on that.
It can be done. I mean, I certainly cannot argue from a technical standpoint that could you go from, say, building 3 sites in the city of Roswell to building 6 sites in the city of Roswell that are lower and achieve the same coverage, well, whether it's 6 or 8 or 10, whatever that number is. Could it be done? Certainly. But it comes to a question of the mayor's point of how many different neighborhoods are you going to impact, how much property you would have to procure, and then ultimately what is the cost. So it's a cost-benefit analysis that would have to be performed. Typical way is the marching orders that are done when these systems are designed, city and municipal budgets being what they are, is give us the maximum amount of bang for the minimum amount of buck. And to do that, you do it with the fewest number of tower sites. Anything you do where you start increasing tower sites, you will increase cost.
Right, and that's understood. But the question is, what would that additional cost be, and is it worth it? And, could we find out, we may find out that if we have 6 towers, they're all in commercial areas. We may find out if we have 6 towers, they're all in residential areas. And then, to the mayor's point, we actually double the problem we have. So, but I don't know that we know the answer to that question yet.
Well, I will make a comment that you said about them all necessarily being commercial versus all being residential. Towers need to be in areas where towers need to cover, and that's particularly true the lower the tower is to the ground, because the shorter the tower is, the closer in the units are to talk to it. So if you lower the tower, then you are limiting, you're putting in a smaller ring. If I have a specific area that I'm trying to target and I'm using a lower tower, then it reduces the number of options of places where I can locate that tower. So if the problem is down in the Chattahoochee River Basin, then I'm restricting even more the number of options. And so there are no commercial properties south of Holcomb Bridge Road along the river. There aren't. And that's really is part of what's driving the location of that tower site. So you could lower it, but you may need another one in an additional neighborhood on top of that as well.
Right, and that
analysis could be performed.
That's really part of the question is, if we did, say we lowered all of them to 200 feet, so they're slightly larger than a cell tower, what's the impact? And are we impacting more places across Roswell, or do we get lucky and we don't have negative impact on as many of our residents?
Certainly.
I guess part of my question is is that something we can accomplish in a short period of time, or is that a long, complex study?
There are 2 questions. I think the council would need to know how tall would you allow the towers to be. You give them some parameters, say, how high.
If we give this question to the consultant, he needs to know some parameters rather than, you can say if it's 2 towers, how high would those towers have to be? Or you can say, if I want to keep it to a height limit, how it would be. And he might be able to give you a parameter. And also there's a cost in it, and time. There's cost and time too. So we need to give them parameters if you're asking that question.
Well, I think if you look at it from the standpoint of a cell tower, there's typically 150 to 175 feet. So, if we went slightly taller than that, say it's 250 as a maximum. If we had 250 as a maximum, how would that impact? 200. I'd like to get it down to 200 or 175. I'm not sure we can get there without having just an extraordinary number of towers. So, to some extent, it'd be nice to have a little bit of guidance.
Well, that's also where...
What's realistic? Do you have a sense for that? You all did the study on this.
It also comes back to what is the threshold at which it's too much. Because, just based on, again, what the discussion we had earlier, cellular architecture is what the cellular companies do, because they have a different design goal in what they're trying to do, and they keep their towers low to the ground on purpose.
Right.
But they have dozens and dozens and dozens of towers just in the Roswell area. And so that becomes cost prohibitive for a municipality to do that, because they're not generating revenue off of those the way a commercial carrier is. So there's the other parameter is not just what's your maximum height, but then how much is too much, because you can run those parameters they're almost an infinite number of permutations. So if you give some parameters, we can try to establish you would be at least at this many sites to achieve the same level of coverage with a 250-foot tower or a 200-foot tower.
So what are the parameters you would need?
What would be the maximum height you'd be willing to entertain, and what would be the maximum number of sites given a fixed cost of equipment that's at the base of that tower? How much additional cost would it be? $3 million, $5 million? What is that? At what point do we stop?
I don't have an answer for you.
The answer to the question, if we want to, I'm sure the consultants will work as long as hard and run as many permutations as you're willing to pay for. So from a standpoint of what can the consultants do, yes, y'all need to, if y'all decide to send it back to consultants, I think you need parameters. Councilmember Wynn.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Following on this, I think we had a discussion about 2 hours ago. that 200-foot elevations, you still need the line of sight. Am I correct? You still need the line of sight regardless of the height of the tower.
The towers need line of sight to each other for the microwave dishes to be able to see
Okay.
each other, yes. And you are primarily working from a line of sight to the portable radio itself. It has to at least clear minimum terrain.
So my question is this, and I heard about from Captain Sweeney, the ridge on Cox Road, that's talking we have to go north because of the ridge. And on Faust, we heard about the bowls and everything around Riverside up to Azalea.
Yes, ma'am.
Up in that area, and that's how come the height is very important. So what I'm hearing, well, how come we can't just go to 6 towers? Well, it might not be 6 towers. It could be 12 or 14 or 16 or 18 towers. If we give you a parameter of 200 feet, you can come back and say it could be 20 towers.
Yes, ma'am.
Or if we tell you 250 feet, it could be 15 towers. Am I correct on this?
That's correct.
So we would have to find 12 or 15 or 20 sites for these towers. Am I correct?
Potentially. You'd have to run the analysis to determine what that exact number is.
This is not the opportunity for public comment. If you would wish to comment, you can talk to council later. You all have had, the public had its opportunity to speak. So if you insist upon speaking, you'll have to speak in the hall. And those who wish to continue talking, our officers will invite you to join them in the hall. So you may proceed.
Okay, but I'm just trying to do a worst-case scenario here.
Yes, it could be that.
And with each tower has to have equipment. It has to have the rooms. It has to have the equipment. Am I correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And the price of the equipment does not change on the height of the tower.
That is correct.
So what is the cost per tower right now, you estimate cost per tower for the equipment?
For the shelter and the equipment that's inside it, so excluding the tower structure itself, just the building and the equipment inside of it for the configuration that the authority is undertaking is approximately $600,000 per site.
So if we double, that's $1.8 million more that we would have to pay if we went to 6 towers.
Each additional, so to go from 3 sites to 8 sites would be an additional $1.8 million, yes, ma'am.
And if we have to go to 10 sites and whatever.
Yes, ma'am.
Am I correct? Okay.
That would be correct.
Now let me ask you another question real quick, because I was hearing this, that if we vote on Cox and Hembry tonight, Fouts is a done deal. If we only vote on Hembry tonight, is Cox and Fouts a done deal?
No, ma'am.
Thank you.
Other discussion before we entertain a vote. Councilmember Price.
Just a couple of observations. The 2 depictions we have over there, is the one on the left current and the one on the right future? Is that what that is?
I've looked at so many maps. Let me look closer just to make sure.
My recollection, there's a third map which shows Litchfield being very poor coverage as being the current system. I think you brought it up on the overhead. If y'all could bring up the current system on the overhead, and then we can compare it to those 2 maps. Perhaps
I know we're talking about a different type of system and a more reliable system. On the other hand, if we're talking now about coverage, I'm not sure that, other than the Chattahoochee River, we're seeing that huge of an increase in coverage, and it really doesn't surprise anybody, I guess, to see that Johns Creek pulled out, because the new system doesn't seem, I'm assuming the right one is the new system, doesn't seem to offer them much improvement. So what percent are we calling, ideal, desirable?
This is the Fulton County system as it exists right now.
We're talking about the overhead. This is what we have today.
This is what we have
Correct.
today?
This is what we have right now.
If you could explain what these other 2 maps depict. Do we have someone in the room who can explain this? Chief, Chief, like me, relies heavily on staff. You can't know everything,
No,
and so we have
all
great
these-
staff.
All these are marked, and that's the reason that they're marked. These are not marked as well, so I don't want to misspeak.
We have a gentleman here who looks like an expert.
I don't call myself an expert, sir, but I do know about these maps. The map on the left is indicative of no Fouts Road site. We pulled it out of there completely to see what the coverage area is. There is no, if you'll notice the red triangles, I guess they are, there is no red triangle down on Fouts. I can point to it for you. This is Fouts Road right here on this map, and this is without. You notice all the white along the river, the problem areas that we spoke of. As soon as we plug in a site here, it turns green.
Thank you, sir.
Welcome.
But that's with a whole new system or using existing towers?
The one on the left is using the existing towers, because we don't have a tower in East Roswell right now.
Right, but are those towers falling apart? I mean,
Wait a minute, Chief, I'm not sure you're right. Get your expert back up here. Because what you said was different than what he says.
Hang up here with you.
Hang up here, Chief. Captain.
This
is the Roswell Tower right here. This one does not have towers.
But it's not using existing tower sites.
Yeah, what you're seeing on the overhead is the existing Fulton County system as we know it today. That's what we talked on today. That's the proposed system for the North Fulton Regional Radio
Would
Authority.
be on the right.
Both. And what it is they're identical in coverage, except for we pulled out Fouts Road because one of the questions that came from Mr. Richardson in 12 Stones was, what happens, we haven't seen a map without the tower there. What coverage does it provide?
All right, so the left shows the Henry Road location and the Cox Road location.
That is correct. Everything in the system that's proposed on the north side except for Fouts on the left.
Councilmember Price, does that answer your question?
well, what's that other red dot? Oh, the left one on the east side.
That's Johns Creek, we call it, it's SBA. That's the tower we're leasing. It's on Jones Bridge Road.
This could be part of the system.
Yeah.
And it'll still be part of the system?
Yes, ma'am. That's one of the ones that we've already secured.
And is it newer than the others? Is there any reason not to supplement the existing towers, or?
That tower is a tower that's sitting right next to a much shorter Fulton County tower that doesn't provide us coverage in the area. And it's a great place for a tower because of its altitude, or its ground elevation. And so a company, SBA, is a tower company. They went and built a tower there that's 300 feet. And it's pretty much empty at the top. And we've contracted with them, the authority has, to take the top of the tower. Which, by the way, improves the coverage into Johns Creek significantly.
Although Johns Creek still seems to have a rather lack.
There's no doubt about that, and I can say that if they had been part of the original negotiations with us when we were deciding where to put towers and looking at the 76 maps that we have, trying to figure out where to put them like a chess game that would give the most bang for the buck, as Mr. Bethea referred to, is that we would have put a tower out there, quite possibly, and the system may have been cumulatively more than $16 million. But they weren't involved in that. They backed out.
But that still begs the question, though, they're adjacent to us, and in the future, for mutual aid, et cetera, don't we need to communicate with them? So I don't like to see us punishing them, you know.
No, we're not punishing them, but I mean, everybody's bringing equal value to the table, I think. And they had the chance to do that, and they didn't. They still have mobile coverage out there.
Councilmember Price, I am confident that if we want to put another tower and pay for it, they'd be happy with our tower. But this is what the cities are paying for that are participating. Johns Creek has chosen not to participate, so we're not punishing them. We're just not providing them service that is unnecessary for us that they may wish and they haven't participated in. So there is no effort to punish Johns Creek. We're simply trying to set up a system. And this tower, although it is located in Johns Creek, we didn't locate it there to serve Johns Creek. We located it there because it was the best tower we could find to complete service to Alpharetta and Roswell. No, there's no intention of punishment, and this was not done to punish them. It was done because it made sense.
Right, but at some point, they're going to have, well, I know they're talking about going with Forsyth. It's all very confusing, but, I mean, if Fulton has to put something there, then it would sort of behoove us to have some control over that site if they put another one there. But anyway, hopefully we'll go back to the drawing board and work on some of this. I just wanted for the record to say that the Eiffel Tower is 1,034 feet. So there's probably no comparison that we would have something at the height of the Eiffel Tower. On the other hand, if we wanted to go that high, maybe we could consider it a tourist attraction. But I'm not sure we're quite there yet. Another thing that kind of disturbed me earlier, a couple of the earlier slides, seemed to be this rush. And I've always been told, if someone's trying to sell you an investment and they're telling you, it's not only going to be good till midnight, you just don't even talk to them anymore. So when I see that on the slides, it gets my neck up a little when I see somebody saying, we've got to decide this. I mean, I know that we're behind the 8 ball over time and need to do something, but I'm sure another few weeks of discussing this whole thing, system in toto, would not hurt. And I don't know what, I would certainly defer to Council Member Wynn since it's her department, but I would certainly be in favor of deferring this.
Councilmember Diamond.
Captain Sweeney, when I looked at the Fulton County proposal for them to do the whole system, it did not include anything upgrading on the east side. Is that correct? It was an alternative potential future?
The original proposal that I read was that they were going to put no new sites to the east at all. The Johns Creek site that we referred to, which is the right triangle, the SBA site, they were going to put something on their existing tower, and that is as far east. They have no intention of adding a tower to cover Johns Creek at all.
And so of any of the areas of coverage that we've been asking about for 10 years or so, were any of those going to be upgraded with the system they're proposing?
Not in Phase 1. They provided a document to Ms. Love and the council, I believe, recently, that addressed that they would only do a Phase 1 installation. Their intent, because really I don't think they have a plan, is that they were going to put them on these 6 existing sites north of 285.
Thank you.
Only.
Councilmember Eichelhardt.
I'd like to go back to Mr. DeValue's question, because we don't really have the parameters, but how difficult is it to take the tower where it is or somewhere in the general area, and if you reduced it to 250, can you tell us kind of how many towers would then be required in what parameter area? I mean, is it very difficult, or can you say if we drop it to 250, it's going to take 2 towers. If we drop it to 200, it's going to take 4 towers, and they have to kind of be in these areas, or is that a 6-week thing that you can't really tell?
You don't really know until you start doing it. It's a very iterative process. So what happens is you adjust a parameter and then you run the simulation, because all of this is just computer simulation is what you're looking at. So what happens is you adjust parameters, say, okay, I'm going to drop all of these to 200 feet, and then you see what coverage holes that opens up, okay? So maybe if I move this over here and then backfill with this and put this over, and then you run it again, and it becomes a very iterative process, and it's as much art as it is science to be able to do it quickly and be able to determine what's the right thing to push and pull and adjust to yield the right design. The simulation tools have gotten better to automate some of that, but it still is a fairly iterative process. It's hard to judge, but I mean, it's something that could be done. Is it weeks? Reasonably, it could be done within weeks.
I mean, because we obviously don't know the parameters to give to you, as we talked earlier, but if we do know that every 50 feet we drop, it's going to increase 2 sites, or if it comes to something like that's a number, then we know that it's going to, and everybody can have an actual figure to be dealing with. For 300 feet, for 200 feet, it's going to be another $3 million.
To be honest, it could very well be a different answer per site. Again, it depends on the immediate topology around that site. So completely for argument's sake, say Tower A, I reduce by 100 feet, and that may require me to build just one more site. But this site over here, just because of the topology that that site sits on and the surrounding topology, if I drop that site 100 feet, it may cause me to build 2 more sites to get the same equivalent coverage. You don't know, it's very unique and specific to the topology around where you're putting that tower site.
Because if I understand correctly, the parameters we started with were get the least number of towers on public property, and that's how we are...
That's how it starts, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, it's not going to be a pretty one, I know that, but that's how it goes. But I do appreciate everybody turning out tonight. I know that this is a very hard decision for everyone up here to make, and regardless of what somebody says, we do have Roswell at heart, and I'm talking all of Roswell. So whenever we make a vote, it's not that we're trying to hurt your neighborhood that you might think we're trying to do. It is trying to make sure that all of our citizens, all 90,000 of our citizens are protected as best as we can. I also want to say, I want to make sure that y'all understand this is for our first responders also. The system has gone down 8 times, and when I said the system has gone down, it's county-wide downtime. Just not here in Roswell, just not in North Fulton, it's all of Fulton County. We cannot have our first responders in a burning house with a mask on, and all of a sudden they can't talk to one another. That's what has happened. They can't talk to one another. They can't see one another. They can't talk to one another. They have to back out. We had an issue on Oxbow. The outer perimeter SWAT could not talk to the inner perimeter SWAT. They had to go to cell phones. And I can see my SWAT guys going, wait a minute, let me put down my cell phone so I can get my assault rifle and protect myself. It doesn't work that way. So the motion I'm going to make, I know it's not going to make a lot of people happy, but I have to look at everything. And I've been dealing with this for 2 years. So I'm not a newbie to this. I understand what's going on. So my motion is this: to approve the Cox Road site, and with the criteria that it will be no more than 350 feet, and that it would stay on the Fire Station 6 site, which gives us some latitude about where we can position that one. With this motion is to also include Hembry. I am not putting a height restriction on that one because it is in the commercial light industrial area, and I think we do need the 400 feet there. So that is my motion.
So we have a motion for somewhere on the property, on the Fire Station property on Cox Road for 350 feet max. Hembry Road, 400-foot max. Is there a second? I apologize. Did anybody miss what I said? Is there a second? Motion fails for lack of a second. Do you have an alternate motion?
Yes, sir, I do, which I had a feeling that was going to happen. And I apologize to my first responders out there. To approve the Hembry Road site, and to defer the Cox Road site to the September 11th meeting along with Fouts Road.
Let me ask you a couple of questions just to confirm this. The 400, is that 400-foot max on the Hembry Road site?
Yes, sir, it is.
So the motion, we're going to hear that motion first. Do we have a second on the motion to approve the Hembry Road site for 400 feet? Second by Councilmember Diamond. We'll have further discussion on that vote. This is voting only on the Hembry Road site 400-foot maximum. I'll hear comments before we take a vote. Councilmember Price.
Now, if negotiations or discussions with Fulton County yield some fruit and the existing towers can be modified, added to, etc., would this one even be needed? Hembry Road.
Here's what the vote is to do. The vote is to approve this site. There will be there's regulatory discussions. Gentlemen, if we approve this tonight, when would we be through the regulatory process? Wild guess.
Minimum 90 days.
90 days. Negotiations with Fulton County will continue during those 90 days. And even after we get the regulatory process, then there's a bidding process. And so how long does the bidding process and the construction take?
Just the bidding process will take 60 to 90 days.
So there's another 90 days. We're at 180 days. And then we have to approve the lease. So you're talking at least 180 days before there is breaking ground. So within that 180 days, we will continue discussions with Fulton County. And if Fulton County comes to the table, we are all about, there is no intention of this council to duplicate services, but being behind Clayton County is not where we want to be, and it's not what anyone up here wants to have for our first responders. They need first-rate equipment and first-rate technology, and delaying this decision until Fulton County comes to the table, if it's beyond 180 days, I don't think anyone up here would support. So the answer is, we will continue Fulton County negotiations. But, and there's always the opportunity for something to turn, but the vote here tonight, the motion here tonight would be Hembry Road, 400-foot max, the process begins. The process is not complete. There's the regulatory process, negotiating the lease, further discussions, all those can change, and we may get in the regulatory process and find there is something unanticipated. I hope it's not, but it's possible. So that's where we are. So if you're saying, will we continue negotiations with Fulton County? Yes. But I will tell you, you'll have at least 180 days to work something out with Fulton County before you break ground, if they come to the table and change their mind. Further discussion. Councilmember Diamond.
I'm happy to have the discussion about the next two towers, and I think that's worth checking out. But as a lifetime resident of Fulton County, I think some people have been led to believe this is some kind of spat where we're all just pointing at each other and not really being effective. The problems in Fulton County are systemic and wide and well documented. I mean, there's a reason that our legislature, the state legislature, took action this year to try to curtail some of the punitive actions that go on in North Fulton County. If you've lived here any amount of time, and like I said, as a lifetime resident, I thought I knew how bad it was until I got in this job. And I cannot tell you the things we've seen. And to put our first responders in the hands of Fulton County and hope they're going to come up with a system, I think that's irresponsible, and I will not support that. So how we go about it, we can talk about that. But relying on the county, I am not comfortable with. I think we can come to some kind of agreement. It's about control. It's about, they want us to build it. They're happy for us to build it, but they want us to hand it over when that's over and then charge us what they choose to charge us at some undetermined amount to use it. I'm not going to be a part of that. And that's where I am on this. I'm happy to talk about how we go about it, but I am not going to put our fate in the hands of Fulton County.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve Hembry Road, 400 feet. Councilmember DiPolito.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wholeheartedly agree with Councilmember Diamond. I think she spoke very well with that. And I think it's critical for us to move forward on this, and it's critical for us to be in control of the situation. I still would like to see options on the other towers because they are in more residential areas. I think moving, I know we're deferring Fouts Road, but moving that further back toward the park I think helps immensely in that situation. Cox Road has not had the same level of scrutiny as Fouts Road just because we hadn't had the public feedback until tonight on that particular site. So I would love for us to look at alternatives and see if we could figure out reducing those heights to 250 feet, trying to stay there, and let's see what that does, and if we can make that work. It may turn out that we will have two towers that will have to be directly into residential areas on the east side, which is not as good as having one tower in the park where we can hide it for the most part. But we don't know the answer to that, and I'd like to know that answer before we move forward. So I'd be comfortable with
but right now the vote is not on deferring on Cox, which I anticipate will pass, the vote before the council, immediate vote, is on Hembry Road. So are you suggesting we defer
I'm
Hembry?
explaining my vote.
Okay.
You can explain what you did.
So, I would be supportive of Hembry because it is in a very industrial area, particularly that location I'm comfortable with. The other two sites, I'd like to see some further study on, so I will support the motion for Hembry.
Let's keep our comments to Hembry right now, and let's save our comments for Howes until the second. Of Cox until the second point. So I would encourage you to focus on Hembry side, which is what's being voted on.
Isn't the motion both to defer?
No, I'm sorry,
She proposed that, but the motion in the second one was limited to the Hembry Road site. We're going to be taking up Cox Road separately. Councilman Orleans.
Yeah, well, they all go together to some extent here, but yeah, I think we can look at some alternatives for the other two sites. I think it's pretty definite we need a system, and as Councilmember Diamond mentioned, Fulton County we've tried to work with them for years on this. It's something that we need long time ago. I don't see them jumping in to do it for North Fulton the way we need to do it. Those are things that are going to have to be taken care of in another day. I got to believe too, from the elected officials I know, when it gets to them, they are not going to want to spend the money to duplicate systems in Fulton County. So I think the negotiations hopefully will go to the best of working together. We can get moving forward with the Hembry Tower and look at these alternatives on the other sites to make sure we've covered all bases. So let's move forward with this one.
Any further comments on the Hembry site? All in favor of approving the Hembry site maximum 400 feet? Raise your hands. That's Councilman Orleans, Eigelhart, Wynn, DiPolito, and Diamond. All opposed. Councilman Price is opposed. All right, so let's now turn to the Cox Road site. And I'd like to ask a question first before the council votes on the deferral, because this affects the timing. Mr. DiPolito, do you wish to authorize a further study of towers heights? You mentioned earlier you'd like to see a study completed of multiple towers more than just the one on these two sites.
Yes.
Well, my suggestion would be this. Folks, as much as I enjoy seeing you, I want to try to limit the number of meetings. So when we come back, it's clear that I want this council to have all the information they need to make a decision. So if the council wants to do a further study, I think we need to get that on the table and find out how long that would take, so we don't tell you there's a meeting and and then defer it again. So let's discuss whether this council wants to further study and what the study would be and how long that would take before we bring this back.
Well, my recommendation would be to try to limit the towers to 250 feet and do a couple iterations. I think our gentleman from Comdex mentioned it may take a week to do that, more or less. So we should have that information fairly quickly and well within time for the September 11th meeting.
Kayla mentioned the potential contractual issue.
Mayor, Mr. Bethea, Comdex is under contract for the North Fulton Regional Radio System Authority. The City Council of Roswell is contemplating asking for some iterations or additional work. How does that fall into this current scope of work? Would that be falling within the iteration allowance that we have for consideration for site tower selection, or would that be a scope of work that would need to be contracted separately?
It's not currently in our scope of work to perform right now.
So then we would have a choice of going back to the authority with the council's recommendation for the authority to take that up and engage that as an additional scope of work, or contemplate contracting that separately through the City of Roswell directly with Comdex.
If that's what the city wishes us to do, then yes, that's what we
And
would
depending on what the cost, that may or may not fall within our procurement threshold.
Councilmember Wynn.
Okay, Ms. Love, if, okay, Comdex, could you tell us, if, let's say see, today's Monday, it feels like Friday already. Could you tell us by tomorrow or the first of maybe Wednesday morning about how much you think this would cost to do these extra studies?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, probably, I would like to maybe 36 hours instead of 48. Ms. Love, if if it's under your purview to accept, then we would not have to go for an RFQ or an RFP?
Correct. Depending on what the dollar amount is, we could be required to get quotes, or if it's a large enough dollar amount, it could require a competitive process, depending on what the scope of work entails.
Well, then, I'm kind of at a dilemma here, because I know I'm going to be making a motion for a deferral, but I don't know how long this deferral should be. Should it be till September 11th, or November, December, January, February, March? You know, let's just name a month, because if we have to go through the RFP process again, that could add how many days or months or weeks?
I think you've got two choices. You can either
I know, but
schedule it for the 11th, and you may or may not go forward, and the word might have to go back out to these people to defer it if you can't put it together. Or you defer it for until October, in which you're pretty comfortable you can have everything worked out. So I think you've got to make a choice.
Well, I'm asking Ms. Love about how long would it take if we have to do an RFP?
It would need to be on the streets for 30 days. We would have to evaluate it, so I would say 45 days minimum, depending on what is in the scope of work. There's been a lot of conversation tonight, and I think in fairness to Comdex, they would need an opportunity to go back and develop that scope of work, what the task would actually be, so we would see how that falls and what actually we are procuring.
Mr. Mayor, let me run this by you, sir. Defer Cox and Fouts. Well, we already deferred Fouts, so we're talking Cox right now. Defer Cox Road until September 11th. We should know within a week if we need to go out for an RFP, and I think at that time, if you don't mind, we could bring it back to council or however you would like to, and see if we need to defer it further or how we're going to do it.
Kay Love would like to respond.
One option, and this is the challenge of doing this on the fly, is trying to consider everything. The North Fulton Regional Radio System Authority has a meeting on September the 3rd. It is a matter that they could take up to see is this something that the authority wants to contract for. It's not just the City of Roswell. City of Roswell is a participant in this journey, quote unquote, so the authority could decide to engage Comdex through their current contract through a change order, depending on what the cost was and what the limits within the authority are. So we just need to know what the estimated cost is, and then we can best determine whether it's going to go through the authority or it's going to be a separate contract with the City of Roswell.
Councilmember Wynn, this would be my recommendation.
May I just ask one more question real quick? How long would it take after you know to do these propagations and these studies?
I would anticipate you could probably complete it within 1 to 2 weeks.
Let's go 10 days?
Split
10
the difference.
business days or 10 work days? 10 calendar days or 10 work days?
I don't want to sign my engineers up. Conservatively, 10 working days. We would like to complete that sooner.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Mr. Mayor.
Councilmember, this is my recommendation. My recommendation is that you defer it until September 11th. See what, in talking with the authority and talking with Love and talking with Comdex, get an idea. And you should know a week before, by the second meeting of this council, of whether or not you're going to be able to meet that time zone. And so we could, in plenty of time for all the residents of Roswell to know, we could either confirm that it's going forward or defer further if it looks like you've got more time. So my recommendation is make a vote to defer as you've suggested, and if you need more time, you can have a further vote to defer. And I'm sure this council, and with the sentiment of the citizens, if more time is needed, to get all the answers. They've already shown a willingness to get all the facts on the table, and I don't see a problem with a second deferral. If you need it. If you don't need it, move forward.
So, Mr. Mayor, that's how come you make the big bucks, right? Yeah.
I'm
okay.
just making suggestions to get this.
How about this, just short and sweet, defer Cox Road to September 11th?
There's a motion to defer to September 11th with the possibility of later deferral if this council chooses. Do we have a motion to defer till the 11th? And
Yes, sir.
So we'd have both things coming forward.
Yes, sir.
Do we have a second? Question from Councilmember DiPolito.
Clarification on the motion. Are we including, as part of the deferral, that we're going to have Convex give us some pricing and make those decisions?
Well,
Kay has
that's
asked for
part of
that,
it.
and we'll be developing that. So that's not part of the motion. There was a motion to defer.
Well, I want to make sure that
no.
if we are deferring,
We're deferring, but we're giving
Here's where
guidance to do that.
Here's where we are. We don't know whether we're going to have to contract for it or North Fulton is going to contract for it. I'm hoping that Kay prevails upon the authority to move this forward, and if not, we may have to.
I just want to make sure that the guidance is understood.
The guidance is understood. We've got the guidance.
Great.
We have a motion to defer.
In that case, I will second.
We have a second to defer. So, any further discussion on the motion to defer until the 11th? All in favor of the motion, raise their hands. Passes unanimously. We're going to take another 10-minute break. Again, I apologize for the folks who are waiting on the rezoning hearing. But these folks were actually deferred from another date, and they were ahead of y'all on the calendar. So we'll get to y'all next. What's the next agenda item before we defer? It's a rezoning on Rucker Road. That's coming up next. Take a 10-minute break. There's no back on the now they're going to do
This is a rezoning and a conditional variance for a single-family development at 12055 Howes Road. It also includes property at 365, 367, and 395 Rucker Road. This is an aerial photograph of the property. As you can see, the three lots that face Rucker Road are 2-acre parcels. Then we have a 10-acre parcel, which is 12055, connecting to Howes Road. This is the current zoning of the property from the current zoning map. The applicant is requesting the R3A development for 47 single-family residential developments. They are also requesting a variance for the reduction of lot size from 80 feet to 60 feet for all of the proposed lots. This chart gives you an analysis of the current R3A setbacks. The R3A allows a minimum lot size of 9,000 square feet, but has a minimum lot width of 60 feet. That means with a 10-foot side setback, the maximum house width would be 60 feet. As we can see from the requested variance to the minimum lot width of 60 feet, that would allow for a maximum house size of 40 feet. I've been asked to include in this proposal the UDC RS9 proposed calculations, which would be the existing 90-foot or 9,000 square foot lot size, minimum lot width of 60 feet. But since the side yard setbacks in the proposed UDC are 7 feet, that would allow for a house to be 46 feet in width. The front setbacks do change in the proposed UDC from the 30-foot front setback to 20 feet and the rear from 30 feet to also 20 feet. This gives you some idea of what would be proposed if it was to go to RS9 with the UDC designation. This is the proposed site plan showing the 47 lots with the connection to Howes Road. The Planning Commission recommended approval of this rezoning and the concurrent variance with the conditions. They're included in your backup material. These were the 7 conditions included as part of the Planning Commission proposal. The first one dealing with the site plan, the second one dealing with the subdivision would not provide vehicular access to the reserve at Crabapple. This connection would include maybe a pedestrian connection, additional right-of-way adjacent to Rucker Road determined by Roswell Transportation, preliminary plat and final plat requirements, stormwater concept plan prior to the preliminary plat. We also included that the number of lots in the subdivision are not guaranteed because they may get more reduced because of the detention that would take place. And also the entrance from Howes Road would only be built as a city street but not open to the public for emergency vehicle access only. Those were the conditions that were placed upon it by the Planning Commission. Your resolution that you have before you actually is the conditions recommended by staff. So if they are to be amended to reflect PC conditions, they would have to be amended. Staff recommended approval of the rezoning as well as the concurrent variance with 6 conditions which were similar to the PC conditions but did not limit the access to the reserve at Crabapple or to the Howes Road connection for the entrance on Howes Road. If you have any questions from staff.
Of a pedestrian access instead of a vehicular access to this stub street? I understand the folks concerned about cut-through traffic, but there's also the trying to increase connectivity for pedestrians. Has there been any discussion of that at all?
There has been a lot of discussion on that, and I'm
And
sure it will be brought
what
up.
was the fallout of the discussion about bicycle and pedestrian connection?
This is the location of the current stub street built. There was recommendations by the Planning Commission that this be pedestrian access only. There is a grade change, so that, I don't know how the elevations would work or steps would work, but there is room probably if part of this lot is cut off that a pedestrian access could take place right there.
So where's staff on that?
Staff would recommend pedestrian access.
So Planning Commission and staff are both recommending pedestrian access?
Correct.
Thank you. Other questions the council may have? Councilmember DiPolito.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Townsend, this is actually more of a technical question, but conditions 4 and 5, are those not code requirements to have a preliminary and final plat and a stormwater plan?
The preliminary and final plat, our staff, I don't know when the stormwater, is that normally at LDP? We're kind of really pushing the concept plan up before the LDP process, because if there's a reduction in the number of lots, we want to know that at the time of preliminary plat.
And why would there be a reduction in the number of lots?
If they have to increase the detention areas, they're not sized correctly, that they need to lose lots. So we wanted to know that at the time of preliminary plat.
Right, so they haven't done enough study yet to determine how large the stormwater...
They've done preliminary numbers, but I don't know they've done the detail to make sure the concept plan has not been submitted to Public Works.
Okay, so I guess that's really a question for the applicant.
Right.
And then number 4, the preliminary and final plat, those are required by code, are they not?
Yes.
So we really don't need that as a condition?
Correct.
Okay. I just like to remove zoning conditions that we don't need if they're covered elsewhere.
Okay.
Councilmember Eichelhardt.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Townsend, have you estimated the number of lots that would be available without the variance? So if you had the 80-foot width?
They'd probably lose between 7 or 8 lots.
Okay. Would that also generally be true if it were 12,000 square foot lots instead of 9?
They'd probably lose even more, probably 10, if they went to the 12,000 square foot.
All right. And have we passed the UDC yet?
We have not.
And are we zoning to UDC standards yet?
We are not.
Thank you.
Councilmember Orleans.
Brad, that's what I was going to confirm. Those UDC standards you've set up have not been approved yet. That's just in theory what might or might not happen, correct?
That is correct.
We're still discussing that. And then my other question is, for the variance to 60 feet, is there a hardship, or what's the hardship on doing that?
I'll let the applicant speak to that.
Okay. Thank you.
Other questions? This time we'll hear from the applicant.
You want that up? Okay.
Yeah, I may want to use it over here.
Okay.
Mayor, members of the council, I'm Don Rollator, 11660 Alpharetta Highway, Suite 630, Roswell, Georgia. I'm here tonight on behalf of the developer. Bill and David Hull are both here in the audience. Steve Rowe from AEC in Roswell is the engineer of record for this project. The request is to rezone 16.1 acres to R3A and to develop a 47-lot subdivision on a minimum 9,000 square foot lots. I'd like to tell you how we got here and then thank a couple of people. Before this application was filed, Bill and David Hull sat down with the staff, discussed the proposed development, talked about what would be reasonable, what would fit in the area, and what would mesh with development that presently existed. Based on that discussion, they developed an application. Steve Rowe helped them prepare it, and they filed it. Subsequently, at Planning Commission, there was a great deal of attention about this project. As a result of that attention, it resulted in many discussions between David Hull and members of the community. Particularly want to thank Chris Foley from Barra Downs, Herman Costin from the Reserve, and Michael Harmon at the Registry. They have spent substantial time with David Hull in talking about this. Two other things occurred. We went to the Public Works staff to discuss the existing destroyed dam and piece of a pond on the old Dale Murphy property. Working with the Public Works staff, they devised a method to completely eliminate what was left of the old pond, take the water, drop it into the storm drainage system, and do that in such a manner as to appease and make happy the city staff. Secondarily, they then redesigned the road that will come in from Howes Road on the property, moved it away from the south property line, moved it away approximately 35 feet, which will also allow that to have a substantial guardrail and landscape plantings so that it is unobtrusive to the neighbors to the south. That's how we got there. This property is surrounded by property developed for single-family residences. The densities run from a low of 1.25 units per acre in Barra Downs on 20,000 square foot lots to remaining properties running from 2.92 units per acre in Crabapple Registry on 9,000 square foot lots to 5.26 units per acre in Crabapple Walk on 5,000 square foot lots. The proposed development at 2.92 units per acre on 9,000 square foot lots is less dense than 7 of the 8 surrounding subdivisions. The only variance requested is to reduce the lot width to 60 feet from 80 feet, which apparently has some interest in the pending UDC that's coming before the city. If that weren't changed, and if the developer was so disposed, I guess he could have just sat on his contract until sometime in January, closed on the property without zoning. That's not his intent, and that's not where he's going. The 60-foot width on the lots exactly matches what you approved across the street about 12 months ago, known as Crabapple Manor. It's on 9,000 square foot lots. It has 60-foot lot widths, and it's 3.41 units per acre. I want us to take an overview of the surrounding properties, look at their zonings, and then discuss this property. Give me 1 second to get the right piece of paper. Yeah, I've got a bigger one. Yeah, we can use it, but I've got one that's got the... Here we go. Here we go. If she can turn on the overhead now. Okay. I think we're ready now. If you look at the properties that surround this property, that's Barrow Downs. It's 20,000 square foot lots. We expect representatives of Barrow Downs to speak to you at the end of my presentation shortly. If you look at the cottages at Crabapple, our immediate neighbor to the northeast, it's 6,000 square foot lots. Density is 3.28 units per acre. The cottages at Crabapple has a 55-foot lot width. The Crabapple Registry, which is across the street, is 2.97 units per acre, 9,000 square foot lots, 60-foot lot width. The Reserve at Crabapple, our neighbor here, is 5,000 square foot lots, 50-foot lot width. I've discussed the cottages at Crabapple. Crabapple Manor across the street has 60-foot lot width, 3.41 density. And Crabapple Walk is 5.26 units per acre, 5,000 square foot lots, 50-foot lot widths. Those are our neighbors. Based upon what we saw, we have done some drawings, give you an idea of the type of subdivision that we would intend to develop on this property. I will show you a streetscape, which is that. I will show you proposed houses, which would be similar to these. Another view, which is these, and then on both entrances, on Rucker and on House, we would propose substantial entry statements that are comparable to what exists in the neighborhood today. These you see are right across the street. So our intention has been to develop a subdivision that's in total harmony with what's around it, to be a part of that part of Roswell and to work. And we would want to talk about precedents in two areas before I sit down and let other people talk. When you talk about precedents in lot size and density, I stand by my statement that we are smaller than 7 of the 8 subdivisions. I mean, we have larger lots than 7 of the 8 subdivisions that we abut. I think that's important. Precedent-wise, the product, the lot size, everything is like it should be. The other precedent I want to talk about is the precedent on lot width. If you look at the lot widths in the area, you'll see that we're right in the middle of them, and it creates a reasonable development, much less the fact that it might match what the UDC gets when it's approved whenever, December, January. I know that it's foremost in the city's mind. So our goal from the start has been to meet what the staff wanted us to do, to meet development-wise what was in the area, to produce a good subdivision, to attempt to solve any existing problems that the neighbors had in the area that were offensive to them, and to do a good job. To date, we have a staff recommendation of approval, We have a Planning Commission recommendation of approval, and I expect that you will hear some support from the neighbors tonight for both the application and for the variance. We have done that which we can do. We have proposed a reasonable development that fits in Roswell like it should, and it causes no issues of precedence with either its lot width or its lot size. The only condition that we disagree with from the staff conditions is the same one our neighbors disagree with. They do not want vehicular access from the reserve at Crabapple. We certainly appreciate that. Not to mention that there's a substantial topography change. They think that if left between us and them, we can work out an agreeable pedestrian access, and we would certainly explore that with the homeowners association at the reserve at Crabapple. They're very nice people. Our developer developed the reserve at Crabapple. The people who live there are very happy with their development. With that said, I would leave it open for questions for you and reserve our remaining time for rebuttal.
What am I hearing about pedestrian bicycle access, not vehicular access between the stub street? Your position wasn't clear. Pedestrian bicycle access.
Well, that's about 50% up to the people at the reserve, and I'd like for you to let them speak. 50% up to us. There's a, what's the footage?
Ultimately, it may be up to the council.
What's the topo difference? How much? There's a 15-foot drop between the end of their cul-de-sac and our property line.
I assume it's not a cliff, it's an embankment.
I couldn't tell you. It's a good slope. Depending on how good your brakes are.
I know there's a cliff at Lover's Leap, but I'm not aware of any rock cliffs in this part of town.
I don't think you'd have to rappel it.
Okay. So it would be steep, but it's...
You better have a mountain bike to do it.
I've got 4.
We might have the mayoral invitational every year and get the video cameras out and we'll let you shoot the hill for us.
But anyway, so where is the applicant stand on pedestrian access? Even if it's too steep for a bicycle or a wheelchair.
Our stance on pedestrian access is we think it's a good idea, but we want to work it out with the people in the reserve because it's those people who are most affected, and they have been very supportive of us and very interested in what we're doing. So our minds are open, we're willing, and we want their input because it's more important to them than it is to us.
The council wants their input too. Any other questions? Councilmember Diamond.
Mr. Rollator, as I look at the south side of Rucker, I know we've done some more dense on that side in relationship to what you're talking about, but there's been at the exchange of green space. Is there an alternative, and maybe to the mayor's point, to maybe do a pocket park or something in connection with that connection that we could do a pedestrian path to the
What location were you addressing, Ms.
I'm looking at between the reserve and lots, kind of between 36 and 37.
There is some space in there that we could certainly work with. If you'd rather Mr. Rowe address that, I'll bring him up here.
Okay, well, and you can...
It's not huge, but there's some room there.
And I know the HOA representatives will give us some more insight into what you guys had talked about, and we can come back to what of that is comfortable for you and verify all that. There was talk about not only addressing the stormwater on the site, but maybe helping improve the site around it. And I guess I'd like to quantify that somehow. Is that 10%? Is that 20%? What kind of...
Let me let Mr. Rowe address that. He's the expert, but that's a very good question. Thank you.
And again, this is not looking at it. It's looking at like a 30,000-foot view, but I'm fairly comfortable we could do a 10% reduction to the flows at this point. That's a fairly standard ratio for other counties that make it a mandate as part of their hydrology. So I'd be comfortable with a 10% reduction at this point.
Other questions? Councilmember DiPolito.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. my original question that I had spoken to Brad about, was probably for Mr. Rowe. How do you anticipate that the stormwater retention will impact your plan?
Given the information we had at the time, we took into account where the natural flows were to date and tried to work out areas using a fairly generous multiplier for what pre versus post would be at a volume, and we've anticipated those volumes in those areas. In further discussions with your stormwater folks, they would be more interested in possibly combining those in a different location to the south, possibly as an alternative, and she's asked me to look at some alternatives as we go through the concept, as I get better survey data, as we get better input from some of the existing conditions out there.
So you may lose a lot, say lot number 7, but gain a lot up?
We may not. We just don't know. Again, I'm more comfortable than I think Ms. Alloway is right now on the volumes, but again, we haven't done the full hydrology. We haven't started doing anything other than some high-level volume calculations based upon developed acreage.
Okay. Another question for you. What is the road width and the right-of-way width you've provided here?
It's a 50-foot right-of-way with a 28-foot back of curb to back of curb.
50-foot right-of-way?
Yes, sir.
Is that our standard? Okay. Thank you.
Welcome.
Other questions for the applicant? You'll have opportunity for rebuttal.
Thank you.
This time, we'll hear from the public. If you'll give us your name and address when you begin speaking, and there's a 5-minute time limit. The green light will come on when you begin speaking, yellow light at 2 minutes, and I'll remind you when the red light comes on.
Good evening. I'm Herman Costin. I'm the treasurer of the Reserve at Crabapple, and I live at 420 Scully Drive. I want to thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Mayor and Council, for having the opportunity to speak to you about this deal, because it is very, very important to all of our residents. And I'm here representing both the Board of Directors and the 37 townhome owners of the Reserve at Crabapple. The Reserve at Crabapple, if you're not aware, is located at the corner of Howes Road and Rucker Road, and just west of the proposed development. We're a neighbor. The 68 vehicles owned by the residents of the Reserve at Crabapple all exit onto Rucker Road through one exit. Our residents are mostly adults over 55 years of age. We have 2 children, and we do have a number of visiting grandchildren that come on the property occasionally, and they play in the townhouse yards and in the 2 large cul-de-sacs in our development. 12 or 1/3 of the townhome owners and residents are single ladies. And based on the larger individual homes that will be built in the new development, as you saw the photos there, you can figure that mostly families with children will be the occupants of those houses, which means that the residents of the 2 developments are just completely different. There's no commonality at all. The Planning Commission listened to our concerns on the 16th of July and resolved, and you're well aware of what was listed tonight, I'm not going to repeat it, but it was resolved that there would be no vehicular access or connectivity between the 2 developments. That was what was stated and read out in total. The townhome owners of the Reserve at Crabapple bought there because of the perceived value, the safety, the quiet and secure environment, and no through traffic. That's why most of the residents purchased a townhome in this location. In 2007, when the city of Roswell took over that area, when it was annexed, their streets were private streets, and it was learned at that time that they did not meet the Roswell City Code. The pavement was not thick enough, it was at least an inch short, and the underground drainage was not concrete according to Roswell codes, but was corrugated piping, which, as you're well aware, would not have as much life as concrete. At that time, we as residents of the Reserve at Crabapple made a significant investment. Number one, we agreed to put $24,000 in an escrow account to cover our share of the lack of full payment. Secondly, we had to maintain the liability of the corrugated piping that drains underneath the streets. So that was a significant liability on our part. And I think you can understand, you know, if our desire and hope in this whole thing, and we're willing to be cooperative and work with everybody, would not be agreed to, we would have no choice but as a community to come back to the city and say, hey, we want that escrow money back, and we want the liability for the piping removed from our shoulders. And that would be something. Some of you have asked, why was the stub built? And I can give you all kind of reasons that I've heard, but I don't have any documentation to support any of them, so I'm not even going to waste your time with that. But I can tell you this with confidence, that the streets, when that development was put in place, were private. And so I don't believe anybody thought of connectivity at that time to a development that was going to be built 10 years later with public streets. Now just stop and think about that. I mean, it just is not logical that would have been why that stub was put there. There are a lot of other reasons I could tell you, but like I say, I can't document it. We talked about the 16-foot drop, and you talk about a cliff, and it's almost a cliff. I mean, you go out, the stub ends 22 and a half feet from our property line. If you go from the end of the stub about 7 or 8 feet, I mean, you got that kind of a drop. It's really a serious drop, which is going to require, no matter what you do, a significant amount of fill dirt. There'll be water drainage issues that'll have to be addressed, and then the long-term maintenance will have to be addressed as well. So at this point, just to cut it short, we simply do not envision any benefit to our community for vehicular connectivity between the two developments. We will, however, work with the developer and listen to, you know, suggestions on doing something else to create, you know, connectivity by bicycle or whatever. So that's where we're at today. So what we're asking you to do is to move forward with the motion that was passed at the Planning Commission in verbatim, and you have that, and I'm not going to read it to you because you know what it is. So that's my presentation, and that's what I sincerely ask you to do here tonight.
This is my question.
Yeah.
Do you support this application with the variance as is? I understand you object to the vehicular connection, but do you have any other, are you neutral about this, or do you support it, or are you opposed to it, the rest of this? When I say you, I'm talking about your organization. Have they taken a position?
Let me tell you this. With the changes that have been worked out mutually, and with everything else, we wholeheartedly, our board of directors and our residents wholeheartedly support this new development, because we look at it this way. With looking at the homes that are going to be built, it's going to add value to every community surrounding. I mean, there's no question it's going to happen.
Thank you for answering my question.
Okay.
Councilmember DiPolito has a question.
I just wanted to clarify your support. I guess there's a list of comments and questions, or not questions, but list of recommendations here. Are you saying you're supportive including these recommendations?
Yes.
Or these conditions?
Yes.
And are these conditions?
Well, I'm supportive of the proposal, including the request for a lot size variance, because I think if you look at the surrounding communities and you look at what's happening across North Fulton County in houses that are being built between $300,000 to $500,000, that's the size lot you're dealing with. So we're supportive of it all the way.
Okay, all right. And I guess we have a couple different sheets here. I guess yours aren't necessarily conditions. We have some conditions that were given to us by the neighboring subdivisions, so I'm getting those confused, but thank you.
However, I think that some of those things most have been worked out, so I'm assuming that.
All right.
Okay?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Who would like to speak next? Come forward, give us your name and address.
My name is Ed Miller, and my pleasure to address the mayor and council members.
And it's our pleasure to listen to you even though it's 11:30. We live for meetings.
I live at 330 Scully Drive and in the reserve at Crabapple, and I'm the HOA president. To follow up on what Herman said, we wholeheartedly support the addition of this new development. We feel that with the agreement that D&B has worked out with Chris Foley, which I guess you have a copy of, and which Chris will elaborate on here in just a minute, that the connectivity issue of a regular street with an exit on Howes Road is the appropriate approach.
Let me tell you, I don't think anybody on this council is thinking we need to have a road that takes that 16-foot grade up to the other point. The council, someone may disagree with me, but I doubt it. So I don't think we need to spend a lot more time on this vehicular connectivity. I'm interested in pedestrian connectivity. That's a whole different issue. So y'all focus on other issues.
Move on and cut it
I don't
short.
think we need to spend more time tonight on vehicular issue because I don't think anybody's going to buy into that.
All right. We support the density of the new subdivision, as it has the best ratio of houses per acre of any community in the surrounding area. And we feel that it compares favorably with the density of developments in the $300,000 to $500,000 range. Also, we believe that with these considerations, we believe that the addition of this new development will enhance the value of the communities in the surrounding area, as well as add value to the city of Roswell.
Thank you for coming down tonight. Who'd like to speak next? Yes, sir. Come forward. Give us your name and address.
Thank you, Your Honor, the City Council. I'd like to make a request before I begin my remarks. I have signed letters of authorization from Crabapple Reserve, from Crabapple Walk, from Crabapple Creek. I am the representative of Barrow Downs. We don't have a formal HOA. And also the cottages at Crabapple. And we are the group that has been working, even with the Saddle Creek and other subdivisions, on a comprehensive negotiated package with the developers.
One more piece of information I need from you.
Yes, sir. 320 Barrow Downs, Chris Foley.
Thank you, sir.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. So anyway, from 5 subdivisions, I have the authorization to both speak and negotiate on their behalf, which we did, and we came to a successful conclusion. What I'd like to do is just quickly go through a reshuffled deck that we showed to the Planning Commission, showing you the changes that have been agreed to since that time, with your permission.
Please proceed.
Thank you. Okay, so here you'll see the only thing to talk about here is the roster has shifted. We had Crabapple Woods and Saddle Creek listed on the previous presentation. Those 2 HOAs voted separately not to endorse this entire package, although I'll let them speak for themselves later. And it was because there were 1 or 2 issues that they just couldn't see. This is the agreement that I believe...
Not legible.
Councilman Councilman Dippolito was referencing.
Okay.
This is illegible. You have a legible signed copy with my signature and that of David Hull. So if we could, Brad, could we just bring up a Word doc version of that for the audience's benefit? And we'll just quickly touch on what's covered here. So once again, the subdivisions listed at the top, the issues that we were able to negotiate. We're not able to negotiate all issues, and a lot of that was because of the unknowns on water, the unknowns on the final house count, etc., that are going to be a product of that. So we did negotiate some drainage, some roads, some frontage and buffers, especially on Rucker Road, and property buffers for those zoned areas that are surrounding here where houses would face houses and there's no code requirement to put up a set buffer. Those were all successfully negotiated with the developer. You see the actual terms and condition. Has council had an opportunity to read and review this? Because I don't want to waste your time reading a slide. Are there any questions at this point about this slide? And then I'll just cover them.
From a zoning standpoint...
Yes, sir.
I guess, are these conditions incorporated in the conditions that have been recommended by staff and the Planning Commission?
No.
Stipulate that.
Okay.
You're willing to agree to this in addition to those conditions?
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
All right, so the developer is willing to make this agreement an additional condition.
And that is our request as well, that they be added on to those from the staff recommendations and those carried forward from the Planning Commission. Okay. So rather than get into the minutia here of these, let's just talk about, if we could, I'm sorry, Brad, go back to the presentation. This desk is front-loaded with those issues. This is where we started. It's got happy feet here. We want this development to come in and come in successfully. At Planning Commission, we just felt there were too many elements of this that would adversely affect the continuity along Rucker Road in terms of the visual appearance and the type of presentation of this neighborhood. We had obviously pre-existing water and traffic conditions that we documented and will go along. But we have partially addressed this consensus position through this agreement with the developer. Roadway safety. This was, again, we heard the Crabapple Reserve residents talk about it. We also heard the Crabapple Woods residents concerned about the proximity of the Dale Murphy driveway converted into a street of any type being so close to their yards and their fence, and losing the buffer that they currently have, the wooded buffer, which by some accounts tapers from 7 feet at its narrowest to up to over 40 feet at its widest. So we have concessions in this area that are addressed in this agreement. Special consideration number 1 has to do with what you heard the folks at the Reserve talked about, the bicycle or sidewalk connectivity to the Reserve is compatible with the agreement as well. Drainage. Here, we could not address. We don't have as Steve said, we don't have final engineering. It's impossible to tell how many lots might be deleted from that list of the 47 the developer is seeking. So what we tried to do on this is to at least put a statement in there to partially address this, and you'll see there's one provision in there that says that the developer agrees to address the water going to and from this property. We had documented in the previous conversation situations such as what you see here in the presentation, with water coming into the backyards of residents on Camber Trace, which is the northernmost street in Crabapple Woods. We feel the developers plan to fill the lake to the portion that they would own once they acquire the property, and to place the road at its northernmost limit away from the Crabapple Woods people, and to fix the acknowledged draining problem that is currently disrupted, and to place that water into the stormwater system that is underground, running in a conduit under the newly constructed road, was a concession to the Crabapple Woods folks. Some of them didn't see it that way. Some of those people want no road at all. We thought this was a reasonable approach on the part of the developer, so that's why the majority of our group did agree with that approach. There was a video, I don't know if any of you seen it. It also shows the incursion of water into the Crabapple Cottages and to Barrow Downs, my subdivision, that is emanating from this property. And again, we feel that provision in the agreement, backed up by a solid water plan that is approved by engineering, and I want to speak in support of Danelle Alloway and the stormwater folks, and we will continue to be vigilant on this issue. We'll continue to back her and the other engineers' assessment of what it's really going to take, because we have a bad water situation long before this subdivision comes in. We have a bad traffic situation long before this subdivision comes in. Green space buffers, visual integrity, I talked about that briefly. We did address this in the agreement. Part of what they're doing is they're turning around those 5 houses that were right upon Rucker Road, where no other comparable subdivisions had done. They've agreed to turn those around, to place a buffer, to place a vegetation buffer, and to set that buffer approximately 5 feet, starting that buffer 5 feet past the right-of-way, which we think will give a comparable impression. We've also got 2 comparables cited in that provision. One is Crabapple Registry, the other is the Reserve, both of which were developed by D&B. And we're very satisfied with the way those properties look today. They've promised to do something comparable. You'll see the top 2 pictures here are those buffers. And we'd be more than satisfied with that treatment rather than staring at 5 road-type houses staring at Rucker Road. So that is addressed in the agreement. That was the presentation that alarmed us the most when we saw those buildable areas so close to Rucker. That's also addressed, by the way, in the staff report that was carried forward by the Planning Commission, where they're calling for XL-decel lanes, wide sidewalks, and bike lanes. That all now becomes part of that right-of-way, after which this buffer would start. What's not covered, what we couldn't negotiate either because of lack of available data, or just the concept was not something acceptable to the developer, to talk about a house count. We wanted to talk about a house count. We negotiated that on the Crabapple Cottages. We had 2 levers in those negotiations. One was the square footage of the house. They wanted to put in townhomes of 1,800 square feet. We negotiated that to 2,100. They wanted to put in attached townhomes. We negotiated to single-family housing and capped the number of units. And lo and behold, even though the lot widths are very small, so we've never been fighting the lot widths on this. We've never been fighting the lot sizes on this. It's the whole treatment. And would there be any public area? Would there be any green space? That's not something we have negotiated here. As part of this agreement, I'm sure the people in opposition will talk about what they'd like to see in that regards. But we have a track record of having successfully negotiated that in the past. So that's the common green space. The cumulative effect. So the stormwater engineering plan will hopefully address the incursions to and from the proximate properties on and off, not just the net new water and lack of infiltration that will be created when you create so much blacktop and concrete and asphalt roofs, but we'll also deal with these incursions that you see on the proximate properties. But guess who gets to catch all that? It's called Stalker Creek on some maps. It's got other names. It's a tributary of Foal Killer Creek that ultimately goes into the Chattahoochee. But what we showed previously are the traffic issues, and I'm going to come back to the traffic. But if you look at the top center picture, that's a backyard in Barrow Downs. That is not a wave. That's actually water going over a bridge. So I don't want to create any science fiction here. But these are actual pictures of what's happening in the creek. And if you look in the lower right-hand corner, you'll see that 6 to 10 feet has eroded. So we would just insist that the drainage plan not only deal with what's there, and I think that's good progress to hear that the developer is willing to have a 10% reduction in the outflow, because as we all know, when you detain water and you take it in during the middle of a storm, and that's the rate that you're using as your benchmark, and then you release it at that same rate, but over a longer period of time, that's where this erosion happens. So we're very much in favor of that 10% drop-off that we just heard about. Now going back to the traffic. So this is something that, the developer doesn't have any control over the traffic, and we understand that. The developer does have control over the number of the units built, which is something we couldn't negotiate. But just know going in that according to Chris Chauvin of Roswell Transportation, the Rucker House intersection is a D in the morning period, and it's an F in the afternoon period. And the pictures that I took there were taken from the driveway of St. Thomas Aquinas, and that was one continuous line. The one on the left shows you going towards House Road on Rucker. The one on the right is showing you around the bend toward Broadwell Road, all the way in front of Crabapple Chase. That's a continuous line every afternoon. Of course, putting 94 more vehicles, as the plan calls for, is going to, exacerbate the situation. So all we're asking for is just kind of a reasonable approach when the overall house count is considered. We still think that can be done within the zoning the developer seeks, and it's just a matter of, is there green space, is it a reasonable, or is it a jam-packed type configuration? Special consideration number 2, and this is the last thing I'll talk about as a Barrow Downs resident. There's been lots of myths and rumors about what Alpharetta is or is not doing since the failure of the T-Splost initiative for the Rucker Road corridor improvements. Well, we have verified. I actually saw the ad where they're bidding out the design phase of that project that will include extra wide sidewalks, bike lanes, and a central turn lane in favor of a central turn lane instead of accel-decel lanes. All we're asking with relation to this project is Roswell's got a quarter mile from the already improved intersection that Fulton County did to St. Thomas Aquinas and Spring Place where the city line ends. We're asking Roswell, since this is a big chunk of that 1,200 and some odd feet, to go ahead and do the right thing, get the sidewalks in as is called for in the staff recommendations, get the bike lanes in, start with accel-decel, but do it in such a way that if you ever decide, in your infinite wisdom, to join the Alpharetta project, or maybe even go first, which we would like, and connect Barrow Downs via sidewalk for the first time to any city, we would ask that it would be done in such a manner that you just have to restripe to create that central turn lane from the accel-decel lanes. So that's the only element that we ask in anticipation of hopefully joining that project. What are we going to do now? We're going to monitor and support the city departments, the engineers, the people we've been working interactively to make sure that their recommendations don't fall on deaf ears as these plans go for approval. We're going to support the advocates for green space and offset, and we're also going to lobby in the UDC development. So if you look at the UDC code, and I don't want to get into that, that's another meeting, that's another time, but as it relates to this project, and it was mentioned at the Planning Commission review of this, you can't just selectively look at UDC and what might happen here in terms of, okay, it gives us this density, it gives us this lot, but great, it does. No argument there. We've never really opposed those numbers. What we do say is the spirit of it, as shown, they don't show it in the single-family RS9 and RS6 depictions, but they show it in the cottage community depiction of the UDC, how there is an offsetting green space required when you go for this hyperdensity. So those are the things we've got our ear to the ground on. You may see us again. We do support the developer's application for the zoning variance, but we would like, and we do appreciate the developer stipulating to the agreements that we were able to negotiate, and we're just going to remain vigilant and take it from there.
Thank you, sir. Who would like to speak next? Yes, come forward, please. I've got this gentleman in the back coming up. I'll call you next.
Michael Harmon, 12203 Lime Ridge Court. I live at Crabapple Registry. I would like to say I do support the development. He did develop our neighborhood and did a great job with that. At least I feel that way. Couple of issues. There should be an interest to the subdivisional house road and also Rucker Road. If y'all are aware of this, that traffic coming down Rucker Road is mostly from Alpharetta, and most of it is going to Cherokee. So there needs to be an interest on House Road. I don't see why there wouldn't be. I think it suits the situation. The second thing is this interconnectivity issue. We went through this for a long time with y'all. I know some of you remember me, and I was really against it. And I really feel the way that turned out was not the vision of what the council wanted. We've got gravel over there now, and it just does not look the way it should. We actually took up grass and replaced it with gravel. And I would really like somebody to really fix that. I really feel like the poor people of Crabapple Reserve, what they're dealing with is like, it shouldn't happen. I'm all about connectivity, but these small little communities, it just doesn't make a difference like it does a large community. And at least if you're going to do it, make it very beautiful. Make it something that's appealing, not somebody that buys a $300-something thousand home to have like pebble stone that needs to maintain. And that's not even our land. We don't own the land. The city owns the land. So if you're going to put gravel there, please maintain it, because it does not look good. And I'm just confused, and I'd like to know if the council's actually seen it, looked at it, and what they think about it, because I don't like it in my community personally, and therefore I'm totally against it being in their community. That's all I have.
Thank you, sir. Who'd like to speak next? Yes, sir, come forward.
Moral support.
Yes, you may stand with me.
She wants to stand with me. Mr. Mayor, thank you for allowing us the time to share tonight, and council members, we appreciate it. My name is Doug Lawson. I am the Vice President of the Homeowners Association at Crabapple Woods Subdivision, and we also have some really nice people in our subdivision as well. We want to take just a moment. Jenna is the president of our association, and...
Do you know my name and address? Pretty good. With one of them.
Yeah.
Why don't you add it for the
My name
record?
is Jenna Partizano. The address is 565 Camber Woods Drive.
And what we want to do for just a minute is to take a moment just to share with you guys that we voted last night. We had our meeting, our Homeowners Association meeting, and it was interesting to say the least. I do want you to know that we come tonight not to completely disagree with the proposal that's been set before you guys. It's not that we disagree, we just have some stipulations that we would like met and that we feel like was not met. We understand the proposal, we understand the coalition or the consensus group, and we support a big majority of that, but as a homeowner in Crabapple Woods, as a homeowner association board member, I think we have, and I know I do, I have some really vested interest in what's taking place. And the two main things that we're concerned about, our areas of concession, specifically deal with the road that goes behind our subdivision. I live at 395. I happen to have in my backyard a hill that goes up, and then just on the back side of my property line, the fence there, is the Del Murphy property with the driveway that runs there. I stand in my kitchen and I can see cars or people coming up and down that driveway. If this road goes in, it's going to butt up to our property line. And it's going to be, the traffic is going to be worse than ever before. That's one of our main concerns. There's several things. The safety issue there. I am, and I think I speak on behalf of our homeowners association. I think I speak on behalf of a lot of of our friends and neighbors in the subdivision, that we don't want any road, period. That's just the bottom line. That's our main issue, is we don't want any road back there, period, because of what it's going to do to the property values. But if we have to have a road, we would like for it to be what it was previously with the Planning Commission, to where that it was just a emergency access road only. Emergency access road only, not a main thoroughfare. The reason that we want it to be that way is because of the safety issues, because of the traffic, because of the cut-through potential that people, I mean, it's going to happen. When you build a main road like that, people are going to cut through the subdivisions. It's going to be a safety issue. The noise, headlights at night, the street lights over on that particular side of the property. And so that's the main concern that we have. The second main concern that we have is on Camber Woods, which around the corner from Crabapple Trace, Camber Woods, the zoning that provides the buffer there, that provides for no buffer there. And what we would like to ask from the council and Mr. Mayor is some type of consensus with a buffer, some type of a privacy fence, 8 foot, 10 foot, something there. I understand in the consensus, I understand, and we know that in the proposal that there's going to be trees basically put there, 10 foot cedar trees put there. That's going to take 5 years to grow before you see something. What we would like is something now, immediately. If indeed it's going to happen, we would like some type of a buffer there. And it's not that we didn't agree to it just to be difficult. It's just that there are certain things that there are folks in our subdivision that we just do not want. And primarily that is that main road that's back there and the buffer issue. And so we come tonight just asking you to consider that as a part of this, and we wanted to speak in opposition of this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else wish to speak? Yes, come forward, please.
Good evening. I'm Marie Waldrop. I live at 1015 Jordan Lane. My subdivision is Crabapple Manor. We are right across the Rucker Road entrance to the proposed development. I'm here in support of the project. I would just like to strongly encourage that the Howes Road exit or entrance into the subdivision be considered. I think that some of the, after speaking to Mr. Rowe, I'm very excited to hear the new plans for that road, and I think that eliminates some of the Camber Trace neighbors' concerns. Additionally, no one's bothered to point out, on Howes Road, there are homes on Camber Trace, the exact same road, that the neighbors have a concern about, that are back up to Howes. So those people on the same road have more cars going faster, and they live with it, with those cars coming and going on Howes Road. So the people down the street on Camber Trace are worried about an entrance into a subdivision where there are going to be fewer cars going much slower, and people have a destination to go to. So I don't think there's going to be cut through. I don't think there's going to be reckless cars driving at big speeds or fast speeds. So I would just like to ask y'all to consider the Howes Road entrance. It's hard to get in and out of Jordan Lane. Adding cars coming only through the Rucker Road entrance would just add a lot of congestion. People heading south on Howes would have to turn left on Rucker and then left on Howes. So that's creating more congestion at an already busy traffic intersection. So thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Come forward.
There's handouts in the presentation. My name is Lance Ledbetter, 680 Roundsville Road, Salad Creek. Mr. Mayor and City Councilman, appreciate the opportunity. Take honor that I'm actually addressing you at the midnight hour. I don't know if that's a new record.
No, sir. Not even close.
Not even close. I feel for you. All right, so I want to address a few issues, and I apologize if there's some duplication in some of the things being shared. Salad Creek, for you all that don't know, is the 4th largest subdivision in all of Roswell. We have over 500, well, I should say actually 509 homes, representing over 1,000 voters in that respect. The keys to us, to a great extent, is traffic. And there was one thing that was addressed as far as a cut-through. I can say firsthand, on behalf of the new subdivision going in or others in that area. I live on Roundsville. It's a direct cut-through from Crabapple that then can be wound through when Crabapple backs up going southbound, and they then get on Hembry Road and being able to exit and dodge traffic. So it does happen. We've also fought issues of working with City of Roswell, trying to find solutions as far as speed bumps and among other things, which has not been an easy solution. So just FYI on those. It's already been addressed, but speaking to the traffic issues, I did combine it with connectivity, but the traffic issues, you already have noticed from previous presentation that you have an intersection rating for Howes and Rucker Road of a D for the AM and an F for the PM rating. It's not going to improve. Now, you're putting in a roundabout at the Howes and Hembry intersection, to be determined if that's actually going to help this situation. Right now, in the PM traffic, Salad Creek from the Howes and Rucker, the Howes and Rucker intersection is at least a half a mile in comparison in distance to our entrances, and it backs up that far, just to give you an idea. Okay? So, that said, we are concerned that a traffic study has not been done in combination with water areas that are concerned as well, with runoff in the pond that may be affected as well. So why a traffic study has not been done in consideration is a question. We know that, our understanding that a traffic study, I should say, an intersection study was done for the roundabout. We know this for a fact. That should be taken into consideration because within that study, the information related to the Howes and Rucker intersection was taken into consideration. So the information is there. Why it hasn't been addressed within the Planning Commission meeting, I don't know the specifics. Okay? I understand you'll have a representative from Roswell DOT here, and I look forward to their input, his input. In comparison of other things, the concern also, to a greater extent, which I don't think has been addressed appropriately, is green space, and I'm talking about the actual usage of the community green space within the new development. It's my understanding there is no proposal that a green space for a common community area, basketball, whatever, the kids can play. So if you don't have that appropriate facilities, they're going to be playing in the streets. There's no per se cul-de-sac within any respect based on what I'm witnessing in the presentation. So if they're not utilizing that, the closest park of any consequence is them walking, assuming they're not driving as a child of appropriate age, walking through certain subdivisions or in front of Publix to try to get to Sweet Apple as what I would define as one of the closest parks. So nothing is really appropriate in terms of the green space and what we've witnessed. So a sincere concern, I wouldn't want to be the subdivision that they would be walking through as an example. In terms of the properties, I don't have the specifics, and I challenge to a certain extent what was being defined. As I understand it, 9,000 square foot is less than a quarter of an acre. So the properties that they're putting, that are going to be put in place, if I'm understanding correctly, is less than a quarter of an acre. And for Salad Creek perspective, our houses on average are 3/4 of an acre, if not larger, potentially. I know mine's an acre. In terms of the other subdivisions that were defined in the presentation previously by the developer, we take challenge in an apple-to-apple comparison. The Crabapple Reserve, no disrespect, would be defined in most of our subdivision's perception as more of a retirement community. So it's an apples and oranges comparison, just as an example. On the back page, I did make some recommendations, but in the conclusions, we are requesting that from a density perspective it be taken into consideration as far as fewer homes and develop the green space appropriately as far as common community activity area. You can read for yourself on the other, but the primary concern, admittedly, to Salad Creek to the greatest extent is the traffic concerns. And we look forward to Roswell DOT's input. The last point I would like to make is that our Salad Creek subdivision is split by Howes Road. If you all don't know, it's Georgia 140, of course. Being split, our development was put in place, developed back in 1975, so obviously the traffic concerns weren't an issue. Now it's an issue. Over a decade now, we've been looking to Roswell DOT, Georgia DOT, of course, we're talking about it being a state highway, as far as a solution and how our subdivision as a whole can connect from a pedestrian perspective. There's been no solution to date. Over a decade we've been asking for this information as far as suggestions. We're very thankful Roswell DOT has actually come to our annual meetings to represent to our members and be open in communication on this subject of interest. But again, no solution. They've talked about potential of a bridge.
We need to try to wrap it up now.
Okay. Talked about potential of a bridge, a tunnel, among other things. We're open to suggestions. But the traffic that will be generated from this new subdivision is just going to create more problems as far as pedestrian isn't even an option for us. Thank you for your time.
Yes, sir. Come forward.
All right. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. My name is Josh Northcutt. My wife and I own the property at 405 Camber Trace. which is part of the Canberra Woods community. As a matter of fact, we're actually in the cul-de-sac. That would be, if the road goes through, we would actually have a road on 2 of our borders. And that's in the interest of the late night here. I'll be very brief. I just have 2 points I wanted to make. Specifically to, as Doug mentioned before, our recommendation, our primary recommendation is no road back there. The 2 properties that more directly abut Howes Road, someone else referred to them, both took 3 years and 6 years to sell on the market. One of the major concerns was the Howes Road abutment. My house actually has a small part that actually is right next to Howes Road. If this road goes through, I'll now have a road on 2 of my borders, and so I can see a major negative impact to my property value. Major delays in selling, as represented by the other 2 roads. And additionally, you now will have, by my count, I think 10 houses now with a public road behind them. So the comps for the entire neighborhood would go down, and so we can see this as a major detractor for value for the entire neighborhood. We've talked about privacy, we've talked about safety, we've talked about traffic cut-throughs, quite a few other things, but I want to come back to the privacy thing. I mean, one of the reasons for my wife and I picking this particular house was that being on the cul-de-sac and being set back, we actually had a very, we felt it was fairly private. The road, as it exists today, the driveway, is a minimum of 10 feet above the backyards of most of the houses, in some cases significantly more than that. So that reasonable expectation of privacy in our backyards in the back of our houses goes away. By driving on that road, you see directly down into the backyards, directly into the back of the houses. Of course, headlights coming into your bedroom windows at night, traffic noise, all of the other stuff that goes with that. Many of the pictures that were showed earlier were actually directly into my neighbor's backyard, and you can see as if you were standing there. And this is from this proposed road. So that's why our proposal is, first and foremost, if no road connecting to house. If there has to be a road, our proposal is to please make it a emergency access only, in order to mitigate the risk of the privacy and also property value. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else wish to speak? Yes, come forward, please.
Hello, Robin Stevens, 345 Canberra Trace. And I'd like to make note that several of you have reached back out to me after I've come forward with concerns, but I have not heard from some of the others. So some of the points that I'm going to make are going to be reiterated. But as stated on WSB-TV, I wouldn't have purchased my home 7 years ago if I would have known that there would have been a potential of a road in my backyard. A couple points that haven't been brought up is, and again, some of the concerns brought forth initially, whether it was through WSB-TV that was not put on TV, or that I had written to the City Council and Mayor, was about the water issues, traffic, safety, and the list goes on and on. But for me personally, I'd like to take a moment and draw a picture of our community. On Canberra Trace alone, we have 17 children under the age of 10. If there is to be a public road in our backyard, there are many days where we could have up to 17 children, no lie, in any of our backyards on Canberra Trace. Very tight-knit community, specifically on Canberra Trace in that particular neighborhood that I reside in. Furthermore, I know this has already been discussed, and to Josh's point, which he just made, currently on Canberra Trace, we have 3 homes that butt up to Howes Road. We know that with the recommendation coming forth from the developer, that would add an additional 6 homes that would then have a road in the backyard for a total of 9 out of 16 on Canberra Trace. Let's see. So at this point, again, I just have to reiterate our ask for me, my husband, to address the safety concerns, the traffic, and onward, even the water issues. Most of us have cliffs in our backyard. I have a small portion up by the fence that's up high. Then it drains down. With the water issues, I know that the developers say they're going to address that. I'm not so sure that I'm confident with the approximately 10% that was thrown out there. So my recommendation is just for you to consider all of the issues brought forth this evening, and my ask would be to not have a road at all, but if a road has to go back there, based off of, I'm very familiar with the fire code, 29 or more dwelling units, there is a requirement of 2 access entry points. I personally would be okay with that fire access road, because at least there I could have my twins, they're 2.5 years old, along with the 15 other children that continuously play together in my backyard. Thank you.
Does anyone else wish to speak? Yes, sir. Come forward, please.
Hi, my name is Anthony Russell. I live on Lime Ridge Court and Crabapple Registry. Keep this very brief. I wholeheartedly support this development. The developer developed my neighborhood. They built a very nice home. We don't have any drainage issues in my neighborhood, so I can speak to the folks here and say that I truly believe that this developer will take care of the water issues that they are experiencing. I do have a concern about traffic, and that's really my biggest concern here. You've seen pictures of Rucker Road, how congested it is. I don't hear any improvement suggestions for Rucker Road. When we were working with council and staff with the Ashton Woods subdivision that is adjacent to us and across the street from this development, I believe there were some conditions put on and maybe some escrow requirements for improvements to Rucker Road on that developer. I'm not seeing any requirements here for Rucker Road. And then if we take away the access to Howes Road, it's only going to exacerbate the traffic issues on Rucker. So I would just ask, I believe the developer is making a concerted effort to move the road north, the connection to Howes Road north. I don't believe anyone is going to be cutting through there to go south on Howes. As you've heard, all the traffic goes north on Howes in the afternoon. So some improvement to Rucker Road or the Howes Road connection is really needed out there. I'll keep that very brief. Thank you.
Yes, come forward, please.
Hi, I'm Teresa Long. I'm 365 Canberra Trace, and I just want to give you all a little bit of a history on my home. I purchased my home in Crabapple Woods in December of 2002, and in 2004 a heavy rain occurred which caused floodwaters to come into my yard. Within minutes, the water was up to my back door. It was within an inch of coming into my home. Fortunately, a neighbor saw it happening, came in and opened the gate and kind of redirected the water. The next day, I went out and researched it. The water continued, but I went out and researched it, and I found the lake. I didn't know the lake was up there at that point. And I followed the water, and I watched it flow across the street and into my yard. So I attempted to speak to my neighbors. I actually spoke to someone at the City of Roswell. They came out and told me that it was private property. It was not your responsibility to deal with. So I finally hired a professional to come in and try to resolve the problem, to mitigate the problem by building a wall on the other side of my fence to redirect that water into the creek. But long story short, as a result of the floodwaters, my yard has erosion damage, as you can imagine, and I currently experience standing water on a regular basis when it rains, and I also have the trash pit sinkhole, which I've seen the picture of, that holds water after a rain. In addition, I also have a crack across the foundation of my house, so I've hired both a structural engineer and a soil engineer who's been out to my home and has told me that the root cause is that my house was built on topsoil, on a lake bed. There was no piers put under my home. It was built on a lake bed by Torrey Homes back when it was constructed. So I'm not asking for any assistance for any damages at all. I'm just asking for your careful consideration and possibly a hydraulic study to ensure that regardless of any ground movement or any building, doesn't contribute to any more water in my yard. I can't take any more. I mean, it's been a challenge. And I'd also like to ask that any water associated with that lake today be redirected somehow into public system instead of sitting there, because I believe that is part of the standing water that I'm dealing with today. Thank you.
Yes, sir, come forward.
Okay, I know it's hard to see there. My name is David Spaeth. I live at 385 Camber Trace, directly behind the lake dam that is pictured here. This is the road where the proposed road would go. I am living right here. This is where the dam, the lake is, right there. And this is from Google Images, 1993. This is the lake bed that was previously there in 93 before our houses were built. And unfortunately, they were built on top of that bed. And so I just wanted to, my concern is with the hydrology survey that no one really knows if it's been done or not, or what the results of it have been. And so living directly behind that lake where Teresa, I live 2 doors down from Teresa, we're just really concerned about the water flow. Just this afternoon I talked with Abdul Akbar with the North Fulton County Department of Water Resources. He told me that the North Fulton County Water Storm is in charge. That's where the water is flowing into, North Fulton County stormwater. So he said that all of the water that is flowing from the top of this hill, and I'll update the picture. This is taken in 2007. It's easier to see. Everything is flowing from north to south. All of the water, if you look in the way the water flows, it's flowing from north to south. So if they build a road over the top of that lake, where's the water going to go? North to south means it could go into Camber Trace, into our community. And if there is a 100-year storm, that is, it's a potential disaster. So I'm just asking for your, it's just support, and it's just a duty to just take away that chance that, you know, nothing will be built in that area. He said that nothing should be built there. Just like you and I are responsible from a storm from our sewer system to the street, we're responsible to pay for that line. Well, the owners of that property, to fix that dam, that broken dam for that property, they need to be responsible to fix that. Probably right now, they should be fixing it so we don't have this problem in the future. So I appreciate your time. And just so you know, I've lived there for 5 years, and right behind my house, they still have a dock and a boat with a motorboat, and the fishing tackle is still there today with a ladder that they used to turn the valve on and off. So it's not just a small pond. It's not a 12-inch pond like they had advertised it to be. I bet you Dale Murphy's kids fished in that lake many years ago. So thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir. Come forward.
Thank you. Good evening or morning. My name is Thomas Bard, and I live at 1410 Primrose Drive, across the street, Howes Road. And my concern was mostly mitigated by the Planning Commission, the road that they're going to build into Howes Road. Being an emergency road would work much better for us, because if you actually look at the road when they show the aerial footage, the road's about 10 or 15 feet below the only entrance to Crabapple Walk, which would really cause havoc for the traffic. It's not like they're matched up where people could even get in and out easily. There's actually a gap between them. So people turning out left in the morning, because people always go south in the morning, would actually have to be careful of not only traffic coming, but people turning outside of Crabapple Walk. That's the biggest concern we have. So making it an emergency only really mitigated that concern a lot. The only other option I could think of was if it was a right turn only in and a right turn only out. That would also help the traffic flow and not make it more dangerous to come out of Crabapple Walk. So I appreciate it's number 7 in the Planning Commission's changes, variations. If you guys take a look at that, and that's all I'm going to say because it's getting early.
Thank you. Does anyone else wish to speak? The public hearing is closed. Mr. Rollator, this is your opportunity for rebuttal. He is.
Oh, let me go negotiate that. See what I can do. I'd like to address 3 areas of rebuttal for you. It's late. I don't want to spend the night with you. The first area I'm going to address is traffic. What I will tell you about traffic is, as long as they build houses in Milton, as long as they build houses in Alpharetta, as long as they build houses in Cobb County, as long as they build houses in Cherokee County, that road's not going to get any better. This development, 47 homes at most, is dropping a BB in the Chattahoochee River compared to the traffic problem that's there. Which leads me to my second point. Entrances and exits to this subdivision. It's a very small subdivision. It generates very little traffic. But envision it like a water bucket or a vessel. If you punch one hole in the bottom of a full bucket of water, it drains out at a certain rate. If you punch 2 holes in the bucket, it drains out twice as fast. In this case, if you have 2 entrances for this subdivision, you make it better. Less traffic impacts one road as opposed to the other, and it flows a little better. So I think that's how that's solved. The next issue I want to address, and I'm going to leave Steve Rowe the last one, is the people on Canberra Trace down there and the location of this roadway. Steve Rowe spent a great deal of time with your city staff in moving and redesigning this road so that it is much farther away from the people down below us. And in addition, that area will provide us the opportunity, and we would commit to doing a guardrail and doing substantial landscaping, and if necessary, putting a fence. Most of those properties have a fence along the back now. But we are sensitive to the privacy issue there as it relates to this. That's why we moved the road that much farther up the hill. Before I turn it over to Steve, the last thing I would tell you is the effort on this project has involved the support of 5 subdivisions. It has involved the support of large parts of the city staff. We have a staff recommendation of approval, we have a planning commission recommendation of approval, and we have 5 subdivisions who have signed on with us, and we accept all the conditions they have put in there. We will accept guardrail and landscaping and fencing conditions on the roadway that connects to the other road. The issue of drainage and the lake or lack of a lake can only be made better by what we do, but I'm going to let Steve address that because Steve and the city have talked about how to do it. Steve?
In front of you is just a quick cross-section that I worked through with Gene Rarick of your engineering department. And what the thought was is the original proposal was to try and take the road along the existing top of the dam. And then after looking at it, having a geotechnical engineer go out there and investigate it, his recommendation was to actually rebuild it, remove the lake portion, create a culvert, which is there now, which is part of the dam outlet structure, that goes into a storm drain that was set just behind Crabapple Woods and then flows between 2 homes at Crabapple Woods out with a 30-inch pipe. So all we would be doing is converting that outlet structure pipe to a culvert pipe, allowing that water to exit, not impound it back there in the lake, moving the road over to the center of the center of the property, putting the road in the middle, trying to preserve as many of those existing trees that are there, augmenting the plantings at the corner, adding a guardrail as necessary, and trying to be as gentle on that approach as we can be with the road, knowing that we do need the access out on Howes, both for traffic access as well as fire access. I can answer any questions you may have on this.
Before we do, is any further presentation by the applicant? And then we'll open it up for questions of council.
Not unless the council has any specific questions.
We're opening it up for any questions that council may have for the applicant. Councilmember Eichelhardt.
Just want to clarify what you just said. It sounds like you do want access to house from what you just said. But I thought
Yes.
everything that we've been working towards was not.
Not from our end.
No, from our end, we want the roadway on House Road because it allows the flow out of the subdivision to work better.
But it's not just the emergency anymore?
No, we're asking for a roadway to
All right,
come
thanks.
from House Road.
Other questions of the applicant? Councilmember DiPolito.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Specifically on this sketch, Mr. Rowe, how does that work along the length of the property? Is there kind of a consistent higher portion on the road? Or
It climbs quickly to house from the road. We would try and mimic grades as much as possible. We would be limited to a 15% maximum grade out of there.
I guess I'm talking more relative to the Camber Trace house.
Right. What we're trying to do is as you get closer into the property or towards the east, it starts to match grade pretty well. As you go towards Rucker, it starts to come out and above that only because it has to get up to the grade of Rucker, which is rising to meet, or House Road, meeting the Rucker Road elevation at the intersection.
How much dimension do you think you have between the curb and the property line to the south with the relocation of the road?
Right now, it looks like between 30, 32 feet.
So there's plenty of room to landscape and...
Correct. And my choice is, after walking that several times, there are a lot of nice existing trees that we'd rather not remove and try and mimic grade as much as we could, do all of our work to the north,
right,
and make that transition as painless as possible for those folks.
I'm glad you mentioned trees because that was another one of my questions. And thank you for your answer on that. I was looking at your tree replacement plan, and am I reading this correctly that you're required to have 594 units and you're planting only 291?
At this scale, with not knowing the exact dimension of the homes, yes. When we get the home plans, we'll be able to add some more trees into that.
So that's less than 50% of the required amount of trees.
Right, and we worked it out with Mr. Foley to bump that number up to at least 60%. It's always better for us to plant the trees versus paying the tree bank, but at the level of information I had at the time, I didn't want to commit to something I didn't know that I could do. I know that we can absolutely do what we showed on the plan.
Right. Well, I guess my concern regarding trees, and I know you can't always work around trees, but we're removing 16 specimen trees from the way I counted, and the number of units that are going into the tree bank is the equivalent of 235 4-inch trees. That's a huge number of trees that we're taking out, tree units, and not replacing on this property. So I guess just as a general concern, I really hadn't focused on it till this evening, but that's hard to swallow, that difference. Mr. Townsend, do we have any sort of requirement, a percentage of caliper units we need to replace on a piece of property when it gets developed?
It's all related to a minimum of 30 units per acre. That's what they have to have back onto the piece of property.
So there's no, they could put no unit on and just pay it all into the tree bank?
That's correct.
If we approved it that way?
Yes.
Yeah, I wanted to point that out to council. I think that's a pretty tough item right there. With respect to the architecture, the smaller lots always tend to attract garages that are more prominent than the remainder of the house. And with if you have a 60-foot lot with 10-foot setbacks, you've got a 40-foot wide house. At least 20 feet of that's going to have to be a garage.
Correct.
So I know we quickly saw some pictures. Can you show us again some of the architecture that we're talking about here? So the garages would be the prominent feature?
It looks like it's in the same plane as the front porch element.
Right, but it's very dominant relative to the rest of the house.
And you can see they've tried to use some roof elements and some other appurtenances to try and soften that edge, but it is a necessary part of the home.
One of the things we've tried to ask UDC is to have the garages set back 5 feet from the rest of the house to try to avoid that prominence. Does the developer have any plans that could be used in this sort of a situation to have a less dominant garage?
I guess the point that you're trying to make is the UDC, which would give you a smaller side yard setback, also comes with some other provisions having to do with the architecture, which are positive things about the UDC. And I agree with Rich. You know, we've been trying to move away from these houses which are dominated by garages, and they're the closest thing to the road. And it would be, Rich brings up a very good point.
I think Mr. Hull's statement was if he mixes up the design in there, then a certain percentage of them can be set back at least to that distance, which is similar to what we did up on Old Alabama Road with that townhome development. Gave it a certain percentage that we set back a certain distance.
Well, have y'all looked at the UDC and what it requires as far as the garages and the easiest thing for this city to do would be, because the council, there's been strong support for the architectural requirements of UDC, is to say, if this council is willing to give you the variance to go to the UDC width, the council may wish to take the trade-off is you go to the UDC architectural requirements. I know you haven't looked at them, but I think that's a reasonable approach. Does the council have, do y'all have those architectural requirements available here tonight so they could take a quick look at it as we're contemplating this?
I have them here if you want them.
Rich, do you think that would be helpful in your decision-making process?
Well, I guess, honestly, I'm really choking on this lack of trees here. That has really, you know, I guess let me get all my comments out.
Get all your comments out, please.
I really don't have an issue with the 9,000 square foot lots, and I think the overall density is consistent with the surrounding area, so I really don't have issues with those, but there's something about the plan that to me is just not working. And I think some of it is a factor of this entrance drive takes up so much area that I had some notes here somewhere. If you look at...
You say the entrance drive, are we talking about the one off of House?
The entry off of Howes Road is 1.59 acres, roughly. And if you look at the balance of the property is on 15.515 acres rather than 16, and you really get up to about 3.2 units to the acre, which is not terrible, but I think that's, you know, all of a sudden you start to get more dense, and I think that's what we're starting to feel here. And the plan to me feels like we're just trying to squeeze the sardines into the can rather than creating a sense of place. And, you know, a lot of times in most subdivisions you kind of have roads that flow and they create like a nice environment. Here we're kind of zigzagging. It just doesn't feel comfortable from my perspective from just a drivability standpoint. And some of the houses are facing one direction, others are facing other directions. There's just not a good sense of community with the plan itself. Some of these lots are extremely long and narrow, and you know, maybe we could reorganize this a little bit better to create some green space. There's no common area. In a subdivision of 47 lots, you ought to have some sort of an amenity. You ought to have some sort of a little park. And we've been talking a little bit about, that's kind of a hole in our UDC right now, is when we're looking at these RS9 and RS6 subdivisions, we currently don't have a provision, and we're still talking through that, but I think it's important to talk about that here. If this is the direction we're starting to head as a city, we need to be thinking about amenity areas common green space, because these are small lots, and they just don't have that feel that a larger neighborhood does. We also need to be thinking about common parking areas. If somebody has a party, a lot of people are going to be parking on the streets, but it's going to fill up this whole street pretty quick. Do we need to start providing for 8 or 10 parking spaces in these smaller communities that are just common spaces that anybody can use? So I think those are two critical things that aren't shown here. But it just doesn't feel good, the way it's designed. So I do have issues with that. I'm okay with actually having the entrance to Howes Road. Personally, I believe that having 2 entrances will help the traffic flow. Either way, people who are heading south on Howes Road are going to get there, whether they go first on Rucker or whether they come out on Howes Road, they're just going to go that way. So it's better to have the traffic flow and take some of that pressure off the Rucker and Howes intersection. I do have a question for staff. Are we required to have a traffic study for a project of this size? Or not? Okay. Have we looked at the future improvements to Rucker Road and determined if we need additional right-of-way?
Transportation included that as one of their comments to have.
Okay, we do have that. I thought I saw that, but somebody had mentioned that we did not.
Dedicate right-of-way along the entire road.
So I'm not sure you can solve all of my concerns with conditions, but those are my concerns at this point.
Councilmember Wynn.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I really agree with everything that Richard says, and especially with no green space. This just feels like it's just crammed in. I think we need to look at some type of green space in here. I don't care if it's just a little playground or something, but some type of green space. I do have a question for, is it okay to ask for staff questions, Mr. Mayor?
Absolutely.
Thank you. David, I need a question answered. I'm looking at page 14 of 17 on it's the City of Roswell Transportation Department quotes or comments, I should say. And one of them says, due to potential conflict with existing Birchwood Lane, restrict access along Howes Road to right in, right out only.
Right.
Is that still your position?
Yes.
And if you look at this for me, does that look like a right in, right out that they have on this site plan, or is this a full access?
We'll just make it a right in, right out.
Well, that's what I'm asking. Are they asking for full access? Is the developer asking for full access? And transportation is saying no. Right in, right out. Am I correct? Okay.
Correct.
Number 2, I think early on in the process you did not like the idea of Howes Road being a full-blown street, emergency access only. Has transportation changed their mind on that?
Yeah, we prefer vehicular access out to Howes Road, not just emergency access.
Okay, so I must misunderstood that one. But again, you still want the right in, right out on Howes Road. Am I correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you, David. The trees also kind of stick to me a little bit because I see where they're trying to get 60% of the trees planted. I don't think that's enforceable, but taking that many specimen trees out and not doing everything possible to replace those is bothering me a lot. So my only concern right now is what Rich has brought up, plus this, I shouldn't say my only concern, but the concerns and the having the right in, right out on Howes Road, since that's what transportation would like to have. I don't know if I can vote for this thing tonight or not, how it stands. Thank you.
Other questions? Councilmember Eichelhardt.
A couple questions for staff, just to clarify. A variance is supported by a hardship, is that correct? Or it's justified based on a hardship? Isn't that generally?
I'll leave that to the city attorney to answer.
You probably want to ask the applicant that. I haven't heard the hardship yet, but...
Well, but our standard is that we grant
standard
variance based on a hardship.
Correct.
And I'm trying to figure out what that hardship is. That's more of that part's a rhetorical question, I think. But the first was clarifying it. And then the second, R2, the 12,000 square foot lot is approximately 3.64 units per acre. I can divide that out, so I know that's correct. So the surrounding areas are all in the low threes, is what we're justifying. So I guess I'm also not sure how not leaving it R2 doesn't give you the same densities that surround it in terms of the low threes. So that in and of itself, I think, doesn't create a hardship. And then, are we questioning now or comments at this point?
You can question or comment.
Because I've got
both.
Just the trees. We kind of said this earlier that actually earlier before this meeting, that we used to have a time where we actually tried to protect the specimen trees and we made things happen around them. Now we're just okay to cut them all down and pay into a tree bank, which I think is somehow we've made a mistake when we move that way. I'll do quickly on comments because I want to take a step back because I think we all agree, the work that you guys have done from the developer and the surrounding neighborhoods is really impressive, and having been on that side in previous years, I know how much work goes into that. So all of you have been involved with that. I think that's obviously great work. But my larger concern, though, is some of the things that we're doing here. And if you guys don't know about the UDC, you better find out, because this is a poster child for the UDC. If you can put a 9,000 square foot lot, you can do this. And frankly, as Mr. Rollator said, if it had been zoned RS9 and they followed the basic elements of that being setbacks, they could just do this without even you guys knowing in terms of a letter or anything else. So remember that. But this, boy, looking at this thing, I don't even know how you squeeze some of this stuff in there, but apparently you can. And I realized why I was confused, because it was a planning commission recommendation to make that an emergency access. So I wasn't totally crazy. But just all the elements of that, while I appreciate the things that have been brought up by the neighbors that could help, that they supported, just overall, I have a real problem with what this does. So that's a combination of some things. Well, one minor thing that somebody said that they didn't have opposition to lot size and lot width, but the way that you control the number of houses within any area is the lot size and lot width. So keep that in mind as we go forward.
Councilman Orleans.
Again, I think I asked early on what the hardship was for the narrower lots and never heard an answer to that for a variance. So I also have some similar concerns to what other council members have set up here on requesting R3A, and then we want on top of that a variance in lot size. And then the other point, if you're trying to look under the UDC, as Councilmember DiPolito mentioned, we're trying to get away from those dominating garages that stand out further than the property and not recess back. So those are some of the concerns I have with going forward.
Councilmember Price.
I just wanted to clarify if there were any requirements on Rucker Road besides buffer. Was there any decel lane to be required, David?
Similar to the subdivision across the street that came in about a year ago, we would like a contribution toward a turn lane or toward improvements on Rucker Road from this subdivision.
But that's not listed as a condition anywhere, is it?
I don't think it is.
Okay. My other question regarding that kind of hard right, not for you, David. I think that's, well, actually, don't go too far, but I don't think you'll need to answer this. Where it makes that hard right turn, and it looks like the plan was, I guess, to be accommodating if it had to cut through to the neighboring subdivision. But I'm just thinking that was sort of, it looks like more of a contingency plan if it were to be required to have the connection. Whereas I'm thinking we're not requiring the connection. I'm not hearing anyone speaking for that. So I'm just thinking that it should be reconfigured so that that hard right turn isn't there. Also, those two lots, instead of being public, are part of a lot. Therefore, they would be required to maintain that space, and if there's some sort of pedestrian access, then it looks like they'd have to be trespassing once they got into this subdivision. Or maybe this is going to be reworked, I'm not sure. But to me, the whole configuration is just too tight, and I wouldn't want to see, frankly, more than 30 houses in there. But I know the developer would have a fit to be limited to that low of a number. But I just think, given that that connection with the neighboring subdivision probably isn't going to be required, and some other little park areas or what have you would be an asset, that a greatly decreased number of units, I think, ought to go in there. And I'm sure Nancy's ready with her motion to categorize the zoning, and of course we have to look forward to this UDC change, and I don't know if this is preempting that or what exactly. And then there's the other issue of the house road connection, and I don't know, my goodness, if there were fewer houses then you wouldn't need that little connection. Granted, a cut-through would be nice for those people in the subdivision that are going southbound, but then if you did right in, right out, that wouldn't serve that purpose at all. So I'm just trying to figure out why that's even there, except for the fact that there's so many units. So if you just decrease the number of units, you could not have to do that. So that would be my recommendation.
Any other comments before we entertain a motion? Councilmember Diamond, the motion would be yours.
Well,
are you commenting before you take a motion to decide what you're going to do?
No, I have some questions, and I
Questions
guess,
are appropriate.
Okay. Where do I start here? Okay. As part of the, and I'm not sure who I'm asking, so whoever it pertains to on this list, just hop in. Would a hydrology study not be required before anything was done on the stormwater front? Stuart's back there.
We're getting a yes from Mr.
Okay.
Morey.
Okay.
As part of the LDP process, the hydrology study is done.
Okay. And there's talk about draining this little lake, pond, puddle, whatever we're calling it, but a good percentage of it is not on the property of the subject property. So can we legally drain that doesn't belong to that property?
If they control the dam, they control whether that's a lake or not. So.
Oh, okay. That makes sense. Let's see. At what point, and this is transportation, we've had all these little developments, and none of them have risen to the level of a traffic study. But collectively, clearly, had they been one unit, we certainly would have wanted one. At what point do we do it? Is that something the impact fees would address? How do we address traffic if it's...
Well, the subdivision across the street made a contribution toward road improvements on Rucker Road, and it would make sense for this one to do that as well. Sort of a proportional, kind of in proportion to what the neighborhood across the street did. So this one would be about, the one across the street was about $50,000. This one would be about $85,000 or $90,000.
And that would be part of the requirements for transportation, or would that need to be, that we didn't put that in
conditions? Could be conditioned tonight in the approval if it's approved.
All right.
I will give Mr. Rollator an opportunity to respond to that because that's a new issue.
Okay. Green space, tree saving, and common parking, I think, are central themes. So I would throw those out as concerns I've had. I do think, obviously the UDC is not there yet, and we have a long way to go before it's where we're comfortable. And this is an illustration of one of those. As we look through, that's one of our work sessions coming up, is comparatively looking, so these kind of things jump out. And I'm like you, I'm having trouble. It looks to me like the 3 units that are presently R2 could be continued on south and accomplish a lot of what it is. Having said that, it seems like the stormwater problems that Camber Woods are having, this project may represent the best opportunity to get any relief from that. I guess what I would like to throw out, even though I'm not presiding, is, given what I'm hearing down the row here, is there an interest by the applicant to regroup and defer for a little while and come back and see if they can address that?
If you wish, you could make a motion for deferral. That would not be the presiding officer's decision. That would be a council decision to either make a decision tonight or ask for a deferral. You can ask for a deferral.
I'd like to...
I'm not sure it'll solve any problems, but you can ask for a deferral.
Well, I mean, I'd like to know if the applicant has any interest in that, or if this is the plan they want to live and die with.
Before we get to that question, are any other comments that you'd like to make? Because I'd like Mr. Rollator to address that and the question regarding
I do think
contribution.
If we do this, and if there is a road, and regardless whether it's emergency access or whatever, I think a guardrail and a fence and the plantings are totally appropriate, and so that would be something I would want to see in there. And I'd like to see some substantive green space alternative, whether that goes around the specimen trees, which would be ideal. It looks like they're all kind of all over the map on the property, so I'm not sure how viable that is, but I guess we've got a long way to go here, and I'll take a shot at a motion or hear from the applicant whether they would like to defer.
Mr. Rollator, if you would come and address that one issue, because if there is a deferral and you have no objection to deferral, there will be an opportunity to address a lot of these issues. If you're not in support of deferral and you'd like the council's decision tonight, then I'd like to hear about your response to Transportation's suggestion for a contribution, because that's not something that's part of the record now, up to now.
See if I can address both subjects very briefly. On the right-of-way, we are happy to contribute necessary right-of-way because we understand it's a system improvement in the city. We would be more resistant to an extraction because Roswell charges impact fees, therefore it can't extract from private development in addition to what it gives. If we give you right-of-way, we know what you're going to do with it, and we're happy to do it. Tell us what you want, and we'll do it, is my response on that one. On the deferral, if the council feels it's absolutely necessary, then we've got a good deal of time invested now, but I guess we'd invest some more.
I guess my comment to you is, and you don't have to answer this question.
I understand.
There have been a lot of issues raised here, more issues than I can keep track of. You're never going to make everybody happy. That's also clear to me, because we've got people on opposite sides of this fence. But if you feel that it would be productive to have more time with council, try to work out some of these issues, then I think it makes sense for deferral. And so that's your judgment call.
I think it's worth exploring the possibility. Some things
so you would not be opposed to a deferral?
No.
Thank you, sir. Do we have a motion?
Recognizing you're not excited about it, Luca. I'd like to move for deferral for 2 weeks to September 11th.
Mr. Rollator, is that sufficient time?
Sorry, that's a month. It's late.
What's the day of the month for that? I don't have my phone.
No, I'd like it to be a couple of weeks. I'd like it to,
Wednesday, September 11th
Okay,
is the next
back
meeting.
up. Back up.
That'd be a month then, right?
I'm sorry. My intention was a 2 weeks, so I was.
This is what I don't want to do, folks.
I don't want to get in with that big
I
party.
don't want to have the towers and y'all on the same night. It is punishment for y'all to come on the same night as the towers.
How about the week before that?
No, because
the 26th is in 2 weeks, Nancy. August 26th.
August 26th. That was where I was going. I just misspoke.
Are you going to be here?
So your motion is defer to the 26th.
Second.
We have a second. All right, this time we'll hear further discussion from council on the motion for deferral. Councilmember Eichelhardt.
My one question, I support the general idea, but are we just saying fix all this stuff? Is there any direction towards them, and can they really do that in 2 weeks? And I'm definitely not saying to put on
I don't think they can fix everything and make everybody happy in 20 years. The question is do they think they can get a majority vote out of council in 2 weeks? Because you will never, there are differences of opinions, and I think they all have a rational foundation, so I don't think we're going to make everybody happy. But
I'm just trying to be realistic. I'm not trying to make you...
I understand. I mean, I'm trying to be realistic. They're asking for 2 weeks. If they think they've made progress, it's always possible for a further deferral if this council chooses. But we have a motion for a deferral. It's my preference to always try to work things out, recognizing that doesn't make everybody happy, but if the council feels that it's productive to have more time and the applicant feels that it's productive to have more time, I don't think there's a crisis that we may need to make a decision tonight. Further comments from council before we vote on the motion for deferral? Yes, Councilmember Diamond.
Kent asked if there was any more guidance, and I'm hoping that we've heard enough where there's some guidance and we can talk about it. But
there may be too much guidance tonight.
That's entirely possible, but I do think there are people in this area who want to know what's going to be behind them and not have this hanging over them. And I do think there's an opportunity to here to help some of the drainage issues, and I would like to give it a shot.
Just a comment for the folks in this audience. There more than likely will be a development on this property at some point in time. So if there can be a consensus of the community, I always find it better for the community to make the decision with the developer rather than the council to make the decision who doesn't live there. We do our best, but we don't always make everybody happy. So we have a motion and a second to defer. All in favor of the motion, raise their hands. Councilman Orleans, that's passed unanimously. And that date again is August 26th. And you will not be on the same night as the towers.
Thank you.
No, I can't do that either. We got some other issues tonight. We're not going to have closure tonight. Please call the next item. Folks, if y'all would walk outside and close the doors behind you. That includes our transportation department. Tom, please continue the conversation outside. David.
This is an application for Hawthorne Retirement Residence, Holcomb Bridge Road and Scott
Mr.
Road.
Rollator, if you will walk outside to finish your discussion, I would encourage further discussion, but outside. Please proceed.
This application is requesting deferral to the September 11th Mayor and Council meeting.
You will need to clear the room if you want to continue your conversation. We have an officer who will show you the way. Please proceed.
This application is for Hawthorne Retirement Residence at Holcomb Bridge Road and Scott Road, requesting deferral to the September 11th Mayor and Council meeting.
Officer, if you'd close the doors behind them. Thank you. Please proceed.
Application is requesting deferral.
Move to defer.
All in favor? Defer.
That's September 11th. I guess that's when we have to do it.
That'll when we do it.
We can't do it till the 26th? All right.
It's advertised already for the 11th.
It's up to y'all. I mean, I just hate putting somebody behind the towers.
Can we do it after the 11th? Or we're up against our 65 days?
What's the 65th day? When's the last time it's been heard?
I think the 11th is the 65th, or the 64th.
No. We'd have one more month. For that one. For the other two, we'd have 2 more months.
we will be doing the applicant a favor if we can put them on a night other than either of these two issues that we've heard tonight.
The next date would be the 23rd.
23rd?
Does that work for everybody? And
Does
we've
that
got
work
room in
legally?
We've got room in the application timeline?
We would probably have to re-advertise and put new okay, my brain is working. Stickers on the public notices. So deferring it to the 23rd.
Yeah.
Okay.
Move to defer to the 23rd.
Second.
All in favor of motion to defer? Unanimous.
Next is the adoption of the capital improvement element and the short-term work program.
Do we have a motion?
Move to approve.
Second. All in favor? Does anyone in the audience have any questions or comments? All in favor of the motion, raise your hand. Passes unanimously.
The next item is the text amendment initiated to Article 12 of the zoning ordinance to change the Groveway overlay hybrid form-based code to include language related to removing prohibited materials and making the term inappropriate.
Do we have a
Move
motion?
to approve.
Motion by Councilmember Diamond. Do we have a second? Council Eichelhardt. Any further discussion? Anyone in the audience have any comments? All in favor of the motion, raise their hands. Councilmember Price. Passes unanimously. Mr. Davidson.
Thank you, Mayor. Looks like the only item I have is approval of a boundary adjustment for the East Roswell Library site.
Move to approve.
Just real quick, what are we doing?
We're just changing the boundary,
Expanding, contracting?
expanding it by 25 feet. We are approving the deed for you to sign and the easements for the
All right, does this come with a recommendation of staff? Yes? Yes. Do we have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Motion approved by Councilmember Wynn. Is there a second? Second by Councilmember Eichelhardt. Any questions by council? Any questions by the audience? All in favor of the motion, raise their hands. Passes unanimously.
I'm so glad. Here, I'll raise my hand to make it official.
Is that it?
One sentence you can sign. Becky Wynn passes that down.